and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, starts in life. We don't gotta fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing they thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are.
surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, on my way. Find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender. And challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Turn it back.
Gear out the weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you tryna push me down.
Look at me,
Put the line down when I run around, and I make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, kinda mercy.
look at me, I'll be rising.
Carry the season, you got a damn, got a weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, never mind, can we go? It ain't a way we're turning back. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime. Honor kings,
Guess it's gonna burn up.
honor kings.
On a killing spree, I turn to violence. All my enemies, they go on silence. Wipe them out for only simple seconds. Yeah, we got honor.
Who wanna get me juice? Kind of the one who made the rules. You have night to choose, only one way, got night to
I can
lose.
see it, I'm gonna shut down. We got no cry. We bound if I face one, crash in pieces, you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still victory.
Say.
I've taken my soul
For
down.
my pace.
We the champions screaming, I'm invincible. Just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, never mind, can we go? It ain't a way we're turning back. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime. Honor kings,
cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world.
Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get.
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes, protect the environment, and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Excuse me.
Hugging stinks. Victory!
Yes, yeah. Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
Welcome to the Honor of Kings Major East League Spring and Major West League Spring 2025. Two independent tournaments, each featuring 7 top teams from rising powerhouse regions across the globe. Major East features teams from South Korea, Japan, Middle East and North Africa, and South Asia. Major West brings together talents from North America, Latin America, Europe, and Turkey. Each league has a $50,000 prize pool and a clear goal to qualify for the Honor of Kings World Cup KWC. The majors will be split into 4 phases: Ranking Week, Survival Week, Knockout Stage, and Major Last Call. Running from April 17th to May 4th, each phase will become more challenging than the previous, ensuring teams to be on their best forms at all times. The global ban and pick format is in effect from the start, limiting repeated hero picks across the series. Both leagues begin with Ranking Week, a single round-robin best-of-3 format. While it is less punishing in a best-of-3, teams still need smart drafts and broad prep from day one. At the end of Ranking Week, the top 3 teams move to Group S, while the bottom 4 head to Group A for Survival Week. Unlike traditional slow-paced formats, this Week 1 is anything but forgiving. Every match counts. Survival Week ups the ante with double round-robin best-of-5 matches. Here, the global ban and pick rule really kicks in, and teams are put to the test. Hero pool depth, draft strategy, and flexibility becomes essential. There's no hiding behind comfort picks. Only teams that can adapt will survive. In Group A, it's a ruthless fight. Only one team advances, while the rest are eliminated. One stumble could mean missing the knockouts entirely. It's fast, high stakes, and decisive. In Group S, the top 2 reach the upper bracket, while third place drops into the lower brackets of knockouts. The final stretch is the knockout stage, featuring a double elimination best-of-5 bracket. Each league's champion qualifies directly to KWC, meanwhile runner-ups get one last chance in the major last call, a final best-of-5 to secure their World Cup slot. This format rewards consistency, creativity, and composure under pressure. Catch every moment live on our official channels. Every game is a chance to prove your region's strength and your team's readiness for the global stage. The path to honor starts now.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life.
Can you walk this path?
Je me suis déjà posé la même question.
Posso percorrere questa strada?
Il l'appelle. Le chemin et le champ de bataille vers le plus grand honneur.
Posso arrivare?
Je ne suis encore personne.
Posso lasciare il mio nome? Inizia a salire su questo palco.
But the moment I tapped my first skill button, the moment I was no longer nobody, our names began to shine. In facing the tension of adversity, in facing the frustration of defeat, in facing the uncertainty of the unknown, nothing can block the path I choose. With the light of victory, we pierce through the thorns. The path to honor is here, beneath our feet. Light up. When our footsteps awaken the dawn of the gorge, to walk this path is to walk toward honor.
It's not just about adapting. It's about creating your own path.
Siamo pronti a sconfiggere chiunque si metta sulla nostra strada.
To work down this path, we need to do it together.
Side by side, we walk the road that shapes our fate.
Es hora de cumplir con nuestro papel.
Siamo pronti a sconfiggere chiunque si metta sulla nostra strada.
It's time to walk the path of honor.
That's right. But first of all, we got to remind everyone at home what all these teams in the Kings Major West League have been playing for. It is a chance at that prize pool, $50,000 US on the line, where the grand champion is going to get 10,000 of that USD, Lamb.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's what they'll be looking for, right? I mean, it's the top prize for the prize pool, but then obviously the entry ticket into KWC. But obviously, the second place also gets their last little bit of hope, right? In the major last call, which obviously takes place tomorrow. So even if you're second place, yes, it's kind of like bury your sorrows. You're not going to quite get there for KWC and that 10,000 prize pool just yet. But you're still going to have another shot at trying to get to a tournament with a bigger prize pool.
That's right. And for all the other teams that were able to at least make it into the Major West League, they're still going home with a bit of that cash prize, even though they have taken their exit in the tournament a little earlier than they would have liked. So they're not necessarily walking away empty-handed. But of course, as we talked about before, 3 teams left in the Kings Major West League, all trying to fight for the grand prize of 10,000 USD on the line. We'll get a chance now to show you those 3 remaining teams in just a moment. Lamb, I have been so excited, at least watching one of these teams dominate the entire Major West League for the past 3 weeks, almost maintaining a completely undefeated record before one of those other teams was able to at least deny them that undefeated game win streak. But they're still undefeated in series overall. I'm talking about OG Esports. Twisted Minds at least able to show that they are chinks in the immortal armor of this Italian squad. But now Virtus.pro, probably going to be the biggest story coming in tonight, because they are making a miracle run right now.
Absolutely. I mean, it was like we were saying, obviously, before the broadcast, that VP seemed to be the team that have made those adjustments and kind of like been able to kind of settle the score with some of these kind of better teams within Team A. They've honestly felt, to me, the team that's had the most grueling kind of challenge getting to this playoff stage. And now they're into the lower brackets finals as well, right? Going against Twisted Minds. So honestly, either of these 2 teams, I do not envy, because they have a potential of 10 games overall to play today, whoever wins this lower bracket final, which is our first match of the day, right?
Yep. Virtus.pro taking on Twisted Minds. And the last time that Virtus.pro played against Twisted Minds was nearly 2 weeks ago. So a lot has been changed since we first got started with the Major West League during the ranking week. And I dare to say that Virtus.pro is a completely different team. And if you are a Virtus.pro fan or, you know, even a representative of Eastern Europe, this is an exciting time because now you're going to get a chance to see, is Virtus.pro finally up to the challenge? Because they have done a remarkable amount of changes ever since ranking week and towards the end of survival week to now get here.
Exactly. I mean, honestly, it's like seen a team that's gone like night and day, especially like Virtus.pro, and now they're able to sort of like get here. But honestly, it's kind of like shining a highlight onto players like Prince and Grizzly Q as well. Honestly, I feel like those two in particular have really kind of stepped up, because normally their jungler, Lim, has been somebody that's kind of like very much settled into the role of picking those assassin jungles. But whereas Prince and Grizzly Q kind of like, right, okay, if we're gonna let this like player, Lim, shine, we need to kind of step up and basically set him up for the plays that he needs as well and dominate their lane, so we just have to kind of like care for them at the same time.
Yeah, I think the between in-game decision making has been changed up, also the drafts, but obviously we're going to get into all of that high discussion points. First of all, we got to remind everyone at home who these teams are. Starting up on the blue side, it is Virtus.pro. Check them out. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to present to you Virtus.pro, the representative of Kazakhstan, aka the Bears. It is Shisu in the Clash lane, Lim in the jungle, Red in the mid lane, and then your farm lane duo of Prince and Grizzly Q.
Yeah, like I was saying just before we introduced this team, right, Prince and Grizzly Q have been kind of like one of the two step-ups within this team since the ranking week into the survival week, and then now we are at the lower bracket finals, right? So this is already showing that these teams show great potential in the KMW. Will it be enough to take down Twisted Minds, who have obviously made the Titans OG Esports bleed yesterday? Is something that we're going to be seeing very soon.
Going to be a big question for Virtus.pro to see if they are ready for the challenge going up against Twisted Minds ever since at the beginning of the tournament and being able to witness from day one. Ranking week, Twisted Minds and OG Esports have been at the top of the table for a reason, and now we're going to get a chance to see one of them, reminding everyone at home who it is on the red side. It's Twisted Minds.
And here is Virtus.pro's potential final opponent in the KMW League, and it is Twisted Minds 90 up into the Clash lane. We have Clean in the jungle, High Lang into the mid lane, Shanks into the farm lane, and with his duo, City Boy, as they've been trying to dominate the KMW, and was able to dominate OG Esports yesterday as well. So very sort of like, I think that's a powerful statement coming into this last day, Rafa, right? Like, they were the only team to take a round of OG Esports. Now they're here to potentially try and take the throne of OG Esports if they can take this last contender.
Yep, got to get through Virtus.pro, who are on a bit of a miracle run themselves, being able to just clear through Survival Week, clear, I think, an overall score of 4 or 5 series total. I'm gonna double check my math here. Yeah, 5 series won, and by the time they lost the last series, their fate had already been settled. So you could probably imagine that Virtus.pro did not necessarily need to be as consistent and necessarily like protective of their lead. They knew that the last series against Halo Gaming is like, well, we made it here, might as well just try some stuff and get some reps in. But our head-to-head, I could not agree more with broadcast. Alim going up against Clean in the jungle. These two players have been the focal points, the centers of where both teams shine. The fact that Alim has been able to adjust his jungle gameplay and pick up the meta junglers, as well as still keeping to his very true self in the assassin style, make sure to still bring things like Lam on a game 3 or an angle where it comes through, and he really has made it his signature hero here. Whereas on the other side, Clean, he is the only guy that has been able to stand up to Dao Dao, who I still believe is our best player in the entire tournament. But the fact that Dao Dao has now been, you know, stood up to his throne challenge as the greatest jungler in the KMW, we gotta put respect on Clean's name. And you know what, Blam, depending on how today goes, I think Clean might just get a title of his own.
He may do, right? I mean, he may do, but honestly, I want to shine a little bit more a light on Alim here. Like, this is a player that we've had since Season 1 Invitational. Not quite part of this organization, but he was with his brothers in the team as well, which is obviously Shizu and Red. And honestly, the way that the global ban pick has obviously changed this player, and the global ban pick, for those that are tuning in, are new to Honor of Kings, is obviously the mechanic that has been in effect within KPL since 2018, and now we have been using it in global esports since Season 3 Invitational. Honestly, I feel like this one change has turned this player Alim from a already kind of shining potential into kind of the spearhead of Virtus.pro, because he can now choose and not feel as bad when he doesn't go for like the bigger picks, right? Like those tier 0 picks, like the Doom, the Orgren, those kind of tankier picks. He's like, right guys, let me do me. I need to play the assassins if I really want to shine here. And this is what happens, right? Like, we saw a complete turnaround for this team.
That's right. And when you are playing something like an assassin with a Lam, or we've even seen a Prince of Landling come out in the tournament, Clean was able to play it super well. How the playstyle changes, it's kind of similar to how a lot of teams have adapted around playing with Pei, but when Pei plays, you are trying to be super aggressive and play for priority right from the get-go, right as soon as you load up onto the board. Whereas with Prince of Landling and Lam, all these assassins, you can delay that timer a bit. You're kind of playing like Orgren, where you're defending the jungle to make sure that you get to level 4 and you have your ultimate available. Then once you get your first item unlocked, that's your strongest point as an assassin. That's your time to really make or break the game. And then that is when you start being aggressive for the team. You start looking for proactive plays, overloading, guaranteeing that you're getting a lot more farm and accelerated in for your assassin. Because then once the assassin has a gold lead, you can't be shut down. You can't stop him. The momentum is just too massive to stop.
Yeah, I mean, there's only been like certain times where it's actually sort of been opposed against the opposition. They're able to kind of get the lockdown, maybe like the Motsu into the latter parts or the early parts in the game. Something that's really oppressive to get the lockdown onto these assassins. But you're right in saying that. But we are going to get into the BP of Game 1. This is Twisted Minds going up against Virtus.pro. Twisted Minds over onto the blue side, and they're already banning out Alim's Jing. They are paying respect to the dude.
Twisted Minds have done their homework. Obviously, Lam is kind of the signature assassin for Alim here, but Jing is something that is in his wheelhouse of hero in his pool. Now, Virtus.pro gonna go with a classic Arlie ban, definitely one of our highest contested heroes within the entire tournament and across not just KMW, but across multiple leagues that I'm slowly catching up on across the entire global esports ecosystem. Whereas Liang from Twisted Minds also going to get taken off the table. So even if Virtus.pro wanted to go for a Princess Frost combo, they're not going to have the powerful duo that synergizes well with it.
Yeah, I mean, she's always like a game 1 ban, right? Like, there's teams that don't want to see this huge marksman down into farm lane come out in game 1, but with it being a best of 5, with it being the global BP, it generally comes through anyway. But this is a point that we was talking about previously, right? Like, I was talking about in the other league, MKL was always prioritizing, and the appearance of Zhongfei within their leads has been pretty strong compared to KMW. But now it's going to be Twisted Minds locking in the Zhongfei as their prio pick. VP going for a little bit of a counter here. Obviously, D-Ranger with his Imperial Order means that he's able to kind of melt down tanks.
I will punish you.
Lockdown with that ultimate.
I am Ogron, the Seer.
And with the Ogren locked in, Virtus.pro are ready to initiate potentially a pay Ogren standoff here, as we saw that was a clear exchange between both Twisted Minds and OG, as well as Virtus.pro and 9Z Globin. But Twisted Minds are going to save onto their pay pick for potentially a later game where they can bully another jungler that will not be the Ogren and will have a higher punishment if they do not successfully stop the Ogren from forming up, going for the Luna instead. And when we've talked about assassins, Luna is definitely one of them too, where you want to just kind of exchange with the jungle on the other side, saying, okay, you get the farm, I'm gonna get the farm, we're both gonna farm, we're both gonna be happy. But then comes at the mid-game point where the Luna is gonna try to strike using some of the powerful CC that you have access with something like a Lady Jen to then get that snowball rolling.
To get the snowball rolling, yeah, but at the same time, like, VP know how to kind of maneuver around the Luna, right? Like, this is something that Elim is not kind of a stranger to, but at the same time, in terms of the mechanics of how the Luna works, you really want to be punishing her at the Azure Golem. So getting Elim onto the Ogren here means that obviously using the Path of Passing, it gives him kind of like direct access into it. If he can kind of build that momentum in the early game to kind of contest the Azure Golem, it means the effects of clean on this Luna is not going to be as clean as he's hoping to be.
Yeah. Virtus.pro, I will say, there's some decent single target CC that is available to them. The only thing I would like to see from Virtus.pro being rounded out, especially for the bottom side of the map in Grizzly Q, is a little bit more frontline, like dedicated frontline. If Elim is your only frontline as Ogren, that's a bit scary, because as soon as you get grievous wounds or you're able to have a lot of lockdown for Twisted Minds, which kind of technically they do have at the moment, Elim has a heavy burden on him, and if we've learned anything about how Virtus.pro have been scaling on up, they've tried to alleviate the burden away from him so that he is able to excel in these team fights.
Yeah, I know. Into this second part of the ban phase, though, they are kind of targeting Grizzly Q's picks here. Obviously, the Diadea didn't get picked in the first 3 ones here for VP, but honestly, this is like a bit of an MO that they've kind of changed up as well, right? Like, VP are no longer trying to go for those big picks in game 1 and game 2 to try and secure the victory. They're playing this more like a chess game, right? They're like, right, okay, what can we exhaust to still get the victory, still get the win condition here, but not kind of burn out all our options as we get into the potential game 5. Like we saw yesterday, they was able to go all the way to game 3 and still lock in the Lung, the Elaine, Dolia, all the good little bits that come through in a draft that normally comes into the early parts of the game. But they're banning the Motsu here, but honestly, I'm feeling like Grizzly Q still has the Sakir here as well, right? So Sakir paired with the D-Ranger down to the bot side of the map, pretty huge combo. Like, Mulberry Power, if you're a squishy farm lane, is going to do a lot of damage to you. And at the same time, you have Auburn that can obviously heal himself with his HP regen, which is immense. Now pairing that with the Hue-1, if we get the Sakir into this as well, it could be a lot of HP coming through into these team fights for VP.
Yeah, the fact that Yuquan can be still flexed into either support or mid lane gives Virtus.pro a little bit more flexibility in trying to keep their cards hidden on what Twisted Minds have to potentially play into. More than likely, this is probably a mid lane choice, since you already know that it's a Lady Jen, and Red is probably content with playing it into that matchup. But you have a lot of extra healing and sustain that you already mentioned, so trying to help build around this Ogren as much as possible, giving it as many tools as possible to just being able to pseudo drain all the way through Twisted Minds. But with the lock-in, Lady Sun, classic marksman that you see in the farm lane these days in the KMW, but the Elaine, that can potentially be a difference maker with being able to just threaten the back line. And this is a relatively short range composition from the side of Virtus.pro, as we talked about before with D-Renja. If he doesn't get accelerated, then, I mean, it is tough for him to start interacting with longer range backline threats.
Yeah, I feel like the positioning here really needs to be focused for Prince, but from historical games that we've seen from VP, it's honestly something that he can attain. It's just whether they're able to do it against Twisted Minds. It's whether Twisted Minds are going to allow them to do that, right? Because, I mean, you've now got 90 on the lane. A lane is one of the best picks up to the Clash lane that have access into that back line, which is going to be the D-Ranger. It's going to be the newer as well, right? And as soon as those two start to get taken away, that's a lot of damage from VP being taken off there, right? Like, yes, we know Orgren can do damage as well, but predominantly you're looking at your D-Ranger, you're looking at your newer to do that massive amount of damage. So you can already see here the Twisted Minds win condition is just taking out the back line and then having a fruitful team fight. But they also have the control of the Zhongfei, so they can dictate like when they go in. If they catch off 1 to 3 members of Virtus.pro with the Unbridled Outburst, it's going to be already a hard team fight to already play into.
I will say the pivot to Anua in the mid lane instead of going for something a little bit more tanky in the support could be a cool pivot from the side of Virtus.pro, because I was hoping that it was going to be Yuhuan going into the mid lane and then seeing something like, I don't know, a Lian Po, or if there was another like frontliner. I know we don't see it that often, but I think there's like a hero called Lu Bin, maybe?
Lu Bang, yep.
Lu Bang. Yeah. Lu Bang, even though that's typically a Clash laner, I have seen it, played support a couple times and just being able to absorb a little bit more damage. But this is really just a limb being the main front line for Virtus.pro. But that being said, what you can do with this Virtus.pro squad, instead of opting into 5-on-5s, Blam, I think your power is going to be trying to make fast plays on the side, try to play around the D-Ranger early, and then using the Imperial Order to set up CC. Then Nua, Red's Nua can look for snipes across the map with the Annihilation, or just try and use that global power, and then get yourself accelerated in the mid-game that way.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're hoping for, right? Is just kind of fast rotations, clear into the mid wave, and then we use the emergence from Nua to come down into the bot side of the map to just help Prince come through and shine a little bit more brighter, a little bit quicker than Shanks on the Lady Sun. Because obviously, Lady Sun's late game timer is obviously going to be a detriment for the side of Twisted Minds. But speaking of this, it is Esports World Cup coming up soon. The thrilling season of the major leagues is not made possible without the support of EWC, helping bring top-tier competition to fans worldwide.
And also reminding everyone at home, our players are geared up with the Realme 14 5G, built for performance, made for gaming. Smooth, cool, and reliable, just the way esports demands. Ready to level up? Get yours now and feel the difference, because right now there's a big difference happening in this game. Twisted Minds getting invaded early by Alim's Ogren, and they managed to at least snipe the blue buff away.
Yeah, I mean, this is what exactly we wanted to see, right, for the side of Virtus.pro, is the fact that they need to sort of put a punishment onto the side of Twisted Minds, saying, look, hey guys, we're not going to play very sort of coy in the early game. We are going to basically be the guys that are dictating this team fight. But rightfully so here, Clean looking to try and take their Azure Golem away from them as well.
1400, good smite away by Clean, so in the end he is not down buffs, and the rest of Virtus.pro are trying to make his escape route as uncomfortable as possible, but not going to get anywhere close to actually threatening his life here.
Yeah, not so much, right? I mean, they have potential. They have a lot of healing with the Huan here as well. So, like I was saying with the Sakia, it's not as kind of like powerful with the without the Mulberry power, but it's still going to give a lot of sustain over the side of Virtus.pro, especially on the Prince into the early game before he gets those defense items. But oh, Clean, just getting out there with very little health.
Super close. Hai Long now down a flash, whereas everyone else from Virtus.pro side still have that common skill available already. Red being able to join the bottom side with the emergence, just ensuring that they can at least have priority over this Phoenix, get as much gold as possible for Prince's pockets here, and that'll just allow Alim to soak up mid lane gold here while Hai Long, I think, was actually trying to make a play for top side, but Shisu not in real danger. Whoa, this is big! Alim just got a solo kill on Clean's Luna! Wait a minute, Blam! Virtus.pro fans, wake up!
It's going to be hard for Clean to get a kill onto Alim, right? Especially at this early game. We have a Orgren here, very tanky in the early game, and still showing the dictation and dedication for the side of Virtus.pro as they're trying to get this Azure Golem. Okay, we saw a Bright Light Burst being committed and hitting none.
Wow, they They moved everyone from the bot side of the map just to make this play safe and defensive for the side of Twisted Minds. And Prince is like, hey guys, they're sending a lot, so I hope you guys don't die because I'm getting a lot of gold for myself. If that's chill with y'all. And Virtus.pro is saying, yeah, that's cool, bro. I mean, like, 4 people dedicated just to make sure that the blue buff was defended for clean. I think Virtus.pro are winning out in terms of just forcing Twisted Minds to play to their own game right now.
I mean, it just shows the importance of the Azure Golem around the Luna, right? Like, if you don't have the Azure Golem around the Luna, it's a very hard pick to kind of try and be the spearhead for your team, which we know Clean is definitely one of these sort of sure carries onto the side of Twisted Minds. If it's not Clean, it's more likely going to be Shanks or Highline, right?
Yeah. Another emergence here from Red as he joins Grizzly Q and Prince, trying to keep CD Boy under fire here, and really nice snipe. Grizzly Q able to get the last hit, but that was all thanks to Red.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming from the Nuwa already. I mean, we've probably not even seen like a full tier 3 item come through yet for the side of VP's Red, but now this is where the U1 also kind of gives help as well into the farm lane. Like that huge AoE kind of CC coming through is very hard to escape once you're low already, like we saw there with CD Boy.
Catapults moving out.
And now this is a chance for Virtus.pro to look for the Tyrant. Good move by Clean, though, knowing that there was no chance that they would have priority for that objective. So just goes over to the top side of the map, solos the Overlord, and ensures that at least there will be some global pressure that will kind of help Twisted Minds keep themselves even in the game. Because right now, Virtus.pro are feeling the heat, and they're feeling the momentum coming on their side.
Yeah, speaking of feeling though, I mean, we saw there up to the top side of the map, 90 was able to actually kind of like cut off the second minion wave coming through that would have met the clash into their current Vanguard rocking through the lane. So we can see here 90's already trying to put the pressure onto Shisu here, so he can kind of be then like, right guys, I've got the lead in my lane, I can come and help you, because that's where things really start to change here for Twisted Minds, is the fact that they have then a lane 90 very much more proactive into the team fight. It's going to be able to kind of get access onto Prince and the Grizzly Q as well as Red.
Yeah. Next play on the map is not going to be happening for a bit here. So Virtus.pro has some time now. If they want to push out another bot wave and then rotate and overload into the mid lane, there's a chance there that you can try and break open the map once these Overlord Vanguards are no longer spawning. So I'm curious to see what Virtus.pro do now with the priority with a limb. But meanwhile, Twisted Minds are getting ahead of the curve here, immediately overloading on the top side and guarantee themselves the first tower of the game.
There we go. There's traded T1s across the map, but this is nice intel from Twisted Minds, right? They've already kind of sussed out where the weak point here is. Like, obviously, they're not winning that farm lane. Like, Prince, Red, and Grizzly Q got that stuff on lockdown. Whereas into the top side of the map, we know that Shisu's been like given the middle child treatment. He's like just been left alone, like doing his own thing, figuring out life for himself. So Twisted Minds is like, guys, we got to punish this.
Yeah, they're going super hard into the own jungle of Twisted Minds. Clean is forced out, cannot participate anymore, but the snipe from Red's Nuwa puts an end to Clean's reign, and Virtus.pro 3-0 ahead against Twisted Minds, and yet somehow Twisted Minds are still able to keep even in gold.
They keep it even in gold because they're kind of paying attention to the bigger picture, right? Like we saw there, there was a minion push into the bot side of the map, so now we see 90 trying to like alleviate the minion wave from the side of VP right now, so they can try and take it. But VP, getting those kills, need to make sure to translate it into this T1, into the mid lane. But Highlang did a very good job at cleaning off those minions, not being able to quite take it just yet, but it is within the realms of possibilities for the next few minutes for VP to take down that T1 in the mid lane, which could be very troublesome for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, 90 was waiting for a quick pick to see if anyone isolated walked his way, but can't do anything about it. And Twisted Minds not wanting to send members to defend T1 because they're just accepting, okay guys, right now Virtus.pro, with this core, they're a little too strong, and we need to buy time for Clean to farm himself back into the game, which is why they're giving him sole possession of that top side right now, trying to farm up camps that he comes across, and any farm waves that come his way as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's the beauty of taking the T1s into the side lane, right? It's such a blind spot for the side of Virtus.pro, and it's such a clean sort of like opportunity for Clean to go through, farm up a lot of more extra resources come through, but we've seen a bit of a brawl here into the mid side of the map.
Yeah, CT Boy was forced to pop the ulti here just so he didn't go down. Grizzly Q exchanges his own ulti, and 90's trying to do all the heavy lifting, but this Elaine cannot pressure Virtus.pro enough to force them away from Twisted Mind's side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the Death and Sunset being committed a little bit too early, and it was just right on time for Grizzly Q, but not quite the time for the side of Twisted Minds, right? Like, he dropped down, Grizzly Q went up with the Unending Sorrow, so became untargetable, so the actual impact of his ultimate didn't do anything for the side of Twisted Minds, which they really wanted to come through here, but you can now see the damage from Red and Prince really start to come online at about this 8-minute mark.
3v1, Clean gonna try to see if he can at least take out Red, but look at the healing from Grizzly Q, keeping his mid laner topped off, and Clean is just gonna be forced to back off here.
Yeah, this is the only problem as well, right? With the Luna, you can get stuck into it, but the fact that they have a Hue-1 with not only the potential of trying to lock down with the CC, you have the healing come through, so you may be able to try and get them at death's door, but Grizzly Q is the guy like, hey, I'm here to bring them back up, I'm here to revitalize the side of my team, and it's already showing cracks into the side of Twisted Minds, but honestly, they're putting in the reps, right? They're putting in the reps because they're only behind around about 700 gold, which, at this point, when you've got such a good lead like Virtus.pro, is not looking the greatest in terms of prospects.
Yeah. Another Tyrant going over Virtus.pro's way. Obviously, this isn't the Shadow Enhanced objectives yet, since we're under 10 minutes, so not the most devastating thing in the world, which is why Twisted Minds picking up another Overlord is at least better than nothing, but nothing that Virtus.pro cannot deal with, because it's only 2 spawns of the Vanguards in each of the lanes. They're not that strong. If they're left unattended, they will be able to do some decent damage, but Virtus.pro at this stage of the game are not pressed in any sort of way.
No, yeah, I mean, they're pressed into the top side of the map. They obviously pressure the minion waves up there. That side, Lim currently taking a lot of damage now from both Shanks and Clean. He has to be careful. He has nobody around him. He does have the Conductor of Souls. He does have the Blood Rage, which is going to give him a lot more sustainability, but he doesn't really want to be proccing those until this next team fight.
Good Annihilation usage by Red, just chunking out Shanks. If they want to fight for, I think they're trying to prep for the Shadow Overlord on spawn. If they can just rip that, that would be a great way to start accelerating the tempo of this game and just being able to give them that map pressure that they desperately need. But at the same time, they see Twisted Minds starting to circle over Shadow Tyrant, and they're not really content on just giving that away for free as well.
Yeah, I mean, the damage or the pressure into the map would be really good for both of these teams, but like you said, they are looking to highly contest this as Shadow Tyrant right now.
Alim taking a lot of damage from Clean, but now he's in the middle of 3 members here. Did he go too far? He's able to dash back out, and Alim is able to secure the Shadow Tyrant for the side of Virtus.pro. Now it's just an escape path back out towards the top side. See if there's maybe enough time to burn down this Overlord before the rest of Twisted Minds is able to redeploy on the map, but it looks like Virtus.pro are going to take their time instead.
I mean, we saw there, right? Like, 90 was trying to thread the needle. He was trying to get that tip wet so he could put it into the needle and thread it through, but it didn't quite connect with the Unbridled Outburst, right? Like, if that hit 3, that would have been huge for the side of Twisted Minds. Like, even if they got the Tyrant, that would have been such a great team fight for them.
Yeah, and you can see how pressed Clean is in this game. The fact that he has gone down twice and he dropped the early solo kill, he's been working overtime just to make sure that he's staying even. The fact that he's only 400 gold against, or 400 gold down against the Lim's Ogren, goes to show the tenacity this jungler has and why he is such a pivotal member of this squad.
Yeah, I mean, he knows if he doesn't keep up with this same pace, then it's kind of like GG go next kind of thing, but they are definitely maintaining that same kind of level of dominance. But right now, they've got to make sure they're keeping an eye on 90. They don't have the Shadow Overlord to kind of drop down the Vanguard to wipe that T2 potential takedown into the bot side of the map, but okay, Clean.
Oh, yeah, fast rotation onto Clean. They saw 90's lane on the bot side. They knew that there's 3 in the mid lane, and they were able to just make that quick rotation over, catching out the jungler for Twisted Minds. Now, normally that would signal immediately start up the Overlord, but first they got to take care of the Elaine pushing on the bot side. They cannot give up too many turrets here, so Red being the one that can join at a moment's notice thanks to the Emergence will clear out the wave first, and now Virtus.pro can start up the Shadow Overlord.
Start at the Shadow Overlord. I mean, yes, they don't have the Primal Bond debuff as well, right? They're playing all to timers, so Virtus.pro already showing like a lot of kind of knowledge to what they're working with here, which is a great kind of show into the mindset of like what actually got them into this lower brackets finals, right? Like, they are definitely playing with a lot more kind of experience this time around compared to what we were seeing in the ranking week. I'm really surprised how they're going blow for blow here with Twisted Minds.
Yeah, it just goes to show how much they have grown since the ranking week, the very first week of the tournament, where Virtus.pro were kind of just saying, yeah, we got this jungler that is really good at certain assassins, and other than that, not real strong direction. Meanwhile, the direction is try and eliminate as many resources away from Clean's jungle as possible. Grizzly Q pops the ultimate, keeps himself alive. They're a bit split. Oh, wait, Nighty has a massive flank coming in. Death at Sunset right on top of Prince. Here comes the rest of the CC chain, and they find the D-Renja. Now Virtus.pro for the first time. They're the ones on the back foot. They got to keep themselves alive. Alim able to escape thanks to that path of passing, but the rest of Twisted Minds being able to show, even when their backs are against the wall, they're not the ones going down without a fight.
I mean, honestly, the way they played that team fight was pro-G motion, right? Like, yes, the Unbridled Outburst only hit onto one, but City Boy got the right target because it meant that Prince had to use the cleanse, so the legal immunity, onto the side of the D-Ranger. So then that gave Nighty clear access to use the Death on Sunset to get the knocked up to mean that he was locked in place, and there's nothing that he could do to get out of there. So a very good kind of eye of detail there for Twisted Minds, but they are able to wipe the bot side of the map a minion wave for now to take that pressure from themselves. But Shizu looking very low here is able to escape.
Virtus.pro having a chance to recompose themselves and redeploy. Twisted Minds able to still make this game very competitive. Clean waiting for a quick pick, looking for Red this time, trying to dash back onto Grizzly Q, and they get the snipe down on the Nua. Now Luna is still showing that this is a force you have to be careful about face checking. Virtus.pro now without a mid laner. Gonna see if they can at least make this Tyrant contest possible, but 4 versus 5 gonna be very difficult.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to make sure that they don't try and take any of these unnecessary fights, right? Because that's a lot of damage already taken from the side of Virtus.pro, especially Red down here, with the Nula being taken off for at least another 15 seconds. It's going to be a lot harder to dictate any kind of dominance into the team fight, especially now that they're slowly trying to lose this gold lead as well.
Shadow Tyrant is now secure for the side of Twisted Minds, and somehow they have been able to at least wrestle their momentum back into this game and being able to control. Now there's a potential pick onto the front line here. CT Boy popping the Unbridled Outburst, gives him that massive shield. It's able to live through the annihilation, being sniped out by Red. Side of Virtus.pro still trying, but for the first time this game, it really does feel like Virtus.pro have kind of lost a lot of steam in their sails here. And for the side of Twisted Minds, they're the ones that have regained momentum. They're the ones dictating the pace of the game again.
Yeah, the wheels are kind of wobbling right now. I mean, someone needs to go with a wrench and kind of tie another for the side of Virtus.pro. Who is going to be onto their side? Elim needs to just make sure he's kind of displaying that same kind of early game dominance that we've been seeing into this mid to late game. But honestly, as they lose these neutral objectives and like are almost losing the presence into these lanes, they have to be careful. But the fact that they're able to kind of emulate what Twisted Minds are doing, obviously top side of the map has lost its T2. They're at the higher ground turret down there, but the same side, VP have lost their farm lane T2 as well. So we're just seeing like the trade for objectives, showing that it's going to be a bit of an equal match here going into the mid to late game. But Clean already on the stalk, on the prowl into the backline.
He's got to be careful here. He was taking a lot of damage while he was over the wall there. Has another path of passing, but this is a really good flank from Clean. Alim, though, being able to survive thanks to the Conductor of Souls. Clean now forced to run away. He's got the backup of the rest of Virtus.pro all crowding around him, protecting the Ogren, and Clean is not able to find the assassination he wanted.
Yeah, no, I mean, the Blood Rage came in clutch there as well as the Conductor of Souls. A lot of regen, but okay.
Another attempt here, looking for Red this time, but he has the Splendor for the stasis, but Death of Sunset will follow him! Good patience by Nighty, and he still has enough shielding to at least put a lot of damage into the backline of Virtus.pro, forcing them to redeploy on the map.
Yeah, trade for trade, 1 for 1 there. Red for 90. Clash lane, yeah, it's going to be a bit of an issue. It's going to be sorely missed for now. Same with Red, a lot of damage gone down, but now obviously Prince getting into around about this 17-minute mark for the side of VP. We're probably seeing the itemization come through where he's going to start to learn to land some damage, especially if he can land at that, like his ultimate Imperial Order, right? Like that damage reduction coming through will be hard for them, but Shizu here going for a 1v1 on Clean.
Onto Clean. Is he going to be able to make it out? He flashes away, buys enough time. He lives on a sliver of HP. So does Clean. But Alim is trying to finish him off into the Seer State with the execute. But Clean is able to just dish and dap away here. Virtus.pro not being able to fight it. There is even an annihilation attempt sniped by Red. But Clean survives.
He survives for now, right? He survives for now, and he does set up a good Shadow Overlord fight here for the side of Virtus.pro. Very highly uncontested, knowing that the lanes are kind of 50-50, right? Like, their minion waves are pushed. They have to kind of do something here. Twisted Minds weren't in the right kind of state of mind to try and take that neutral objective from them, but we're potentially getting a 20-minute game here, which means only one thing, Rafa. The Tempest Dragon is arriving in around about 2 minutes.
Another initiation, Death and Sunset just trying to immediately go right onto the back line, and Red cannot survive this time around. The CC chain was executed beautifully by Twisted Minds. Clean getting a bit of a tag onto Grizzly Q, forcing him away. Twisted Minds now with the momentum on their side. Tempest Dragon still not going to spawn for another 2 minutes, but they have full control of this bottom side jungle, and it might just be enough for them to get another Shadow Tyrant under their belt.
Yeah, these Vanguards are just giving VP, just a little bit of a time to breathe, right? They're pushed into the bot side and into the top side of the map. It does mean that they're able to get this Shadow Tyrant, which could be very detrimental into this next team fight. A lot of damage.
Rizzuki's got to be careful. He does have the ultimate, but he's getting slowed out just from the slow field by Hai Long, Lady Jen. Virtus.pro still keeping their cool. It is still a very even game. Virtus.pro was definitely in control of the game for the first 10 minutes or so, but Twisted Minds have been able to remain composed and find their windows to wrestle control of that momentum away. It is really such an awesome evolution to see both of these teams being able to fight at their peaks, and you can tell how much pressure is on the line. And we're not even finished with the first game yet. This is just the first game of potentially a long sprint for either of these two teams.
Exactly. We always say this kind of sentiment, right? It's not a sprint, it's a marathon when it comes to this global baby. If you're lucky enough to try and take 3-0 from a team, amazing, I'm happy for you. But between these two teams, especially like Twisted Minds, right? The narrative for Twisted Minds was they are the solid second place within KMW. But now, going against Virtus.pro, this newly sort of founded Virtus.pro, it doesn't seem that way in this game, right, Rafa?
Yeah, the challenge has definitely been living up to the name for Virtus.pro. They are at least going blow for blow. It's not a complete stomp out like it was during the ranking week where Twisted Minds and OG Esports were the definitive top two teams of the league and seemingly in a tier of their own. Virtus.pro now has the honor of being able to match them on that level. Now the Tempest Dragon has spawned here, Blam. This is where the game can be broken. The game can finally end off of one good fight and being able to secure the Tempest Dragon for yourself.
Yeah, one good fight. I mean, that's kind of already happened into the bot side of the map as well, right? A Limb and Clean going 1-for-1 whilst they're kind of trying to, like, take a fight on two fronts here. Gotta be careful. Destructive Deluge being committed here. They don't want to lose a Limb.
A Limb! He got slowed out by Hai Long and was not able to escape it with the Blood Rage. And without your Ogren, this composition is completely futile. Virtus.pro are forced to retreat, and that gives sole control of the Tempest Dragon for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, hotly uncontested, right? Like, if they had Zhongfei on their side of Virtus.pro, would have been huge because they would have still had the smite. But the fact that 90 was putting in work into the bot side of the map to get the clear presence for the minions is definitely paid off here. They might not even need the Tempest Dragon.
I think they're just going to put as much pressure as they can. If they can look for a game end, there's still 12 seconds before a Limb spawns. Clean, the first one in. Shisu already forced back to the fountain at 50% HP. Prince dies, and you have to imagine that's all Twisted Minds needs to end this game right here, right now. The crystal is exposed, and Twisted Minds rise above the early aggression and dominate game one.
Yeah, but using the one key thing that got them the victory against OG Esports was the minions, right? I think both of the games actually won up OG Esports was the backdoor of the minions. So the sixth member of this team that rarely gets a bit of a shout out, and I'm a big fan of them, is the minions coming through there, just guiding through with Twisted Minds 90. You could tell that this is what was going to be the end for the side of Virtus.pro, especially even in the early game. 90 was just giving so much TLC to these side lanes, building up the courage of these minions to be like, guys, I've got the trust in you. You can take this. We can do this. And that's exactly what happened in that game one.
Yeah, because it was a big pick onto a Limb, and we both thought, okay, well, they get Tempest Dragon, and normally Tempest Dragon is enough to just win the game outright, but it's not a guarantee. Whereas Twisted Minds say, guys, we don't even need Tempest Dragon. We could just go through this open bottom lane that we have prepped for the past 10 minutes. We can just end the game right here. We don't even need to potentially flip for Tempest Dragon. And I still feel like it is such a crazy but impressively bold call to make, because both me and Blam, if we're in, in solo queue, we see that the jungler's dead, we're like, just take the free objective. Who's gonna snipe it? You even killed the Nuwa as well, so there's no potential like global snipe that he can make to flip the game for you. But Tempest Dragon, for what it's worth, is a pretty long objective to take. You do have to burn it for quite some time, and with the Overlord Vanguards that we're still pressuring for the side of Virtus.pro, I think Twisted Minds to say, this is our window, we're not gonna miss it. Let's just end the game right now. And
I mean, Twisted Minds, they are the self-proclaimed masterminds, right? So they knew that, like, hey, the fight's already splintered on two fronts. You've already seen kind of the fissure sort of already grow between Virtus.pro's teammates. Limb being obviously taken down on a 2v1, majority of that damage being done by Clean, and then obviously 90 coming through to then help, and as well as Highlang. And we know that Lady Chen into the late game, especially with such an impressive ultimate like the Destructive Deluge, not only slows you, but there's a lot of damage that even a Blood Rage can't even kind of overcome in terms of sustainability. So once you're at that point and you have those minions, you kind of just kind of push it through for the side of Twisted Minds. But let's look a little bit at the itemization here, because there's something I caught onto 90's build here, especially to the latter part, which is the Dragon Rage. Obviously, not always the kind of one of the items you go for onto the lane, but the fact that it boosts your basic attacks, you knew what Twisted Minds was going for here, right? Like, as soon as they were on top of Prince on the D-Ranger, they just wanted to do enough damage to make sure that it can actually take them out, and it clearly worked. I mean, look here, 95k for an lane is not normally the kind of damage output we normally see there, but there's so much damage across the board.
And I don't know if this is a normal thing, Blam, but bro built a Sparkforged dagger on a Clash lane.
Yeah, that's normal for a lane. Yep.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
It gives you the range poke, right? So it gives you much better wave clear, because yes, he has the Moon Slash, which obviously goes in with a barrage of kind of like sword attacks, but then you also get the added bit of the Chain Lightning, so it kind of just zaps the minion wave. It just makes it so much easier for a pick like a lane to stay from a close range, but also still do the one big objective that he has up to the Clash lane. And in these lanes, it's clear those minions out. But honestly, this gold graph paints this game perfectly.
Yeah. It was, despite all the good things that Virtus.pro did in the early game, it's very similar to when we have seen Twisted Minds play against OG Esports in previous series, where Twisted Minds are making a lot of strong moves, but OG Esports are still a very good team in knowing how to trade and still maximize resources while being on the back foot, while not being in control of the game. That was the exact same story here with Twisted Minds. They recognized, okay, you know what? Virtus.pro are actually playing the map super well. We need to start putting our resources where we need them to exactly be. We're going to have to give up some farm for mid lane and bot lane, make sure that our Luna is getting a majority of it, but actually we're going to keep giving gold over to a lane for 90, which is a big reason why he's getting the MVP here, because he was a big difference maker in how much gold he was able to optimize the usage of after farming pretty much by himself for 10-12 minutes, and then immediately when Luna's farming, a lane's coming in and he is the sole back diver for the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like he was the golden goose in this one. When I saw this come through in the draft, I was like, okay, we know exactly what they're going for. Dive into the back line, which is what we saw here, right? Like, he was able to go in, especially with City Boy, orchestrating that unbridled outburst to get that cleanse off the board. That was 90's green flag. He was like, boys, I'm going in. I'm committing, like we see here. Straight onto the back line, onto red. Yes, he gets his life taken here, but he's taken a lot of damage off the side of Virtus.pro. So that was his whole kind of MO, right? Was like, if he gets into the back line, gets a kill, and escapes, great. But if he takes out a crucial member and dies, even better.
Now looking ahead, going into game 2, I think the strategy that you brought up before, where Twisted Minds and Virtus.pro tactfully didn't choose all of the power picks right from the get-go. Obviously, Virtus.pro were able to handle Luna, but now the question is going to come down to what happens when the pay is locked in. Can you deal with the early pressure this time around? I think it was pretty remarkable that Alim was being such an aggressive Ogryn and just constantly going for invades, knowing that the Luna doesn't really spike until later into the game. But we're gonna see what happens if that's not the case, where there's something more aggressive being played by Clean when he's the one that gets to dictate the pace of the game. I know that Virtus.pro have done a lot to be able to at least overcome a lot of, aggressive games from 9ZG, but Clean's a whole new ball game, right? And I still think Virtus.pro fans could be happy and excited that he was able to get a solo kill and be able to stand up to him, but now as you said, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. You got to be able to preserve yourself for the entire best of 5.
Yeah, and in all great marathons, we are going to take a short break as we get into Game 2 between Virtus.pro and Twisted Minds.
We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, stars align. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, stars align. We don't
And welcome back. We're getting ready for game numero dos between Twisted Minds and Virtus.pro. And if you're just tuning in, welcome to the stream. This is our last day of the knockout stage, where the winner of this series will get a chance to go up against OG Esports, currently sitting and waiting in grand finals for a chance at that $10,000 prize pool and qualifying to the KWC later this year. But of course, the story is now Twisted Minds being able to get the first game off of Virtus.pro, where, to Virtus.pro's credit, they have showed the evolution of this team, of their drafts, of their playstyle in the early game, now being able to at least stand up to Twisted Minds and being able to show that they're very capable of dictating the game. Now the question comes down to, can they find really impactful leads off of the early game presence?
Yeah, I mean, this is it as well, right? Like, this in game 1, going all the way past 20-minute mark is also going to be a bit of a point of exhaustion for both of these teams, because whoever is obviously the victor of this lower bracket finals is obviously great for them. But like we were saying in the introduction, if they keep going for these 20-minute games and they go for a full best of 5, whew, that's like an hour's gameplay already, and you've just got OG Esports waiting on their throne. Like, we're ready, guys. We're fueled up. We've had our drinks. We've had our snacks. We're ready to go for the attack. But it is going to be Virtus.pro going onto the red side again. They do get the reactive red side, and because they lost, they get to choose that as well. So they clearly like that red side call, because it not only gives you the reaction to the prior blue pick, it means that you can go for one of your solid picks for either one of your carries on your team, but it also means you can go for a flex pick as well, right? Like, you can kind of keep your enemy team guessing.
Yeah. I think the power of red side comes down to being able to, if you keep the board open for power picks on the field, then yeah, there will be a prio single pick for blue side, but then you'll be able to snag 2 right away. Also with red side, being able to save pick for the very last portion of the draft, you can guarantee 1 counter pick, whether it's for lane or for being able to answer a particular threat that the enemy team has drafted, or even just saying, hey, you know what? I think this is just good to help round out our composition, but I needed to see the rest of enemy's team draft, so there's nothing on their team that makes my life super miserable to play this particular niche hero.
Exactly, and we're getting into the BP of Game 2 here. So Twisted Minds are definitely going to lock in that Zhang Fei ban. Grizzly Q not getting the bear on the side of Virtus.pro, which is their obviously tagline. They are the bears, right? So taking away the Zhang Fei means they're not going to get the Unbridled Outburst, they're not going to get the Beast Mode. But honestly, it's probably not been where Grizzly Q's really been shining in those, like, the survival week and now into the knockout stage. He's been really like shining on the Diadea, the Sakia coming through, even on the Q1 in that last game, right? Like that's still bad a lot of kind of sustain and a lot of victories into that early part of the game. But Twisted Minds batting out the Dune here.
Yeah, I think Twisted Minds are taking notice of what Virtus.pro are trying to prioritize early on in the best of 5. Put a limb onto frontliners for this squad and see if just because you're playing a tank doesn't mean that you're gonna be the one that feels like, oh, I shouldn't get as many resources. No, like Ogren is one of those, few heroes that when you give him a lot of resources, he becomes almost unkillable, and it's definitely a great advantage. Same thing with the Dune. But Virtus.pro gonna ban out the Dharma, continue ensuring that 90 is not gonna be able to get one of the best heroes that's left in the Flash lane, but they go for the Byron, and Virtus.pro immediately answering, trying to separate the Pei and Byron combo by snagging the jungler for themselves.
Yeah, I can't help feel like the Byron pick here was a little bit of a bait, because obviously 90 is great on this pick, but then it kind of forces Virtus.pro to be like, you know what, guys, we have to take away the Pei, because if we don't take away the Pei, that means they get the frightful combo that's been kind of shaking up the KMW and KME for the past 3 weeks. But we didn't actually notice this at the last game, right? Mai Shiranui not actually getting banned or picked in the last game. Now Twisted Minds gets the Mai Shiranui, and it's going to be on Highlang. This is one of his big picks. Honestly, there is potential here for a great early game. A lot of pick-up potential as well with this hero.
Going into the second round of bans now, Blam. A lot of respect on the Fade. I think the Fade was definitely something that a lot of teams were unsure of how strong that hero was early on to the tournament, but clearly with the last few series we've seen, not just in knockout stage day 1, but even during survival week when it came to Twisted Minds and OG Esports playing against each other, now this hero is something that a lot more teams are being more conscious of. Motsu, next ban from the support hero pool, ensuring that there's no range CC that CC Boy can use. Yixing already taken off the board. And Lady Zhen, another mid lane ban against Red.
Yeah, I mean, this now opens up the likes of either the Diadea for Twisted Minds, which could be huge for them. They do need a bit more of a front line, unless they're going for a lot of burst onto the side of BP. But we were talking about this earlier, right, as well, Rafa. The fact that we haven't been seeing a big priority for the Major West League compared to the Major East on this Sunset. And it looks like Virtus.pro was like, don't worry, pal, we got you. We are going to lock in the Sunset here for you to obviously set up some great engages, trying to get the pick off onto the likes of the Mai Shiranui.
Yeah, because Virtus.pro still have yet to lock in their mid laner of choice, and they can guarantee a counter pick for Red into the Mai Shiranui. Obviously, this hero has been at the top of our draft presence table for quite some time, but there are definitely ways to answer it. Now, Twisted Minds, rounding out their composition, might be snagging the Yukon for themselves, giving them a lot of healing, and with something like a Dian Wei, which to me is just a giant beef stat stick, that is a perfect match right there.
Oh, very perfect match. The fact that they've got, obviously, Q1 for the sustainability, they've got a lot more burst coming through as well, because that's the one thing right now that we're seeing. They only have the burst from the Mai Shiranui, so now having that from the Dian Wei, having the Leap of Fury means that you can try and dive on top of, say, either Ganamo or the Pei here, trying to kind of close that gap that can be very crucial if you don't do otherwise. But honestly, a lot of burst onto the side of Virtus.pro as well here, but they do have the likes of the Liam Po as well as the Sunset to sort of like enable such a good, strong front line. Sunset being able to kind of recalculate the set sail and try and dictate how they want to play into these team fights as well.
All right, taking a look at the final drafts between both teams here, Blam. Who are you favoring? What really stands out to you at the end of these two compositions?
Honestly, I mean, we see here with Twisted Minds, it's a little bit of a, yes, Dian Wei was probably the biggest pick they could have gone for, but it's what they needed within the draft. They needed a little bit more burst. They needed the slow to try and catch out the potential stragglers off the side of Virtus.pro. But we've seen a lot of kind of fruitful victories from teams that have taken the Lung and the Ganamo. As long as they can position them well and do a lot of damage, that's the kind of key that we're going to be seeing here, right? But having the Byron, having the Dion Wei, having the Mai Shiranui as well is a lot of access into the backline, which Virtus.pro, in the back of their mind, going down by 1 game already is going to be something that's going to be gnawing away at them into these team fight. Because it's like, hey guys, is Red and Prince in the right position? We got to make sure as we go into this team fight.
If you are Virtus.pro, you are trying to test your overall mental composure, because you have the strength and the confidence knowing that you are at least able to be the ones dictating the tempo of the game, fooling around Twisted Minds for the at least first 10-12 minutes. But now it's about trying to regain that confidence and execute a more decisive game plan when it comes to getting those massive gold leads, getting those massive objective leads. You know now that Twisted Minds is not like any of the other opponents you were able to surmount on your way back up to the lower bracket final. Now you have to pay a little bit more respect to them, and you have to be a lot more conscious about, hey, Twisted Minds is smart enough to know that when we make this play, they're going to make this reactionary play. So now you have to start thinking 2 steps ahead. And that's going to be the next step in this potential evolution for Virtus.pro as we hit the gorge for Game 2 of the series.
Yeah, I mean, the winning thing here that they could look for is obviously Shanks has picked up the D-Ranger as well, right? So if you can see like the Lianpo or even the Sunset go into the team fight and you use like the Imperial Order, like that's already going to be doing like a lot of reduction in terms of their defense. And the fact that they have the burst from Mai Shiranui as well as Dion Wei, that's just a clear sort of like hot knife through butter kind of simulation.
Yeah. I'm still terrified of the Dion Wei starting to come out ever since the flavor started popping up in some of these best of 5 drafts. Obviously, we didn't get a chance to really explore this hero as a jungle option because in the previous weeks, it was best of 3 for ranking weeks. So we never pushed past, you know, the limits of Pei, Ogren, and then Dune. Maybe sometimes other assassins would, you know, make their way up to the board, or skirmishers, but now that Dion Wei is joining the ranks, I think this is a legitimate hero that has to be respected.
Yeah, it has to be respected, but you can already see what they need to do on the side of Twisted Minds, right? They need to put a pressure onto VP Prince. Yes, he's a late game hero, but he's also, if he leaves to his own devices, especially as he starts to kind of go into that kind of level 6, level 7 territory, depending on his gold resources, when he gets the items come through, he can take down these turrets very easily. So Hailang is going to be going on the very heavy rotation, and I feel like Elim needs to catch up those rotations to kind of make it impactful for the side of VP.
Clean helping 90 get that wave shoved in. Both of the junglers now level 4. Ultimates available pretty much across the board here. It looked like 90 had actually used Death at Sunset, maybe just to force Shisu away from the wave. They're going to guarantee that camp on the top side as well, so they can have first access for a teleport play. I'm curious to see if Twisted Minds are going to try to look for an overload play onto the bottom side of the map, as we see Hailong actually was waiting mid lane. Oh, good fog toggle war. Virtus.pro had made the rotation on the bottom side of the map, and you could see the thought process for Twisted Minds thinking that maybe a play was going to be made, but the timer was so long that they backed off, and Virtus.pro get a clean roam on the bot side.
Yeah, the slow came through there really well. Obviously, it was enough to shut down City Boy, and again, now it's kind of like a 1v1 potential between Shanks and Prince into the bot side of the map, which obviously, in terms of range, in terms of kind of 1v1, I'd always take the Lung into this situation, because obviously he has the ride the winds, kind of able to push away your enemy ADC, but then also lay the smackdown with those flaming palms. So right now, a good catch for the side of Virtus.pro, a good early game catch, I have to say, right? Like, you don't want to burn all your resources just to take down City Boy, even though it's a lot of healing over the side of Twisted Minds.
All right, Virtus.pro, these are the plays you got to make, but you can't just make one of them. You got to do it over and over and over and over and over again. And they at least were able to prove that in the 9ZG series yesterday and in their Survival Week series. But now I got to do it against Twisted Minds. And already Hailong making the adjustments necessary by being the first one proactively roaming to the bot side, just watching for the action between these two farm lane duos.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of MO we're going to be seeing for the first part of the games, right? It's Hailang very much highly pressured down at the bot side of the map, as well as Red. They want to make sure... Oh!
Just jumping right onto Red, knowing that he was going to make that rotation, and patience is rewarded for the Mai Shiranui being able to get a clean assassination.
Yeah, and through it all, even though they rotated both the mid lanes down to the bot side of the map, it is going to be Highlang going on to his, obviously, one of his prize picks. This is his prize pony, Mai Shiranui, and you're already seeing here that he's playing it very, very well, very impressively onto the side of Twisted Minds, setting up these neutral objectives, clearing out those minion waves, even getting this T1 into the bot lane, potentially.
Yeah, they are putting a lot of pressure on it. The fact that they were able to at least eliminate and force Prince away, he could not defend it. Now this tier 1, there's just one more fight that Twisted Minds would have to take on bot side, and then boom, that's the first turret of the game gone. It's clean. Now trying to put the pressure onto a limb. We're at the point in the game where even though Pei still has his means of being able to bully around a lot of other people, Dianwei is not one of them. You're going to have to give up your red jungle here, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, this is where they're going to be putting the pressure. Okay, set sail.
Oh, set sail, but it's in the middle of a lot of people. Shisu will go down for this one. Maybe they can turn around now with reinforcements coming through. Grizzly Q giving up his entire HP bar just to make this one happen, but he still goes down, and Klee doesn't die! This is what I'm talking about! Dianwei will just not be a hero that you can just easily deal with. He will persist, he will endure, and he will cut you down where you stand.
Yeah, the sustainability, the HP regen here from the Dianwei is coming through quite thick onto the side of Twisted Minds, right? Like, we saw there the VP, honestly, if Twisted Minds had any other support, City Boy would have been gone. But the fact that he's U1, he goes for the Unending Sorrow, was able to get clicked off, but again, Red getting taken down here, but more.
Stop here. Clean is super low. Finally, Virtus.pro have enough tools to shut down the Dianwei. They find Highlang run into the back, but they're still trying to contest the rest of Twisted Minds, who are still at an all-time high, being able to pressure Virtus.pro under the safety of their tier 1 tower in the mid lane, and will brute force the rest of this blue side jungle away.
Yeah, I mean, this game, too, is looking like a stark night and day difference for the side of Virtus.pro, right? Like, Twisted Minds have put the pressure on, and they are laying it thick. They are cooking with oil, right? Like, it's spitting, it's coming out the pan. You don't know if you're blind from the sausages or the eggs right now, but it's definitely something blind in the side of Virtus.pro in terms of trying to get the advantage in this early game.
All right, Virtus.pro. Time to dig deep. Because now with Twisted Minds, this is the stark contrast that you were talking about. When Twisted Minds are able to control the pace of the game, look at the gold lead. It's already nearly 4K, and they are just bullying Virtus.pro, smacking them back into their own side of the jungle. They're diving past the tier 2 turret as well, and Shisu and Grizzly Q are the ones that pay the price for it. A limb not being able to get anything really done on this Pei hero. This is kind of the folly when you're trying to get that early game rolling for yourself, and you're the one falling behind.
Yeah, no, Twisted Minds knows what's up, right? They definitely need to be like, right, guys, what's the one thing that Red and Prince are the best at within this team comp? Damage, burst damage, great. What do they need? Resources, great. What do they need for that? Well, what's that translate into? Itemization. What can we kind of work to here in terms of the timer? We need to finish this game pre-10 minutes if possible, because at that point you can kind of start to see the itemization then come through for both Red and Prince on the Lung and the Ganon Mo, but it looks like Twisted Minds are just not allowing that to happen, and this is what I really like about their draft. The CC, the oppression coming in from City Boy on the Hue 1 just opens up such clear pathways for clean Highlang to dive right in.
Yeah. And even if the divers go a little too deep, you still have a solid backline that can supplement any necessary assassinations. And yeah, this is a Twisted Minds game, all right. The ones that we were kind of expecting, just given the power of their resume coming into the tournament. And Virtus.pro definitely tried to get things started early on, but now it is Twisted Minds with a massive 7,000 gold lead, brute forcing their way into a high ground turret at just 7 minutes.
I mean, if they're able to do it here, right, I feel like this is probably like the fastest knockout stage game we've had thus far, right? Even compared to KMW West. And we don't like to bring them up because we don't like to embarrass them. But at this point, Twisted Minds are at 10 kills to 3, and we're at 8k gold difference, right? Like you said there, Rafa, team fight coming in here. We just see the burst run being committed, but oh, Prince.
Prince is under fire. Clean is going super ham into the back line. Maybe a little too hard in the paint there, but the job has been finished here. I take that back. You know what? High ground turret is still standing on the side of Virtus.pro. They're making the defenses, and now Twisted Minds maybe have overstayed their welcome to Virtus.pro, trying to remind them, all right, guys, you know what? You're having your fun, but this is still a lower final. You can't disrespect us that hard.
Yeah, I mean, this is what Virtus.pro is kind of resorted to, right? They have to kind of say, like, look, guys, if you're going to come at us very aggressively, we're going to try and pick you off because we're still able to do that. We still have the damage regardless. But Clean being taken down there is probably like be all end all here because we saw 90. He's kind of tending the garden, he's trimming the bushes, and he's just making sure that the minion waves are still kind of crashing in and on the side of Twisted Minds. Because if you look at the Gorge overall right now, there is not a single turret takedown for the side of Virtus.pro. They are still struggling to get access into those T1s. And right now, in the realm of possibility, unless they get a solid team fight, I don't think they're going to be able to either.
I'm in the same boat with you, Blam. I think Twisted Minds have got this one wrapped up in the books, because even if they're able to stall enough time for Prince to really come online with this long, I think you just don't have a front line strong enough. You know what? Maybe it could be Grizzly Q, but it's got to be like the most magnificent Liempo performance ever. He's got to move heaven and earth to make this comeback for Virtus.pro and create space for Prince. But they're going to dive right past the open space beyond the crystal, forcing members of Virtus.pro to just retreat. Already you see 90 and Clean just making sure that there's nothing that they can do. And during this whole time, Virtus.pro were trying to at least give Elim time to split push on the top side of the map. He got a tier 2 turret for what it's worth, but they lost another high ground turret in the bot side of the map here, Blam. So
yeah, for what it's worth, right? It's a pressure point. It is a pressure point that Virtus.pro didn't have a few seconds ago, so it's still a very good advantage for the team on the red side. But through it all, Elim was able to kind of push into the T2. He wasn't able to actually claim it, but right now we're seeing a fight for the Tyrant.
Yeah, they tried to rush down the Tyrant, but the rest of Twisted Minds have responded. Elim goes for a clean assassination on the Shanks. Maybe they can turn this one around. Grizzly Q going crazy, but now Elim is isolated, and that pay is too squishy to survive against the relentless wrath of Clean's DN Way. Virtus.pro now down to only 2 members. It's just the Sunsei and the Long.
Leap of Fury really live up to the name, right? I mean, that's a ultimate, just like Tremble Mortars. It strikes fear into me as a mere mortal, but right now, 19 to the backline.
They're just trying to clear the minion wave, make it so that the crystal is a lot harder to take down, but Shisu gives his life for the cause. Prince, one last stand, a Hail Mary flash backward, doesn't matter. Game is over. Twisted Minds are on match point.
Match point for Twisted Minds. This is kind of seen like a bit of a same story yesterday for Virtus.pro against 9Z Global, where they were up 2-0 and then they had just a clean game 3. But honestly, there is still so many great picks for the side of both of these teams to go for. It's still anybody's game, right? Like, they could still go for the Silver Scrapes here. There's still potential for a turnaround, but ultimately Twisted Minds has the foot through the door here. They have the alleviated pressure that they are 2 points ahead.
And you know what I'm super concerned about, Blam? Twisted Minds have yet to lock in pay. They have yet to bust out the pay themselves. This entire time, it's been on the table. They won with the Luna. I don't want to say the Luna was the pivot point, though. It was the rest of Twisted Minds being able to step up, because it was the one game that Elim did have Clean's number, rightfully so, and, you know, deservedly so. But the second game, Clean stepped up and said, you know what? I didn't like how you manhandled me in game 1. I'm going to show you what happens when I bust out the Rock Lee weights and I drop them off. I'm now going for the DN Way, and I'm telling you, Blam, this hero in the right hands and the right compositions, you saw how disgusting that sustain was. And we mentioned that it was going to be helpful from the draft phase, but even CT Boy ensuring that Clean, while he was below 400, 300 HP, he was still surviving.
Yep, I mean, I think that's just a roundabout way Rafa's just basically saying here that Clean is a guy that likes to be handled with care, right? But looking at this one, when he has given the opportunity, he doesn't handle with care, obviously. He got 7-2 KDA that time around, but this time we see here Clean 52.9k damage and close to Highlands and My Shiranui as well, so to have that great kind of pressure into this team pump that's already got quite a lot of damage, especially the consistent damage from Shanks onto the D-Ranger, just showed that it just was it was too much for Virtus.pro to handle in the early game.
Yeah, and you could see that Virtus.pro definitely tried to do their best when it came to pumping out the damage themselves early on, but like we said before, this long was a late game insurance policy, and they did not get to the late game. This pay for Elim was supposed to be that early bridge. They didn't get a chance to really leverage that anywhere. They found one play on CT Boy early on. But as we said before, you know, when you make those early game tempo plays, you can't just be content with just the one timer. You got to do it over and over and over again. You got to make sure that you're breaking open that first turret to getting that map pressure going for yourself, and then you can get the stranglehold on them, and it just wasn't there for Virtus.pro this time around.
I had to contain myself there for a moment, right? I thought that gold graph was a Matador, and I was going to charge right through the screen as a ball would normally do when you see red, because there was no blue in sight on the side of Virtus.pro in that one, unfortunately. This is a completely different tale of game one, but rightfully so. MVP here is Highlang on the My Shiranui. Obviously, there's such aggressive rotations in the early game was so sort of impactful for the side of Twisted Minds. They just didn't have a kind of leg to stand on the side of Virtus.pro. 419 is the KDA, 22% of the damage dealt and only 11% taken, so only dying once, and a lot of that damage came through that one death.
Yeah, we have talked for days about why My Shiranui is high up on the draft presence table here. Most of the time, it's just been banned a lot, though. Picks, it hasn't really come through, and one of the funny stats that I used to have going into Survival Week was that My Shiranui had been obviously banned so many times, but the few picks that had been let through the draft, it actually lost. And the reason why, Blam, is because the heroes that actually got it through, the other teams just didn't respect the other mid laner piloting it, because it's such a high execution, reliable hero. It is not just a hero you can just bust out and be like, okay, I win the draft. Like, no, okay, well, you're picking the Mai, now you gotta deliver. Highlang is one of the few mid laners in this tournament that can pilot this hero, and this was a great example of why.
Yeah, I mean, you saw that, right? Like, dive over the Azure Golden Wall into the backline to take down Red, which is also going to be a lot of the damage of the side of Virtus.pro being taken off the board. So there was no real point of positioning for the side of Virtus.pro that they could really go for in that game too, which is what we were seeing in the draft, right? If Red and Prince can position themselves well, it's going to be a-okay for them, but they had no point of positioning because there's just so much high frames. There's just like, where do we look? Is it the Pei? Is it the Dion Wei? Is it the My Shiranui? We don't know. But what we do know is that we go for a short break before we are a potential match point here between Twisted Minds and Virtus.pro.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up aside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment. The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is Honor, my name is King, my name is Champion, my name is Strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Getting ready for game number 3 for Twisted Minds and Virtus.pro. And it is match point, Blam. So, for Virtus.pro fans, you are just hoping. You are praying that Virtus.pro can dig deep and start clawing their way back into the series one game at a time. Whereas for Twisted Minds, I mean, I I don't know what to say, Blam, in the most kind way possible, but I think Twisted Minds are on the victory lap right now, the way they handled Virtus.pro in that second game.
Yeah, like we said in the post-game of Game 2, right? The fact that it was just so night and day, the way that that kind of shifted in that Game 2 compared to Game 1. Obviously, all kind of enabled by the draft of Game 2. Is definitely why Twisted Minds was able to get that sort of strong early game. They knew that that was the winning condition there. They couldn't allow Prince on the loom to kind of have the room to get the resources. Same for a Lim on the pay, right? Like, they knew that if they just gave room over to both these picks, you're then playing to, okay, can we win the late game? And honestly, when you've got a late game Lung and quite a lot of squishy heroes on the side of Twisted Minds, he's going to melt through them. But the thing about the global ban pick is that these heroes from both of these teams that now been played in both of these games cannot be picked against. Still banned, but not picked against. So the likes of Lung, Diranger, both off the side of VP, Lady Sun off the side of Twisted Minds. Highling is already exhausted his Mai Shiranui this far. So already we're seeing these kind of like these pocket picks come through, these kind of like golden horses for the side of both of these teams to make sure that it's just a quicker victory for them. Because like we've seen as well, Rafa, is that Twisted Minds wants to make sure they don't play too many games before getting to OG Esports, or vice versa. Virtus.pro now have to play another 3 games to get to OG Esports.
Right. Well, for Virtus.pro side, I know we talk about global pick ban and being able to say, well, I'm glad I'm not able to, I don't have to play against this hero again. That is a legitimate statement after playing against Hailung's Mai Shiranui. My goodness, that was terrifying. And it reminded us all at home, if you ever look at the stats, it was like, well, why does Mai Shiranui have so many losses to KMW? It's because Hailung wasn't playing it. And then he did. So now, you get the chance to understand that in the right hands, this hero is so lethal, is so deadly. But for Virtus.pro side, you don't have to deal with it. And this time, did I see that correctly, Blam? Virtus.pro have selected blue side for this Game 3 draft?
I believe so, yes. I think it was actually showing Virtus.pro there onto the blue side. They've gone, you know what, guys? We've normally chosen red. It normally works out for us, but there's no green, which means obviously go green light for victory. So we're going to go for blue, closest to the green on that spectrum there.
Nice. All right, well, maybe Virtus.pro tried to take the, decision of red side, we'll get a counter pick insured for our team. Did not work out. We now need to go to the blue side with a lot of the global pick and bans kind of up at the table. I think this is a good time now to make that trade because you know that things like Mai Shiranui and Luna are now open for something if you want to snag for yourselves. But then there's still picks that have been consistently banned in every single game, like the Arlie and the Dharma, that now could be traded if, for example, on Twisted Minds, they say, oh, but we don't want to give up this. But we can't pick it for ourselves anymore, so we have to ban it so that this team doesn't get it anymore. So a lot more priority and a lot more pressure in the fact that being able to have blue side, the very first pick, actually is much more rewarding this time around.
Yeah, you can really see on the faces of Virtus.pro, they're just like ready to lock in. They're like, guys, we're 2 points behind. We need to make sure that we actually get at least 1 game on the board, right? Like, we've come this far. We've proven so much. We need to make sure we actually prove a lot more to those fans at home, those watching on all our platforms as well. Virtus.pro, you can guarantee, don't want to go down without taking a win here onto Twisted Minds because they've done it before. They will hopefully try and do it again.
This is where we get to see real changes in the draft. Arlie still being continued as a ban on the red side. Virtus.pro forced to ban the Ogren. This tells me that they are not they can't go for the pay anymore, right? They've already used their pay kind of counter pick to pressure the Ogren, so now they have to fear an Ogren coming out from Twisted Minds as a response. Diadea. Okay, Mai is open, but Dharma is also open as well, and that is the main priority for Virtus.pro. Locking that in for Shisu. Twisted Minds still can go for the Mayin counter, or if they want to use it to say themselves, we'll see.
There we go. Calling it like you drafted it. Both coaches are definitely intertwined and sharing a hive mind with Rafa here. Is the Dharma and the Mayin being called out correctly? Yixing here for Haileng is another one of his good picks, especially in terms of performance overall. He's definitely had a great kind of performance onto the Yixing. A lot of control, but it also means that Virtus.pro, Lim, gets to get his Jing as well. So honestly, they're going out guns blazing. like I said in the introduction, they are now bringing out the picks that are going to try and see them through to get a victory.
And Twisted Minds, I think, are very wise enough to not instantly go for a pay here, because what they have drafted for themselves against what Virtus.pro are going for, I think this is a little too risky to launch the pay against something like the Jing, because once again, it's a test of, okay, if you pick pay here, you have to be super aggressive and in the face of a limb before his first item spike. It's not like Ogren where it's like, oh, you just need to deny resource. Like, no, you just need to be on this dude's butt until the Jing gets access to Mirror Domain. Because then with Mirror Domain, oh my goodness, you are way too slippery for the pay to actually lock down consistently. You can duel him, but it's definitely a lot harder. And there might just be a different approach that Twisted Minds will take with this one, considering that there's not a real front line locked in yet. Virtus.pro are still going to respect the pay because they might as well, just considering what Clean could pull out with already Fade ban off the table. But I think Twisted Minds, we're probably going to be leaning towards more of a frontline hero just to ensure that there is something there for Twisted Minds to stand behind.
I mean, yeah, exactly. Virtus.pro are just paying their dues, right? They definitely pay the dues to the Clean onto the pay here. But we've seen, again, the Motsu and the Show Yue, which was a combination that I believe they pulled out yesterday, or at least what I saw yesterday. It might have even been 9's Nickeloben. So a long-range team comp here. But like you were saying there, Rafa, they definitely need a solid front line. And it's looking like it's potentially going to be the Dune here into the jungle, or even potentially Monkey, right? Monkey can take a lot of damage, and what's onto the side of Virtus.pro from the Jing, from the Lady Chen, from the Marco Polo is a lot of damage.
When you said Virtus.pro were going to go down guns blazing, you did not lie at all.
Oh.
Marco Polo. Tachibana? What the heck is
Spicy. Spicy. Very kind of like reminiscent to a little bit like a Salong in a way. He kind of able to go over the walls. He has obviously the CC single target as well. Potentially liking to try and shut down the Jing here with that CC. He obviously has the HP regen as well. So again, a first time debut in the KMW. It's going to be the Ukyo Tachibana.
Oh my goodness. Clean, not disappointing at all, even in game 3 on match point. I can't tell if this is legitimately good for the composition or this is Clean trying to make a statement in what could be the final nail in the coffin for Virtus.pro.
We'll have to wait and see on the Gorge, right? I mean, we could always surmise into the draft if it's good or not, but the fact is the execution going to be there? But they don't really have any kind of like long-range shutdown for the Ukyo Tachibana, because obviously the only real long-range shutdown you could have had onto the side of Virtus.pro is the Motsu, right? But already, Twisted Minds was like, guys, we've got your number. We're going to lock that in. And now they not only have the Ukyo Tachibana, who's going to get kind of like single target CC, which hopefully, if the execution is there for them, Shanks on the Show Yue is going to put them wild rounds down and just blaze some like immense HP.
Yeah, I'm still slightly concerned. You know what? Let's take nameplates off. If we look at nameplates off, I look at this draft that Twisted Minds have gotten. There is not a single dedicated tank on this composition. You have fighters galore, and your one person that can kind of be a frontliner is the Motsu, but this guy doesn't want to be like a full-time, 9 to 5 frontliner. He's like, coming in part-time. It's like, hey, I'll throw in this range skill shot. I'll set up CC for you. I can probably get one person with a thing inside the box, but that's it, man. I'm not Dune. I'm not built like Kaiser. I'm not built like any of these typical frontline heroes. Even the Monkey would have been nice, but I will say, if you snowball with this composition, how do you recover as Virtus.pro?
Yeah, I mean, technically, to be honest, both VP and Twisted Minds don't really have that solid front line, right? I mean, their pseudo front line is going to be both their clash lane, so a lot of priority, a lot of focus up into the clash lane is going to be what we see in this early game. But honestly, there's potential shutdown here for both of these teams, but I do like Twisted Minds draft a little bit more, right? Like, yes, we have Grizzly Q on the Dolia with the Wave Breaker, which is normally a good kind of like deterrent into the team fights, but you've got Show Yue on the range, right? Like, he's not going to be getting touched down. He's not going to be rippled by any of those waves anytime soon. So unless we see Prince try and get a early 1v1 lead here, which, again, with the Motsu being very present into the bot side of the map, doesn't look like it's going to be the case here.
Yeah. I am curious about some of the combos that Grizzly Q is going to find with this Dolia. We know that with Celestial Melody, you get a chance to double up any cast of an ultimate within the next 7 seconds. So I'm thinking, is Fever Barrage going to be the go-to? Is it going to be the Truth Mantra? Or is it going to be Mirror Domain for a limb just to give himself even more playmaking potential?
I think it depends on like how the team fights go, right? Like if they're playing defensively, I feel like it's going to be onto the Destructive Deluge. So dropping 2 of those or having at least 1 of those to kind of clear out a minion wave if you're being pushed. But okay, Shizu getting very low into the top side of the map. But back on my point is that if you need some clear, you've got 2 Destructive Deluges, better than 1, right?
Yeah. Lady Gen Ultimate, always good for wave clearing as well as just controlling the state of the battlefield. What is my board? Expended by Han Long. At some point in the game, he did burn his flash because some pressure that was pressured onto him by someone on Virtus.pro's side. As CT Boy now just roaming on up, ensuring that he is matching Grizzly Q's presence in the mid lane. But there is a point where Red can actually look for a quick play on the top side, isn't capitalized.
Yeah, again, like I said, both of these teams need to kind of put a lot of focus up into the clash lane, right? Because like I was saying, they're their pseudo front line. Like, they need to make sure they have that pressure being locked down for either of these 2 teams, and whichever team gets it done first is definitely going to be in a better position going into these team fights, because you're not going to be down a teammate, you're not going to have that pressure into the back of your mind that your T1's already been taken down into the clash lane. It's definitely the first kind of, the first calling card for the victory of either of these 2 teams is that clash lane.
Yeah. Hai Long now making his presence felt on the bottom side of the map, guaranteeing priority for the Shoya and the Motsu here. They pick up the Phoenix camp. Hai Long faking a base. Still staying here on the bottom side of the map, knowing that Virtus.pro could rotate on over, waiting to see if Red shows his face first, and then could make that counter gank. But now, I think he's pressured to return back to the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't too sure where Red was. He wasn't too sure where Elim was either. So I think, like, going to the rotate up into the Azure Golem just means that he's able to say, like, hey, guys, they're not here. It's okay. You can get the Azure Golem. Because, again, it definitely benefits the Ukiyo Tachibana, right? Like, getting that cooldown reduction for those quicker skill come-throughs is definitely what he's going to need going into either the 1v1s or even trying to pick up the backlines here.
Yeah, makes sense here. Clean picking up a lot of farm already on the Ukiyo Tachibana. And the way I look at this hero is the fact that he doesn't really offer that much CC, if not any, but it's a lot of damage and a lot of deceptive healing. However, 1v1 between Elim and Clean. We knew what the story was like in game 1, and Elim was very close to replicating that story, but this time around, Clean survives the 1v1 onslaught, and the rest of Twisted Minds and Virtus.pro sending reinforcements.
No, yeah, Ukiyo just have the single target CC, which is what we saw there, but he also has that HP regen, which is the kind of saving grace he had in that one, because if Jing was going up against anybody else with that 1v1, honestly, Elim would have came out on top of that, but 90's got to be careful here.
Tyrant is secured, though, for the side of Twisted Minds. First one in the game. Nice to pick up for additional stats and team fighting power. If we take a look at the gold, it's a pretty much dead even game. Hai Long has a little bit of an edge, so as 90 as well, but still not completely game over for Virtus.pro. A lot of pressure being put on the bottom side of the map. World is my board keeps them in place while they're trying to defend this wave, but it's only a bit of chip damage onto this turret health bar here. CT Boy looking for another cannon blast. It's just all to guarantee this Phoenix camp.
Yeah, I mean, it may not be the biggest goal difference overall, but all these ripples make waves, right? I mean, if you look at the overall picture, it's about 1.2k gold difference. So it's still kind of surmising into the early game gold lead, which they kind of need going into this neutral objective. A lot of damage going over to the side of Twisted Minds already.
More Cannon Blast snipes, Twisted Minds continuing up the pressure to the point where it can become torrential. And for Twisted Minds, starting to brute force their way now, leading that advantage into jungle pressure. They haven't been able to contest for things like the red buff yet. However, only time will tell. As you called it out, Blam, you know, soon at some point, Twisted Minds, the ripples that they've made, at what point do they become tidal waves and insurmountable for Virtus.pro?
I think like it's whoever takes the first good team fight, right? Like as soon as you start taking picks off of the side of either Twisted Minds or Virtus.pro, especially Twisted Minds having the Motsu here, okay, World's my board being committed.
A lot of damage, a lot of pressure under this turret. And already the turret is now below 50% HP. It has been relentless pressure. Yes, they haven't gotten any kills, but the pressure has definitely been rewarded here. Virtus.pro trying to respond to an invade into the topside jungle as Shisu forced to use the truth mantra just to say, Nighty, please get out of my jungle.
Got to pay the respect, right? The Fever Barrage being committed down there is going to be wasted just to get the wave clear, but is going to get hit by the Cannon Blast there by the side of Twisted Minds. City Boy being very oppressive with the Motsu, having to use the roaming gun there for Prince just to get out alive, but the Wild Rounds connecting here. He can't have that safe distance beyond the T1. Shoyu has got that range, baby.
I'm not gonna lie, Blam, I'm getting a lot of solo queue PTSD. I have played against so many Shoyus recently as Ho Yi, and I'm like, I outrange you with my arrow. And then he's like, yeah, but I have a gun, and I outrange you from like a screen away. And the fact that it feels so instantaneous, it definitely feels like when you're not used to that skill shot, it is such a deceptively hard ability to dodge.
Oh, very hard, very oppressive. And I mean, what's even more oppressive is the T1 takedown into the mid and the farm lane. This is not the early game that VP needs, right? Like, this gives Clean the go, the green light to just gave access, because we saw there steal the boars. So we're already going to be seeing resources taking trades over to the side of Twisted Minds. And already Clean is up in the level advantage as well, over to Elim.
Elim is still waiting to see if he can make a pounce onto 90. Waits for him to face check the bush. Mirror domain.
Ooh,
not available quite yet. Oh, no! Twisted Minds make the successful rotation over to the top side, collapsing onto the jungler. And they're going to find red next on the Lady Jen. This is where things are really starting to cook for the side of Twisted Minds. Hai Long super low in HP, but Shisu can't get the job finished. He is isolated once again, and the rest of Twisted Minds being able to aid the rest of their comrades and finishing off 3 total kills against Virtus.pro.
I have to give props over to Highlang there, right? Like, there was so much pressure going over to him, but he still managed to contain Shisu. If Shisu actually got out of that wall, is my board, it would be trouble for the side of Twisted Minds. Yes, obviously, VP were down by 2 members already, which again is already going to be a huge disadvantage for them, but Highland was low. We saw that Shanks was low as well, so they played a little bit too close to their chest there, but it actually paid off the range coming through from this comp of the side of Twisted Minds. It's seeming like Virtus.pro just doesn't know how to play against it.
Clean might be in trouble here. World is My Board is trying to isolate members here, but it's the first kill of the game going over to Virtus.pro. Maybe they can leverage more off of it, but just look at Shisu just going crazy as he's not able to do it. It's just 90 who turns it all around on the Mayin, kicking and just knocking them down where they stand. And because all these frontliners and all these divers are doing all the dirty work, the backliners are just pumping damage from a screen away safely.
Yeah, no, this is probably a little bit more of a dismantling than game 2, but it's a dismantling from a distance, right? It's like we're vicariously living through Twisted Minds from a very safe distance as they just kind of lay down such great damage from a range. Obviously, City Boy setting it all up with the Cannon Blast. I feel like this draft probably wouldn't have worked anywhere near as effective as it did, as it is, if City Boy wasn't on this Motsu.
Yeah, because you need some type of ranged engage. And even though we don't think of Cannon Blast as a major team fight engage, it's a pick that guarantees 1 member going down. And then Twisted Minds, you know them. As soon as they feel confident in being able to take a 5-on-4, there's no stopping this train from rolling over the rest of Virtus.pro.
Yeah, I mean, you just saw the gold chart there as well, right? Like, top 3 is all Twisted Minds, and it's all led by Clean, so definitely don't want to be sort of giving Clean that lead in the gold at this point. And the fact that they have the pressure into the bot side of the map as well, with the higher ground turret being taken down, and it's going to be the only thing standing between them in the clash lane and the mid lane. But okay, into the back lane here.
An answer from Virtus.pro. They immediately find Shanks and find CT Boy right off the back of it. Twisted Minds didn't have all their front divers ready to assist, but a quick kick in the face by 90 is able to isolate one of the members of Virtus.pro, and now Shisu is under fire from both Clean and 90, but he cannot do it in the 1v2. Even Hai Long is able to take a limb down before he is traded, and an overall map victory, and 90 can just finish the game with the minion wave.
They always say never bring a knife to a gunfight, but they never say bring kicks or punches. But I mean, 90 there did it very well. Are they able to clean up this minion wave? Probably not, but it is going to be Twisted Minds looking to claim that lower bracket final victory here as they're just trying to kill the Crystal with no minions, and it is going to be Twisted Minds taking a 3-0 over Virtus.pro.
absolutely
Speechless, Rafa.
incredible.
Speechless.
Yeah, I had to breathe in the moment. I was just so stun locked by the back-to-back performances of Game 2 and 3 from Twisted Minds after seeing Virtus.pro put up a very respectable, first kind of delivery against Twisted Minds for the first 10 minutes of the game. I was kind of maybe a little too early on the ball there, calling for Virtus.pro's fans to wake up, and now if you woke up just because of that, I'm so sorry. You're going to have to go back to bed and, wait for the next split. But I do want to say that Virtus.pro's evolution and arc to this point is still very, very remarkable, and it deserves credit where it goes, and that's why they're at least able to earn third best team in the entire KMW. And they get to this point, they'll be able to get their fair share of the third placing prize pool. But it is Twisted Minds at the end of the day, showing and reminding all of us why they are one of the top 2 teams in the entire league. And the games 2 and 3 that was shown from them, it just makes me even more excited for their rematch against OG Esports.
Yeah, honestly, there's 3 things at work here, right? There's the message to the rest of the KMW that Twisted Minds has shown there. There's the message to their potential last call matchup to KME, and then there's also the message to OG Esports. OG Esports is like, hey guys, you're gonna have to do 5 games before you get to us. Twisted Mind was like, bet, we'll go 3. And then OG Esports not quite looking so comfortable on their throne this time around, but now we're going to be getting into the nitty gritty. But let's look at the post analytics here as well, because it has been a little bit of a distance handling, so distant parenting from the side of Twisted Minds, I have to say here in this game 3. Just kind of like, we'll judge on your actions from a distance and we'll give you a bit of feedback now and then, but there was no feedback given. It was just constant damage. And look at overall, there was just a clear line of where the damage was coming from. It was coming from every angle of Twisted Minds.
Yep. Plenty in supply and never seeming to run out anytime soon. I still cannot get over the fact that we got to see an Ukyo Tachibana lock in. It was pretty late into the tournament, but this is the beauty of best of 5s and how the tournament can run its course. Sometimes we save the best surprises for the last day, and that's exactly what we got here. Taking one more look at the goal chart, with Twisted Minds being on the other side of the gorge. Now, it's not a matador, with the red cape, but, if you see all blue, you are essentially looking at the endless depths of the ocean. And unfortunately for Virtus.pro, they definitely drowned in that one. So
They do, just like a fly in a cup of tea. But at the same time, obviously, I feel quite calm looking at that gold graph. I know Virtus.pro probably aren't feeling as calm about that one, because like we were saying there, it's a great narrative. I want to sort of give praise to Virtus.pro, right? Ranking week didn't look so hot for them. Survival week, they rose to the top of Group A. Then coming into this knockout stage, we're able to take down 90 Global, which looked like one of the strongest teams within Group A overall, right? Especially within the ranking week also. But before we get back into that one, MVP going over to 90 once more. So he takes 2 MVPs overall in this total series, showing that, again, this is kind of the player that is kind of always overshadowed, in my personal opinion, because he showed great sort of potential in KC 2024. Into the ranking week, survival week, not so much, playing a little bit of a side character. But in this series, he was definitely giving aura and giving main character energy.
Being able to step up when Clean wasn't able to perform at, his own peak. 90 showing up back-to-back games, being able to just show, or I guess not back-to-back games, but I would say game 1 and then game 3, 90 just making the huge difference that was necessary to ensure that Virtus.pro were not going to be able to come back in this game, because this one fight pretty much sealed the deal of why he got the MVP. Clean falls after getting super accelerated on Ukyo Tachibana. There's a little bit of glimmer of hope, and then suddenly there is a Mayin just roundhouse kicking you from every angle, and you just don't have any lockdown to keep her in check.
That match got us all stunned that even me and Rafa have gone static onto the cameras here as well. So if we're stunned, the viewers are stunned, VP is going to be stunned as well. But I do have to give props over to the Yixing pick though as well, because I mean, even though it's called World is my board, it was being casted as a net. And obviously the net came around the side of Virtus.pro, and then that's where the damage from Rage came through. And it was just at that point, there was no answer for the side of Virtus.pro. Like, in terms of that, the only real access into the backline, if any, was Dharma, because again, he can take a little bit of damage. He can get into the backline, whereas Jing, Lim, really didn't have that privilege, right? A very squishy hero, given a lot of damage, she cannot kind of contain it as well.
Now getting a chance to move on forward with the conclusion of this series, it only means that Twisted Minds now have some time to get ready against OG Esports for our final series of the day. OG Esports have been patiently waiting for the first 3 games, but now Twisted Minds, you mentioned it earlier, Blam, if it was a question of fatigue that was going to, potentially be a difference maker for Twisted Minds going into OG Esports.
Yep.
This could also be a case of Twisted Minds getting completely warmed up, because now they look like they're in the flow state, and if they bounce right back into the series with OG Esports, I think we're going the full distance, full 5 games, just like we did on the first day of knockouts.
Absolutely. I mean, as long as they don't do anything in the break, they don't eat anything that just upsets their tummy, I feel like they're going to be absolutely fine in this one. I mean, they've already showed a little bit more of a cleaner run than Gen G did in KME, but we are going to take a short break, guys, before we get into the grand finals of KMW and crown our representative going into KWC later on in the year. So don't go anywhere, guys. You don't want to miss out in this best of 5 next.
In this world, only ones in this world, only ones in this call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night. We made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so to the fallout is what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start the line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to lie. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Sweat and tears.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. And taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control. Awaken something deep in me. Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive. Keeping all of this fire that's locked up aside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace. No one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing. I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion. I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink. Going here to the moment.
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes. Protect the environment and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Excuse me.
Hugging Steve. Victory.
Yes, Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes, protect the environment, and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment we've been waiting for has finally arrived. After 3 weeks of grueling back and forth competition, we have made it to the promised land. It is the Honor of Kings Major West League Grand Final, Blam, and we've got the top 2 teams left standing, ready to duke it out for the title of champion in our Major West League. It is OG Esports taking on Twisted Minds, an upper bracket final rematch, and every time that these 2 teams have clashed throughout the Major West League, it has been nothing short of an absolute banger.
Absolutely. I mean, honestly, this is kind of like something we've already been sort of feeling the rumblings of since the ranking week. But it was kind of just like the other team's points to try and prove that we were wrong. But at the end of the day, Twisted Minds and OG Esports have obviously always been playing top of their game. OG Esports were pretty much undefeated until yesterday in terms of rounds, still undefeated in terms of losses of an overall series. So that's going to be the overall goal for here for Twisted Minds, to try and take the series from OG Esports and become the West's representative into KWC later on in the year.
That's right. And not only representing the Major West League at KWC, getting the top share of that $50,000 prize pool, $10,000 to the sole winner of KMW. For the runner-up, they still have a chance to qualify to the KWC afterwards in tomorrow's last call qualifier, where they will be playing up against Gen G, the runner-up of the KME, or aka the Major East League. But we all know here at the Major West, West is best coast, West is best side, and we feel confident that in either teams that go, they'll be able to match against Gen G. But it is time to meet the teams in our grand final. Let's check out the team on the blue side. Meet your current resident grand finalists in OG Esports on the blue side, aka Dream OG. Keke in the Clash lane, Dowdo in the jungle, Wen in the mid lane, On in the farm lane, and Buchen at support.
Yes, here is a squad that has been undefeated this far, not losing a single series over any team, right? So honestly, this is going to be the team that they are looking to dethrone. And honestly, if Twisted Minds is able to do this and completely upset this kind of dream run for Dream OG Esports here, that could be a great narrative going into KWC, because obviously, whoever we send into the major last call, they're going to beat the KME embarrassment, right?
Real. Absolutely valid, Blam. But now it's time to see the team that just defeated Virtus.pro to get that rematch against OG Esports. Meet the red team side. It is Twisted Minds.
See the fire in your eyes. Gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. 'Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
And here is the contenders for the throne. It is 90 in the Clash lane, Clean in the jungle, Highlank into the mid lane, Shanks into the farm lane, and City Boy into the support role. These are already warmed up. They are in the flow of things, and maybe that's going to be enough to actually topple OG Esports in this next best of 5.
And one member that deserves a shout out because there is potential for them to come out in this series depending on how things go is Shue, who is on the bench. He did get some stage time earlier on during Survival Week when Twisted Minds did play their series against 9Z Globin. And Shue, I think, is a very respectable jungler as well. And there is a chance we have seen in other esports as well, in other titles, where if you want to try and download what the enemy jungler is doing while the main jungler is playing on stage, you send in Shue after a game, regardless of win or loss, and you try to exploit a lot of the information you may have gained just watching what the tendencies are coming from the enemy jungle after witnessing them play one game.
I mean, just like chess, right? You put your best pieces forward, right? You want to play the most methodical as you can because there's so much on the line, right? Like, not only the shot to KWC, but also that 10 grand at the end of it. But here is the head-to-head this time around, and rightfully so, especially 90 already accumulating 2 MVPs this far within this grand finals. But it's going to be Keke with the 69 kills, nice, against 55 kills, and then obviously damage goes over to 90. We have the average goal going over to Keke, and then overall team fight participation is pretty much neck and neck by an extra 3% for Keke.
And now, normally, I think the story of this matchup would be Dowdow versus Clean in the jungle, but just off of the strength of their last series against Virtus.pro, I think 90 has now stepped up to the plate and is starting to become a potential pivot breaking point against KK in the Clash lane, who was kind of, for a while, undisputedly the best Clash laner in the entire tournament. But back-to-back, these performances that 90 has been able to pull out, he's not only matched KK in the Clash lane in their last series during the first day of knockouts, but also going to show that when Clean isn't getting that lead for himself, it is 90 that steps up to the plate and hard carries the team, being able to create those windows, those spaces by solo diving the backline, and his hero pool has not disappointed in this tournament.
Oh, absolutely not at all, right? And I think the thing that makes this matchup even more excited is the fact that Twisted Minds yesterday, for those new tuning in, was able to take 2 rounds from OG Esports, and it was all thanks to their great kind of control of the lanes as well, getting those minions into the turret, the crystal territory, and then claiming the victory via the minions. So maybe that's what they're going to do this time around, or they're going to be completely different, win it off the back of a team fight under these mutual objectives. It's all to play for, but honestly, I feel like if we can start to see some more 20-minute matches, or at least limit testing OG Esports in the early part of this series, that's where Twisted Minds could really shine here.
Here we are, Blam. We've made it. Grand Finals Game 1 draft has started between these two teams. And to give a reminder for anyone that missed the last time these two teams encountered, one of the few combos that OG Esports busted out in Game 1 was that Liang Princess Frost combo. And learning from their prior experience, Twisted Mind saying, you know what? You destroyed us in Game 1 with that Princess Frost combo, so we're going to deny the other half of that combo by taking away the Liang off the table.
Exactly, so far, right? Like, they've taken the Liang, they've taken the Guan Yu, so paying respect to Keke into the Clash lane, but honestly, he's been giving more of a performance onto the Mulan as well, right? But just a little bit of the same story we saw from the last series from Twisted Minds. They've taken the Zhongfei in Game 1, and honestly, the way City Boy played this and orchestrated those unbridled outbursts onto the key roles of their opponents, I'm not surprised that he's gone for this Zhongfei first.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it before, the Zhongfei priority has starting to now rise up for at least Twisted Minds, and maybe it will rise up for OG Esports as the series progresses when they get a chance to lock it in for themselves. But the Mai Shiranui was open on the table, and we just saw what Hailong was able to do to Virtus.pro, completely dismantling them all by himself, and paired up with an Augur, and Dowdow will at least have one lane that he can have some safe priority towards and rely on, creating all those moments in the game early on, while Dowdow just farms up the storm.
Yeah, I mean, Muchin, honestly, his historical performance within the KMW on the Motsu has been obviously nothing short but a miracle, right? Like, his Cannon Blast have been ahead of their time, like, basically mentally ahead of their time. Like, he calls where the enemy opponent's going to be rather than kind of trying to lock them down where they already are. So locking in the Motsu is going to be a good counter against the Lung here, a good kind of separation between both of these teams. But like you were saying there, Arthur, the Mai Shiranui coming here through for Wen, and obviously Dowdow on the Augur is going to be a great centerpiece in this whole draft.
Look at that. Coach for OG Esports getting super vocal. I think there's some great strategies being cooked up right now. I think just reminding and restating a lot of the win conditions early on for this three-man core, and just showing that, hey guys, this is what we're going to go for. There's a chance that Twisted Minds go for this hero in response. Make sure that this is all part of the plan. Trust in the process. As you said about before, with these best of fives, these long marathon-like kind of mentality you need to have. Just because you don't go for certain priority picks in game one, it does not mean that it is all for naught. It is ensuring that you are eliminating things that Twisted Minds can no longer use for the rest of the series. And I'm going to bring it up. Chano being locked in game one, Blam, how are you feeling?
Honestly, MKL got me feeling a different kind of way, right? Like, I was wearing a red shirt, I felt like I betrayed the KMW, but at the same time, they actually gave me results with the Chano in game one, so maybe it's just a KMW issue. But if it's OG Esports going with it, they could make this work, especially with the likes of obviously trying to push away the Lung into the early game, obviously using the Spirit Wolves as well. Is going to be just another kind of means of getting that damage over time onto such a pick like the Lung. But over to the side of Twisted Minds here, they go for the Agudo, so a little bit more of a pseudo front line. They have the AoE healing from Wild Growth, but they also have that important knockup from the ultimate as well, right? And then once Furball is detached, he then becomes your sixth member of your team, so already soaking a lot of damage, putting a lot of pressure onto whoever you throw Furball at.
Yeah, Twisted Minds rounded out their composition with a Mayin in the Clash lane for 90, and the response for OG Esports, I was expecting going to be one of KK's signature picks here, but because Guan Yu was banned and it's not time for the Mulan quite yet, according to him, he's going for Charlotte as an answer to at least split push and still be kind of that diving threat. OG Esports have not shown a proclivity to the Sunsei yet, only really Twisted Minds and Virtus.pro have kind of adapted to that. Actually, if I really go back in the stats, it really was Virtus.pro that adopted Sunsei a lot more proactively than either of these teams. But maybe we'll see it later on in the drafting phase. But right now, it's all about the Clash laners trying to have a very strong fighter on their side, not necessarily for the CC, but just being able to cause a lot of disruption and be that diving threat that we know KK and 90 has shown themselves to be this tournament.
Yeah, again, it's just another high frame hero for the side of OG Esports, right? Like, they've got the Mai Shiranui, they've got the Charlotte as well. So for the side of Twisted Minds, they've got to try and lock down both of these heroes before they get access onto the Lung, access onto Hailang here on the Lady Chen. Because if you take either one of these picks off the board, that's a lot of your damage gone onto the side of Twisted Minds. Because honestly, even though Gudo can kind of do a little bit of damage over time when you kind of dismount from Furball and you kind of got the both damage outputs coming from Furball and Agudo herself, then that's the only time you can really see that damage come through. But honestly, if they take down the Lady Chen, take down the Lung, it's going to be a hard team fight for the side of Twisted Minds.
All right, as we load on to our first game of our grand finals, we want to remind everyone at home that this thrilling season of the Major Leagues is made possible with the support of EWC, helping bring top-tier competition to fans worldwide.
Yes, absolutely. And I mean, all these players are currently playing on the Realme devices as well. So our players geared up with the Realme 14 5G, built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, and reliable. Just the way esports demands. Ready to level up? Get yours and feel the difference.
So we now rewind back to the game. Twisted Minds and OG Esports already starting to get into each other's faces. Dowdow was not actually able to get his blue buff. There was a successful invade pulled off by Twisted Minds, denying that, as Dowdow takes to his top side first, whereas Clean was actually, or not blue buff, red buff, sorry, and Twisted Minds being able to now regroup onto the bottom side. Dowdow not able to make an answer into the bottom side of the map here, is only just going to be able to operate with his blue buff for the first full clear.
Yeah, so you can imagine that obviously Agudo here, so Cleans maybe used his release onto the Blessing of the Azure Golem, which gives over magic damage with every hit as well. So kind of like a DRNG kind of thing going on there with the Agudo, right, with this Blessing. And then taking the enemy's Azure Golem, it's going to be hard for them to actually get the CDR and obviously the mana that Ogryn needs in the early game. But it is looking like Dowdow was able to secure an Azure Golem anyway.
Yeah. Just no red buff for the side of Dowdow. But you know what? On something like an Ogryn, it's not the end of the world. I definitely think that if you were to lose any buff, you would rather lose red than over the blue buff. But Twisted Mind slightly ahead for the jungle, just being able to give Clean a little bit of that priority to match up against Dowdow, who we have rightfully named the Tiger of the West, especially when he's able to lock down the pay for himself in a draft, just because of his relentless pressure and his ability to be able to find and get so much resources for them himself. Even though the game might not seem winning for the entire map, Dowdow is just so smart at being able to find resources for himself in a lot of losing positions. So this is going to be a test once again where, yeah, you don't get the red buff early on, but he's still keeping up in farm. Meanwhile, this bottom side dive, I didn't think it was going to happen, but they are able to brute force their way through and find first blood off the back of Wen's roam to the bot.
Yeah, no, honestly, Poetry Motion, right? Like, we saw them bait them with the Fire Beak. There's like, hey, guys, we're going to take your camp to the side of your lane. Okay, the Destructive Deluge is being used there. Muchin does take a lot of damage, but it was all kind of situated around the Fire Beak, right? And we saw that come in. They were kind of dragging Shanks and City Boy into the position they needed to, and Wen was already here with a fast rotation. As soon as that Cannon Blast hit, that was it. I knew City Boy was going to be up in the air 10 feet.
We talked about Mai Shirnoi being a very, very dangerous hero in the right hands, and we gave praise to Hai Long in our previous series. You know what? Wen is also showing that this hero should not be given over freely to him as well. KK in the 1v1 against 90. I don't think it's going to be a full-on outright 1v1. Ulti was expended, though, from the Charlotte, but now Dowdow is here pressuring on the right side. They could look for an extended dive.
Look for an extended dive, but I don't think there's going to be any rotations anytime soon from the mid lane as we got the minion waves crashing in, unless they give over the minion waves to the jungle, and then that frees up both Hyling and Wen. But right now, we're seeing that OG Arn was able to get the health that he needed to restore and get himself looking a little bit more stronger into this 2v2, right? As they set up these neutral objectives coming through right now, they got to get that right wave priority for themselves into the bottom side of the map and try and take it here. But we can see already both teams are massing around this area.
Big knockup from Wen right onto Clean. He's forced out. The Agudo will not get a chance to participate into this Tyrant fight unless he's able to kite from safety, but they lock down Wen, and Clean gets a snipe from over the wall, even with Furball engaged. Unbridled Outburst. Here comes the infinite vastness from Shanks trying to reposition away, because now it's OG Esports on the front, on the assault, looking for the long. They're going to settle for this Zhongfei instead. Dowdow picks up a double.
Yeah, double kill going over to the side of OG Esports as well as the Tyrant is going to be a huge trade for them here. It's forced 90 down to the mid lane as well, right? So they have to kind of put pressure into the mid lane. Already taking a lot of blows is 90.
90 was forced to flash away. It was a really... Oh, nicely done from Clean, able to snipe away KK on the retreat path, but in the end, OG Esports are still able to brute force the tier 1 turret, opening up the map for further control.
Further control, but I mean, that T1 to be lost at 5 minutes is definitely kind of the not where you want to be if you're Twisted Minds in this first game of this best of 5, right? Because it's already showing a lot of domination onto the side of OG Esports, not only in the turret takedowns, but also the gold difference as well, right? It's slowly amounting. It's around about 1.5 at the moment, and as they take the T1 down into the farm lane, it's already putting a lot of pressure onto Twisted Minds.
You know what, Blam? I might have misspoken here for OG Esports. It was actually that On picked up a massive double on the Chano here. He is now super accelerated. Shadow Ripper already in his inventory, while Shanks is still working on his first item on this Lung. So now there's a moment where On can just proactively roam and then force a lot of these vision plays thanks to the power of those traps and his Wolf Spirit.
Yeah, no, that's going to be a lot of pressure over to the side of Twisted Minds as well, right? Like the fact that they got these traps to come through, but also using those traps as a little bit of vision, which we haven't seen just yet for OG because they're in the driver's seat, right? They don't need to really have the vision when they've got the domination into the mid lane and the farm lane, but it looks like the Shanks is trying to pay that back.
least being able to match it for now. I think the Eternity Blade was finally picked up for him first item, so at least he's able to match the one item spike in the farm lane carry versus carry on OG's side. Potential pick on the Wen, but he's able to skirt on out away from danger there. Twisted Mind's not able to find that collapse fast enough. A lot of pressure on the top side, though, as Keke was able to unlock the tier 1 turret with enough pressure. And with all tier 1s actually being taken by OG in the first 6 minutes, this is the relentless pressure that we have come to know OG Esports for. They take one turret and suddenly the whole map is starting to collapse.
Yeah, it's not where you want to be, right? It's definitely not where you want to be. And in terms of the gold lead as well, about now going to around the 2K region, they definitely need to do something here. Twisted Minds needs a good team fight.
Red buff is the contest right now. Seer State Execution ensures that actually On was able to get the last hit on it. So, but you know what? OG Esports still denying the red buff away. That is resource denial at the very end of the day. Props to Twisted Minds, though. They've been able to shore up the gold lead a little bit. It was starting to lean into the 3,000 territory, but, you know, at least being able to keep it even. So for the side of Twisted Minds, when we look back at the compositions once again, this gold lead is definitely something that is not, like, too worrisome for them. But in terms of map control, they just have to be a little bit more careful where they step and where they assume control in terms of vision.
Yeah, they've got to make sure they're a little bit more sort of like contested with what they lose in this one, because again, they do have Shanks on the Lung, right? So obviously late game potential is there for the side of Twisted Minds. It's not kind of like already written in the stars that OG Esports wins this game one. They could be a Lung game detonation for the side of Twisted Minds on Shanks, with Conductor Souls being conducted as well as the ultimate from Agudo.
Yeah, Dado just using it early just to shove them away while they were securing the blue buff for themselves. It's all about resource denial and a war of attrition. Big knock-up Wen is going to commit for clean, but he's got the shield to survive. Meanwhile, Think inside the box used by Moochen to keep them locked on the other side of that wall. Now 90's in the middle of multiple members here. Can he get something done here? Pressuring on, getting the flash out of the Chano, but the rest of OG Esports play that fight as beautifully as they can. They lose Moochen in the end, but they got the tier 2 turret, and the war of attrition continues raging on for them.
It does, right? I mean, like you said there, it's just kind of playing for the little strengths that these teams have, able to use the Conductor Souls to kind of zone them away out of the Azure Golem. There's definitely a power play, to be honest, because both of those buffs went over to On, and On right now is definitely sort of like in the driver's seat into the bot side of the map. Don't quite have the kind of separation between the XP difference, but you can imagine that because the gold leads around about 2K, it's going to be funneled into either Dao or On.
There is a moment where Twisted Minds in this next fight around Tyrant could try and isolate On because he does not have Flash. With Flash, Chano is so slippery and is so hard to lock down. Even without Flash, as soon as he pops the ultimate, I mean, he can just kite you while not having to stop the animation of the auto attacks, because that's just kind of the buff that you get when you pop the ultimate, right? But OG Esports is going to have full control of the Tyrant. The rest of Twisted Minds going to shift their priorities over to the top side in preparation for the Shadow Overlord in the next 40 seconds.
Oh, okay. Infinite Vastness being already expanded in the early part of the team fight. It just may be used as a little bit of a reconditioning here, because I don't really want to lose Shanks, as you've said there, Rafa, into these next Shadow objectives coming through. So they've got to make sure they're trying to get the leeway onto the side of Twisted Minds.
Even though Twisted Minds are expending a couple of ultimates there, thankfully they're low cooldown enough at this point in the game that they should be back up by the time Shadow Overlord becomes a thought, as well as the Shadow Tyrant also spawning at the same time here. OG Esports starting to favor the Tyrant once more because they have really been kings of team fighting in this tournament, and they just want to continue having that stat pressure so that when it comes to 5-on-5s, they just can stat gap them.
That gap indeed, right? I mean, that's what potentially could happen here. But honestly, Twisted Minds, they haven't dropped many kills, which I feel like is kind of like a blessing here. But oh my god, talking of kills though, Clean almost got caught out there, but it was thanks to the unbridled outburst of City Boy over the wall. Really kind of pushed away the team fight there.
Yeah, he putting in a lot of work here, ensuring that his jungler does not go down for free. Unbridled Outburst is now gone for the time being. OG Esports have an option to shift their priorities over to the Shadow Overlord, where some ultimates are expended. However, their pressure is going to be into those turrets. And as we said before, you know, turrets are the pathway to victory. Being able to eliminate another tier 2 on the bottom side of the map now gives you further control of those jungle quadrants. Meanwhile, It looks like 90 was trying to push onto the top side. Keke's going to look for the lockdown here on the Charlotte. Still has a flash, but 90 is just so fast. Hang on. Rest of OG Esports are now trying to collapse on him, but look at 90 go. He's just running amok on the gorge, and I don't think he's going to get run down anytime soon unless On is able to sail over the wall. He's flashing. Wow, they are bloodthirsty for this buy-in. That was a statement flash right there from On.
I felt like I was watching a Benny Hill film for a moment there. I was expecting the music to come through, and just like a lot of like comedic effect come through as we saw 90 there just take a sprint around the whole map. He was going for like a country mile.
And On just delivering a message there. I don't need my flash for this next fight. I need you dead on my screen. 5 versus 4 now for the next 10 seconds. They use that pressure wisely to take out the tier 2 in the mid lane. And now have a chance to fully siege on every single high ground turret in the game. Dowdow taking a lot of damage over the wall, but because he's the Ogren, he still has the Conductor of Souls if he needs to. Looks like he already expended it. And the rest of OG Esports going to take their leave.
Yeah, honestly though, like Twisted Minds, if they can just keep their high ground turrets intact and kind of minimize this gold difference right now, we saw right there that Shanks is already hitting a lot of damage onto Dowdow. Like, he went down by at least a third of health when those Flaming Palms came through. Obviously, yes, he has the Blood Rage, yes, he has the Conductor of Souls for that second win, but honestly, getting the right catch out here could potentially be a comeback for Twisted Minds if they really have it in them, right? Like, City Boy has been landing some great Unbridled Outbursts. I feel like that just needs to be the big setup here.
And this is where the composition difference can actually be felt by Twisted Minds here. They have dedicated frontline members, whereas OG Esports don't really have them in supply. Dowdow is the only frontliner here on Ogren, but not that much CC. It's all about the range CC and the pick controls from Muchen and Wen being able to find a key target here with a Cannon Blast and being able to link up with the entire kit of My Shiranui. But it's enough to hold this choke point, guarantee the Shadow Overlord going over to the side of OG Esports, and now they have so much global pressure with the enhanced Vanguards being able to pour in through every single lane.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about choke points, right? But, like, honestly, the most clear choke points is the fact that OG Esports have got all the neutral objectives to this point. Twisted Minds, not a single one, which, like, if you look at all the other leagues and stuff like that, when you have the presence of these neutral objectives, because they are powerful, they are tide-turning mechanics, it becomes harder for your opponent to actually get any breathing room, which is what Twisted Minds here are struggling with.
Clean was really trying to see how much he could tank from Dowdow's Ogren, and he found out, okay, I can tank a little bit by himself, but that's 50% of the HP already gone. He's going to try to sustain himself before there's a big fight. 90 getting collapsed on here when not having enough damage in the tank to single out this Mayin. Going to return to defending the siege on the bot side. Meanwhile, it is KK finally unlocking the first high ground turret of the game through the top lane. OG Esports now trying to see if they can brute force their way through the second high ground turret on the farm lane. Keke just continuing to put the pressure in, and with the big Shadow Vanguard coming in through the top side, I think it'll give enough of a window to take out this bottom high ground turret.
Yeah, it's definitely giving them the room to breathe, right? I mean, they definitely need to sort of just put that pressure on them to the bottom side of the map, because it becomes a lot harder for Twisted Minds to even get out of their base territory. And with the Vanguards coming through here, could be the potential last little bit of nudge they need there. A lot of focus went into the mid side of the map, though. So they're just looking to prioritize that mid higher ground turret.
Yep. That last auto attack from the Shadow Vanguard found its mark on the high ground turret, and now both of those side lanes are completely open. The crystal is exposed. There's only one high ground turret left in that mid lane, but OG Esports, the way they've been playing, they don't necessarily need all three to win the game. They just need one good team fight.
Exactly. That's all they need, one good team fight. But at the same time, OG, with their Twisted Minds, they need a lot more, right? They need to kind of like have a bit of a miracle play into this first game of this best of 5, because they're already literally at their last kind of lifeline, which is the high ground turret into the mid lane. I mean, we have seen in Season 3 Invitational where teams have come back from the point of no higher ground turrets. But as we're seeing this domination right now, 7k gold ahead, sorry, it's going to be very hard for Twisted Minds to try and pull off this miracle.
It's definitely very difficult, but it is not impossible. We have seen in the KME where Nongshin Red Force were able to come back from Gen G with all 3 high ground turrets gone in their base, and yet they still made it happen. But OG Esports not wanting that to be their story here. They want their story to be taking game 1. Big engage on the bot side, though. Twisted Minds being able to collapse, but here comes the reinforcements of OG Esports backing up their diving frontliners. The Infinite Vastness by Shakes, forced to reposition below 50% HP, trying to run away from Dao Dao's Ogren, but he falls. But OG Esports have unlocked the crystal fully, but there's no minion waves left. Twisted Minds are able to hold their ground, and they push OG Esports out of their base.
Yeah, I mean, they got Dao Dao, they got Arm, right? So again, 2 vital pieces within this puzzle, but the fact they just have no presence into these lanes is going to make this comeback a little bit more harder for the side of Twisted Minds. And honestly, OG Esports definitely have the time to sort of wait for Dao Dao, wait for Arm to get back on the board. But it does give Twisted Minds the potential to go into their jungle and take up their resources. If KK doesn't help himself to any more than their Azure Golem and any of their other mobs, right? Like, that's really where the difference and closing the gap in that gold is really going to come from for Twisted Minds.
Because Shadow Tyrant is not available, whereas Overlord is, we'll wait for Dao Dao and immediately beeline towards this objective. Look to solo it, give themselves that additional global pressure, and with the crystal fully exposed, fully open in every single lane, OG Esports, it's the same story. You just need one more good team fight. Props to Twisted Minds for being able to keep this game as long as it has been, because with the lead that OG Esports were able to surmount in the first few minutes, I thought we were going to be looking at a pretty quick finish, 12 minutes, but Twisted Minds are holding on for now.
Yeah, it's going for a little bit of the same story of the first match, first series of the day, right? We're almost getting to that 20-minute mark. Whether Twisted Minds have it within them to actually vey off to the Tempest Dragon could be a point here of contention, but they need to make sure that all their team are alive at that point, right? We can see the Demon's being built there onto 90. He's trying to mitigate a lot of that damage, magic damage coming from Wen onto the Mai Nui, but they've got to be careful that they don't lose any of their prime teammates in this one, right? Like, if they lose clean and then the Tempest Dragon comes up, and at this point, OG Esports don't really need it. This is definitely just on the whim of Twisted Minds if they can just take a good fight here.
Yeah, I think Twisted Minds are hoping for a little complacency from any of the single members of OG Esports. Make that quick pick happen, create that numbers advantage, and then you can slowly make your way into the Tempest Dragon, because that is your actual lifeline back into the game. It is not your single defense. It is the great equalizer that can make the difference for Twisted Minds, even in a late game scenario where you are down nearly 5,000 gold.
Yeah, they need to make sure to clean up these waves, though, before it comes through in about 2 minutes' time. Under 2 minutes' time right now, but we're seeing a big advance here for OG Esports. KK just trying to push away 90 for now, trying to just kind of feed through these Vanguards into the crystal, but Twisted Minds is having none of it.
They're doing a decent job of being able to wave clear all of them, and at the very least, this is still gold going into their pockets, so that Twisted Minds are starting to scale up even further and further. And the later the game goes, it does favor Twisted Minds in the long run. The question just comes down to if they can capitalize on it. OG Esports still trying to find that window. Furball already unleashed, because On was chunked out to below 200 HP. He's going to have to life steal off the camps. Meanwhile, Wen is putting in the heavy lifting, finding Hailong into the backline. They're brute forcing their way into the crystal. Just one more hit, and bam! OG Esports take the first game of the series.
I mean, we saw the desperation from the Unbridled Outburst, right? He pushed away teammates, he pushed away the enhanced minions as well, but it just wasn't enough for the side of Twisted Minds to actually keep hold of that crystal. And it's kind of just at that point is that those desperation plays do come through. But honestly, we saw some promise there for Twisted Minds within that first game of the day. So trying to take down On there was probably their MO, right? Because that's a lot of damage already taken off the side of OG Esports. But then the situation becomes, when do we strike for Wen? Because that was how they got into the crystal, right? Like, Wen just went onto the backline, took out Hailong, and that's it. It all crumbled at that point.
Yep. And looking ahead into Game 2, some of the picks that are going to be available for the side of both OG Esports and Twisted Minds, I think, is going to further show us where the priorities in the draft are. Considering what we were getting from OG Esports in the first draft, there's not that many power picks that were immediately taken away. Obviously, the Chano was a big one that was a big question mark throughout the entire tournament, but like you, once you were able to see it being used proactively in the MKL, yep, you have broadened your horizons. OG Esports have shown us the light as well as, you know, some of the other games that Twisted Minds brought up the channel game one, that this pick is the real deal. They won't have it again for the rest of the series, but that still means that they'll have access to picks like Pave. They'll still have access to picks like Sensei and Long as well. And there's still plenty of other farm laners that, you know, mostly been banned, like Arlie. If that ever slips through the table, that feels like a power pick in itself as well.
Yeah, but I mean, on the conversation of power picks, though, right? Like, over the board, there is quite a few that have been expanded, though. Like, obviously, Maishu Noi being expanded there for the side of OG Esports, as well as Orgrin, as well as the Motsu. Because, again, I feel like Motsu's been a little bit of an underdog here. Like, there's been so many victories that have been really kind of been props to this pick. And, obviously, Muchin historically has played very, very well. Ahead of his time on this pick. Cannon Blast landing to a T, dotting the I's and crossing the T's is OG Esports Muchin when he gets the Motsu pick, right? But looking at this, when has a crazy amount of damage, right? 100k damage compared to Arn's 85k. So really, we saw that the focus for the side of Twisted Minds was in the right place, but to the respect of OG Esports, they couldn't give them the opportunity to take out when on my shirt.
Yeah, I mean, but did you see Muchin's damage on the Motsu? He almost matched pretty much everyone else on his own team. That's a support carry right there, and you don't get to see that often. Usually, when I think of support carries, it's because they're playing something like the Zhongfei or the Lian Po, just being an absolute beast of a front line. But, you know, Muchin redefining what it means to be one of the best supports in the league. It's not just about, you know, the front line and the CC supports. It's about, you know, being able to maximize how much pressure you're getting off of something like a Motsu, where I think other supports, they would be able to, you know, land those Cannon Blasts, at least set up CC, but how many of those Motsus are also going to be topping the damage charts as well?
It's like, I mean, the Cannon Blasts do definitely connect, right? Like, if you're building, like, maybe even just one magic damage item, those Cannon Blasts are definitely going to be hitting hard into the latter part of the game there. But that's how we can kind of see the setup for Arn as well, is the fact that they had the Motsu, Muchin having a great performance on it as well. It means that Arn's just able to get an easy game onto the Chano. He's just got the room to breathe. He's got the space created from the Cannon Blast. He's also got the fact that even if somebody comes in from the back line, Muchin's got the think inside the box, the ultimate of Motsu. They can just kind of lock down anybody that's trying to access onto Chano there. But I feel like the only time we ever saw him die was when he actually exhausted the Sage's Sanctuary at that one point and then got run down towards the end there. So honestly, in terms of MVP performance, I've got to give it over to either Wen, Dowdow. Just depends on who they want to give it over, and it is going to be Dowdow there, being the driving force, being the guy in the driver's seat for the side of OG Esports.
Yeah, when you are the sole frontliner, you are really depending on your team to back up in terms of overall damage and, you know, remaining CC, just to ensure that your health bar is being used to the best effect. And being able to find those crucial Conductor of Soul casts as well, understanding when to use it just to create space, or using it as a second additional health bar, as well as the timing of those blood rages, as well as you called out, you know, a couple times during this game. That just goes to show why Dowdow still proves to be one of our best, if not the best jungler in the tournament. And Clean definitely tried his damnedest on the Agudo, was just not able to hold a candle.
Yeah, like I was saying though, into the draft though, as soon as you take off Highling, as soon as you take off Shanks, there's no damage from the side of Twisted Minds. And right there, you see Highland go down, and we see a retreating Shanks trying to get out of there as well. Not quite able to get on top of him. We do see Arn trying to rock around to get the damage on top, but here we go. Once more, we do see a big try for Highling, a big try for Shanks there. Down goes 90 as well. He is able to get on. City Boy goes down, and at that point, your front line, if City Boy goes down, becomes literally half, because even though I love Agudo, I'm an Agudo stan, it's not quite the same as a Zhongfei.
Nope, not quite the same. And I know how much that pains you, Blam, because you are such an Agudo stan. You love playing with Curveball. And it's been your favorite hero ever since the rework has come out, and unfortunately, it's not going to find its first win of the series. You know, maybe if Dowdow gets his hands on it, they'll be able to find one, or we'll just see if the hero is not as strong as some of the others on the landscape. I definitely think it has its purposes, though, and it has its, you know, niche. Twisted Mind's not able to find the victory with it, but of course we are looking forward into our Game 2 draft, where priorities will change. And for both teams, the stakes still remaining just as high, but with OG Esports getting the first notch in that tally for themselves, they lead the series 1-0, Twisted Minds are going to have to find a way to rally and see if they can stop the momentum right here, because otherwise OG Esports could just look at a 3-0 sweep. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, it is game 2 between Twisted Minds and OG Esports.
Kings, it's an honor showtime.
We bout it, five is one question pieces you can cheat. First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me stay with the rain. Say. I took my soul down. On my pace. We the champions, screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the
Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game numero dos, aka number 2 in our grand final series between OG Esports and Twisted Minds. For those that are just tuning in, welcome. I'm Rafa. I'm joined by Blam for this awesome banger of a series. Earlier today, we had our lower bracket finals, which was Virtus.pro trying to challenge Twisted Minds. And while it was an admirable fight, it was Twisted Minds in the end getting the better of them, a 3-0 sweep, which is why we find Twisted Minds here in the grand finals against OG Esports right now. Currently, OG Esports lead the series 1-0. That puts them 2 games away from being able to crown themselves grand champions of the Honor of Kings Major West League. But we're going to see if Twisted Minds can have what it takes to rally behind. And if there's any, resume behind that, any, pre-results before this series that speaks up to it, they definitely have what it takes here, Blam.
They do have what it takes. I mean, the reason why we're static on stream as well is here, guys, is because the tiers will not stop streaming down my face after that Gudo loss. But we're going to look at the BAM picks here as well. So what we've expanded from Twisted Minds and OG Esports is the likes of the Lung, Lady Chen, the Agudo. We have, obviously, Zhang Fei being wiped out as well. So across the board, there's quite a few picks here that will go amiss going into this rest of best of 5.
No Ogren, no Mai, no Chano, no Charlotte, no Mutsu for the side of OG Esports. I think the biggest losses will definitely be the Ogren and the Mai Shiranui.
Yeah.
Chano can definitely be argued to an extent here, but I think there's so plenty of farm laners that will feel like that can still achieve what Chano brings to the table. Whereas for Twisted Minds, the fact that they don't have access to things like the Mayin, which was the premier answer into the Dharma. If Dharma ever becomes contested for OG Esports, you're kind of shaking in your boots a little bit, going, do we have something that stands up to the Dharma now, guys? I know Nighty has been performing really well as of recent, but even he was struggling against Keke in that side lane just now in game 1.
Exactly, and that's not his optimal pick as well, right? Like we were saying in the draft, he's more so being very dominant on the Guan Yu, on the Mulan as well. But again, the Charlotte definitely did pay dividends, and it was all basically being propped up as a way in onto the Lady Chen, onto the Lung as well, because that's what their main damage outputs for Twisted Minds were. But we're gonna get into BP of game 2 here. The Dharma actually being prioritized banned here for OG Esports because they don't want to give it over to Twisted Minds, as they are on the responsive red side. So there's so much already that OG Esports want to grab on the blue side, right? Like if Pei comes through here, manages to survive that first part of the banning phase, this could be where they'll be looking at for OG Esports, or they'll end up locking in the Byron and trying to supplement it for something else into the jungle.
And OG now having expended their one My Shiranoi, aka guaranteed win card. You know, maybe I'm being a little too presumptuous, but it does feel like when you have that hero under your pilot, it is so hard to overcome. But now that they've used it, they are no longer allowing it to be used for the series. I imagine that will be a permaban unless they feel strongly about letting something else be banned on the table from Twisted Minds. And you called it, Blam! OG Esports feels so confident now is the time to lock in the pay for themselves and give Dao Dao himself Tiger of the West.
Yeah, Tiger of the West coming through. Does this mean that Twisted Minds will probably go for either something with a higher frames into the jungle, like the Jing, like the Luna, or will they lock in the Orgrin a little bit later into the draft? But they are going to take the Byron off them, so again, already sort of taken away that rightful combo that we saw with KMW with a high win rate. And then obviously the Yixing here, Highlang had a great performance, kind of using the board more as a net. But honestly, over to the OG Esports, they could really upset that board when they use the Unbridled Outburst.
That's right, and even though we have normally seen the Liam Po as the common support combo with Pei, because you just want guaranteed engage and crowd control, Zhang Fei has now quickly risen up in priority for the side of OG Esports. And Twisted Minds now, they're going to have to contemplate if they want to take a tank support to match kind of the frontline power that Zhang Fei brings, or if Twisted Minds have something else in the cards.
Exactly. I mean, the DRNG here makes sense, though. Obviously, again, it's a good pick against the Zhang Fei, especially with the Imperial Order. Going to be able to just reduce the defense that the Zhang Fei and any other kind of like front line that OG Esports may even go for. But we're looking at the mid lane and we're looking at the clash lane right now. So we've already seen the Charlotte come through. One U is still available here if they really want to go for kind of like aggressive access into the back line for Keke, or they could lock in the Mulan again, just trying to kind of mitigate the CC immunity with her ultimate as well.
And strangely enough, supports like Diadea and Dolia are still open for both of these teams, and yet that priority has kind of dropped. Even the Sakir getting a ban before we even look at things like the Diadea and the Dolia, but I think it just comes down to how necessary it is for strong sources of crowd control, and the fact that Sakir brings that knockup, you know, definitely a reason why OG Esports would want to take it away. But Twisted Minds, they must have heard me talking smack, because they're like, oh, you want a Dolia? I'll got you a Dolia here for CT Boy.
Yeah, taking the Dolly off the side of OG Esports, even though they've already got their support, is probably a good pick for Twisted Minds, because we could probably see a Dune come through here as well. We kind of need a little bit more of a front line, something that's going to soak the damage of the Pei, soak the damage of the Lung as well, right? We need something that's going to be a staple front line, because right now we're only really having that pseudo front line of the Byron, but his main prerogative is going to be trying to get into the back line, trying to take out both the Lady Chen and the Lung, and even try and catch off the Pei. But it's actually going to be looking at the Hue one as well, kind of gives that same, not as much tankiness of the Dune, but it does mean that you do become untargetable thanks to the Unnamed Sorrow. You are able to give over some more healing over to the side of Twisted Minds as well as the CC potential here for clean on the Hue one.
This is definitely a gambit for the side of Twisted Minds, because even though this isn't the first time we've seen Yu Huan in the jungle, it's definitely one of the rare times that we see it being locked in for clean on Twisted Minds. Normally, your answer into Pei, like you said, is either a tank that can at least outlast the early aggression from a Pei and then just become way too tanky to deal with later on, or you go for an assassin pick like the Luna, like the Jing, that can at least start matching the Pei off that one item spike. But now Yu Huan is just signaling for the rest of Twisted Minds is like, hey guys, I'm playing for the team this time around. It's all about utility, and when you have things like the Renja and the Yixing locked in for Twisted Minds, this to me, Blam, feels like a composition that is very short in terms of timers, you know, which I guess in this situation against something like the pay and the composition that OG Esports have, a lot of the threats you have to deal with, you can kind of overrun if you overload. But I'm worried about when it gets to late game, because then the long comes online from OG Esports, and that doesn't seem like there's a strong answer from Twisted Minds that they have in mind for that.
I mean, they definitely haven't got any kind of like lockdown, say for example, like a suppression or anything like that, but they've still got a chance of trying to get in with the Byron, trying to get the knockup with the ultimate, as well as just like Yixing just trying to kind of trap him in his board. Yes, he can still take to the sky thanks to the infinite vastness, but there's still means of catching out OG Esports. But I do agree with your point there. The fact that they are on a timer on the side of Twisted Minds, because they know that Arn is going to activate late game onto the Lung, and if they don't put pressure into the early game down to the farm lane, it's not going to look too pretty for Shanks either.
Yeah, I almost wouldn't mind Twisted Minds just overloading against on whatever lane he tries to farm in. You just continuously try to harass and just solely focus him out, maybe. So we'll see how Hai Long is able to proactively roam from the mid lane, and even if Clean tries to get involved in those early dives. But meanwhile, the story of Pei, the Tiger of the West here, Dao just going for the signature Boar Camp level 1 steal, thanks to that second skill ability, being able to pounce his way in, clean it out, and then just quickly rotate over to his bot side, where he can get access to that red camp and still be a proactive threat.
Yeah, just extra bit of gold in the early game. Again, Pei needs it. He needs the itemization come through. Obviously, going to be looking at running for both the second tier of the jungle item, more likely the second tier of Rapture Spites, and also going for his boots, but then looking to build into the Active Torment, because there is a lot of squishiness over to the side of Twisted Minds, and if he's able to get that activated very quickly, it's going to be a pain train.
Twisted Minds are going to have to ensure that they can get themselves accelerated and be able to shut down OG Esports, while at the same time surviving the very, very relentless storm that is Dao's Pei. So that is a two-fold job that sounds very difficult in theory, but Twisted Minds, we're going to see if they can rise up to that test here.
Yeah, they're going to be trying limit testing this game too, right? But they have taken 2 rounds off of OG Esports yesterday, so they still have it within them. It's in the realm of possibilities, and the wave breaker here for City Boy on Adolia is just going to be enough to kind of push them away in the early game. Hopefully, it's going to be enough to be kind of to upset the tide of the initiation of OG Esports as well.
90 getting pressured here by Keke and Dao here on the top side. There is a quick roam throw from Hai Long as well as Clean. Potential for a 3v2 if they collapse fast enough. Wen is fast in tow. Dao is able to keep himself spaced, and here's a flash from Wen throwing down the ultimate, but it's immediately canceled thanks to the answer of Clean's Unending Sorrow.
Yeah, becoming untargetable there is going to be the use of the Hue 1 here. I can imagine that that's where a lot of the Celestial Melody is going to come through for the side of Twisted Minds as well, because you can only really... There's only so much that the double worldwide board can do. You're not going to give over 2 Imperial Orders to D-Ranger either. You want to be kind of baiting the skills from the Hue 1, so Clean getting that double ultimate is more likely going to be the case here for Twisted Minds.
Not only deceptive sustain for the side of Clean himself, but also just being able to provide even more utility for his team. So I definitely can see it. I think early on, maybe there's a chance for a double Imperial Order just to CC train someone to death and not give them an angle to escape. But yeah, I like where the theory crafting is here for this.
It would take a lot of net breaking to land 2 Imperial Orders. Like, you have to do like a 360 no scope and like try and land it on like the prime moments and the prime suspects of OG Esports. So if Shanks can do that, hats off to you, bro.
You know what? I believe. You know, let's see if it happens. Okay, absorbing this wave now.
Yeah, it's a belief.
True. You know, power belief is going to get some teams across the finish line here. But for OG Esports, I'm going to rely on the prowess that they have already demonstrated time and time again throughout the entire Major West League tournament run here. Reminder for everyone, OG Esports currently undefeated in Series 4. They have dropped games only to Twisted Minds, and in fact, Twisted Minds was the first and only team to have that honor of being able to at least make it so that OG Esports were not completely defeated. But OG Esports now trying to see if they can brute force their way back into the river.
just trying to set up the neutral objective, right? They're just making sure they're able to kind of like clear away Dao into this one, but Dao was just like, hey guys, I'm just kind of waiting on the back line. I can pounce in, but it is going to be Highline getting that one though.
Muchen was trying to smite steal it away on the Zhongfei. 90 in trouble though, tries to flash away, and that's first blood going over to KK on the lane. The rest of Twisted Minds though should be able to escape, no problem whatsoever. Maybe a chance to lock down Muchen on the Zhongfei, but he's got the mobility to be able to reconvene with the rest of his teammates.
Yeah, I mean, not the start that 90 needs up into the clash lane, right? Like, he's already been taken down. It's potential that the T1 could be taken down here as well. We could see a rotation from Highling and Clean as they're looking to just try and clear out a little bit of the jungle objective, but it looks like they're not going to commit to any of the T1 takedowns just yet onto the side of OG Esports, as they have lost the Tyrant. The first Tyrant of the game means that there is going to be quite a bit of an increased damage output for a brief moment of time for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, it'll be nice for Twisted Minds to have that team fight kind of extra stat buff damage here. Wen was hiding in the shadows, but good snipe though from the rest of Twisted Minds, being able to at least discover where this Lady Jen was hiding in the shadows. Pei still hovering on the mid side, making sure that he is catching out any person that comes his way. Not going to be the case here. And to shift his priorities back over to top side once he helps alleviate pressure in the mid lane. Twisted Minds making another rotation over to the bot side though after this mid wave push. Clean is the only one left here mid lane. 3v2 potential. Is there going to be a dive?
Potential dive, right? They need to do something. They need to kind of upset the scale here, but its own Bridal Outburst is really going to be the thing that deters that dive. So once more, Muchen on the Zhongfei being oppressive, but 90, not so much.
Uh-oh, OG Esports, you know, they saw the move that Twisted Minds went for. Muchen was able to completely defuse it. Meanwhile, on the top side, Dao say, okay, well, you got no jungler here, you got no protection for 90, and now the 2v1 should guarantee that first turret going over to the side of OG Esports.
I mean, they were able to trade both, so across the map, right? So T1 into the farm lane, T1 up into the clash lane. So again, just reciprocating those objectives. They got to make sure they don't let the T2 fall here, though, because that could be detrimental, especially with 90 not having the greatest clash lane early game, right? Like, it's definitely Keke's game so far, and it means that Keke is now going to be able to kind of free roam a little bit more easier.
And the very scary thing for this clash lane matchup is we know that the Byron is selected to be paired with the Pei. The fact that Twisted Minds took it to separate it from OG Esports, but then still allow OG Esports to kind of win the topside matchup. This Byron doesn't feel that useful later the game goes on because his CC is so conditional. It's only on one target, and he is, you know, a decent frontliner at best with the shield off of his ultimate, but this Byron is going to feel very, very small come late game.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the goal lead difference up with the clash lane, it's not kind of like too bad, but where we kind of seen the utility of 90 here is obviously with the Blazing Cape. Any kind of healing coming from Clean is going to be kind of like, not mitigated, but definitely reduced thanks for the anti-heal of that one. And you can kind of see that he is building into that Spark Forge dagger once again. So even though like there's always kind of like a difference of the clash laners, they generally like to flitter between, did they go Spark Forge first or they go Blazing Cape? But at this point, because there's so much healing coming out from Twisted Minds Clean in these team fights, the Blazing Cape makes a lot more sense as well.
Yeah. Tyrant coming up again in the next 40 seconds. Overlord was secured for OG Esports. There is a lot of grouping coming into the mid lane right now. Keke teleporting to the bot side of the map so that he can clear the wave. It's 90. He's going to make sure that he does not get completely caught out here. Still able to hold his ground even in a 1v2 against some of the weaker members here on OG Esports, but now the pressure starting to focus and rotate over to the top side of the map.
Yeah, they're just trying to put pressure on, just kind of maintain the lead that they have, right? But they're the same. Twisted Minds are just trying to get those kind of little bit of macro play that we've been seeing quite frequently from when players pick up the D-Ranger, right? They need the resources, but they don't have that T1 to retreat to into the farm lane. So what they're going to do, they're going to go try and punish their opponents elsewhere on the Gorge, and they were able to take it. So again, some more decent amounts of gold going up to Shanks here, but they're going to be careful they don't lose this Crimson Golem.
Oh, big stun. Muchen still has the Unbridled Outburst, but never used it. The fact that he was that bold. Meanwhile, Dao feeling a little too bold, goes in way too deep, right on top of the World Is My Board, and Twisted Minds going to be grateful that a Tiger just, you know, gave them a free meal.
Gave a free meal, but the Vanguards are still able to push into these side lanes, so there's still pressure onto the side of Twisted Minds, which means that there's a little bit of housekeeping needed to be used by 90 to try and just mitigate that takedown of the T2 into the clash lane, which already looks pretty low. But over to the side of OG Esports, Muchen was able to claim the Crimson Golem, which, again, I suppose is a little bit of a Brucey bonus there for them because they don't really want to be losing that extra damage or giving it over to the side of Twisted Minds.
Yep. I will say, Twisted Minds have been really doing a very good job of leveraging the pressure of Shanks' D-Renja because he has been splitting and getting a lot of solo gold for himself.
Yep.
In fact, the fact that he got the first turret of the game on the bot side, where I thought Pei and KK had it in the bag on top side, it got taken over first. He also got sole control of that tier 1 turret on the top side. So Shanks has been a strong pivot point for Twisted Minds to be able to play around for the past few minutes of the game. It will not last forever, but they're trying to make the most of it, as now On is in trouble, forced to use the ultimate, turns into a giant dragon, and just is able to escape. Meanwhile, the rest of OG Esports now focused around the Shadow Tyrant.
Nice bit of intel though, right? The fact that we know that Arn doesn't have the ultimate into these neutral objective team fights potentially is crucial for the side of OG Esports. It means that they could try and focus him, get him out, and that's a lot of damage already taken off the cards for them, but Death at Sunset into the backline.
Yeah, guys trying to go hard here. Super low health bars on Hai Long, thanks to the rest of the healing from CT Boy, able to keep him somewhat healthy as they reconvene back in the river. Shadow Tyrant has reset. And the fact that OG Esports are so confident trying to take a 4-on-5 just goes to show it's the power of Muchen being able to help DoubtOut with the Smite secure if they need to do so. But DoubtOut can't get into the pit right now. It's only onto Muchen that maybe can look for it. DoubtOut's going to walk on up, and he secures it! Big Smite steal for the Tiger of the West, but now he's got to get out because the Unending Sorrow is going to land right on top of the Tiger. He's able to pounce away back to safety. They lose Keke in the trade, but OG Esports are content with the objective steal.
Yeah, only losing Keke is definitely sort of collateral damage there for the side of OG Esports. They're able to get the Shadow Tyrant, which again is going to be a lot of damage going up the side of OG Esports going into this 11-minute mark. And again, at the same time, Arn is now having his ultimate back. So those Flaming Palms, as well as his itemization that is coming to build through right now with the Starbreaker, the Eternity Blade, and also the Master Sword right now, is going to be a lot of damage.
This is a very fed pay. However, these team fights are still the focus for Twisted Minds. Almost finding On here. Super low on the long. He doesn't pop the Infinite Fastness in time. He dies while casting it. Now it's on the rest of Wen and DoubtOut to be able to carry on this fight through. Maybe KK can make a difference, but they've already lost Wen and Zhongfei. Muchen running for his life, but Clean is pumping out the damage somehow on the Yuhuan, as well as keeping everyone topped off with the healing. This Yuhuan pick is proving to be very useful now for Twisted Minds.
Very useful, especially paired with the Dolir as well, right? Like, giving over that double, like, either healing, either baiting the skills with the Unending Sorrow. There's so much kind of utility here for Clean on this Yuan into the jungle. It means that they are able to kind of just to stay sustained into the team fights a little bit longer, which is what we just saw there. And right now, Twisted Minds looking like they're going to go for a free Shadow Overlord, which is going to put a lot more pressure into these side lanes. This is where we could potentially be seeing Twisted Minds with the comeback here.
Yeah, quick roam from DoubtOut, noticing that everyone was going to be focusing the Overlord and knowing that the tier 1 turret in the mid lane was low enough. At this point in the game, DoubtOut can easily go in, use the Master Sword proc to knock it down very fast.
Yep.
Gives them at least a decent trade back over. The gold lead is dead even for OG Esports. We're at the point of the game where DoubtOut is no longer a threat in the skirmishes because they're no longer skirmishes. They're full-on 5-on-5 fights. So now OG Esports have to play the map game until On gets at a point where he is unstoppable on the long.
Yeah, KK doing a nice little thing there with obviously feeding through the minions into the bot side of the map, means put the pressure down there as well. So again, this could all set up for another like late game team fight around about the Tempest Dragon as well. Like, we're about 7 minutes away. I'm getting a bit too carried away, but I'm getting very excited the idea that we could be seeing a potential another Tempest Dragon and potentially an actual go for it as well, because last game they didn't even go for it, didn't need it. They were already at the higher ground territory, but paying back their dues is Twisted Minds down into the farm lane, taking the T2, looking to put more pressure on as they have these Vanguards as well.
And if you are OG Esports, I feel like the target has to be Shanks or Clean, because both of these guys have been the difference makers in their fights. Shanks, obviously, the main damage dealer, whereas Clean has been able to give the sustain necessary or give the finishing blow to any members of OG Esports that get too close for comfort here on the side of Twisted Minds. The Overlord Vanguard pushing in through on the top side of the map. That's the tier 2 turret going down. And now Twisted Minds find themselves for the first time with a turret lead, a turret differential, a massive one in the series. Clean at 50% HP, should still be fine, still has the unending sorrow. World is my board, expended by Hai Long. Unbridled Outburst comes out. That's the flash gone from CT Boy and Keke being able to find a quick flank. And On still has the safety of infinite vastness, so he's fine. Keke is just the one solo leading the charge, trying to dive the backline all by himself, while 90 is trying to do the same, but he's forced to flash over the wall. Keke falls. Clean is able to survive and endure it all, and 90 is still alive, ready to assist in the next fight.
Yeah, you can see in that team fight what they really were hoping to do is take out Clean, which was a potential here. That you do use the ending sorrow to get Clean out of that safe territory. So just keeping Clean alive means that they could potentially go for the Shadow Tyrant here to give them a little bit more damage going into another late game team fight, because they already got the waves pushed here into the top, into the bot side, and into the mid. So if they do want to go for it, but it looks like they want to punish the jungle objectives onto the side of OG Esports, kind of cut off the resources as they go and approach the neutral objective.
Twisted Minds are starting to edge out the first goal advantage of the game here against OG Esports. Still small enough that OG Esports can feel like they can get back into the game. Dao was looking for another steal, but the world is my board. The threat of it pushes Dao away. That's the Shadow Tyrant secured for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, a lot of damage now going over. They're just going to make sure they actually do something with this. They don't really want to lose with this neutral objective buff as they've got now. I mean, we're now at around about the 15-minute mark, so still quite far away from the Tempest Dragon, right? Like, that's 5 minutes they've got to try and hold on to. But if you look at the gold differentials here into the jungle itself, it's about 1.5, 1.6k for Dao against Clean. So already we see the gold lead has definitely been amassed by OG Esports. It's just that Twisted Minds just have so much sustain into these team fights that it kind of negates it.
Definitely doing their best to try and surmount what feels like an impenetrable wall from Clean's Yuhuan. And I think if this was just a normal Yuhuan, hang on, Keke, Death at Sunset, immediately looking for Shanks, but I mean, look at the healing and the sustain. It almost looked like he did absolutely no damage there. And we know for a fact that Keke tried to do everything, burning his full combo there. That is the power. That is the impenetrable wall that we have been talking about. And if you cannot burn down this backline, then OG Esports, I think you're best off trying to look for a split push victory here.
Potentially, right. I mean, we did see what KK was trying to do. He's trying to just get like one member off the side of Twisted Minds as they go for this Shadow Overlord. But it's going to be hard for the side of Twisted Minds to do this when they have the Primal Bond debuff coming through.
Gwen almost picked off by 90 on the side, forced to flash away. Infinite Vastness also used as On was getting chunked out here. Muchen forced to run away because the rest of his team, even if he goes in with the Unbridled Outburst, he would not be backed up by his damage dealers. And now Twisted Minds have full control of the river for the Overlord. And I don't think anyone is going to stop them from taking it.
Keke's just looking very far, from a safe distance, right? He was just making sure that nothing went nuclear, nothing like his teammates was going to go in there, trying to catch up any stragglers that were about to approach into the clash lane. But right now, it is definitely looking like Twisted Minds have got a solid late game here, potential to try and take these minion waves that are crashing in so far at a 50% rate here.
Have a chance to breathe, Blam, for what it seems like has been such a relentless pressure game from Twisted Minds now for the past 7 minutes once they've been able to find such a sizable lead. It's not in the gold charts, it's in the map pressure so far in Twisted Minds, knowing that there is still a clock that they have to beat, because once the Tempest comes online, if they have not broken open any of these high ground turrets, then it is truly anyone's game with no threat of global pressure, keeping one or more members from OG Esports locked in the base. Right now, OG Esports have done a admirable job of defending so far in the game. It is still Twisted Minds with momentum dictating at their side, but still a chance for OG to come back.
Oh, absolutely. There is. It's just one wrong step into a team fight, and then that's it. It's kind of like if you take away like their king or queen into this next team fight, it's going to be really hard for OG Esports to come back. Okay.
Big CC wombo on the backline. Long is already in danger clean, trying to pop the Unending Sorrow. They've used double cast of it with the Celestial Melody, and On is able to find the first brick to fall, and Long is unleashed. On is able to pump out so much damage, and he is soloing the backline by himself. All it took was one good fight for OG Esports to find themselves back in control of the game. They find the window, and they do not miss as 90 is trying to make the difference here. He finds two. Wait, is he going to find another one here? Surviving to the very end, but it's against KK. It's the battle of two Clash Banners dueling to the very end. No one is refusing to die. KK and 90 dueling to the very bitter end, but the shields coming in one after another. KK is trying to fight out back. A big knockup from 90, but KK's going back in. He's got the lifesteal, and here comes the ringer. When from out of nowhere, should be able to make the difference here against 90 as he is slowed down, but KK not even able to finish him off. 90 refusing to die.
Honestly, he took on the whole team. He was literally trying to save Private Ryan, and he did, right? Like, we saw Wen come through, Destructive Deluge already been dropped down, and he just didn't do anything. Like, 90 was like, is this something like scratching at me? Have I got a bug on the back of my head right now? He was just sustaining the HP regen, the shielding from this pick. I mean, all through it all, like, the Pure Sky has still not been activated. He still has that to be used if he needs to go in for a round 2.
I was so surprised that 90 was able to survive that long. I figured that Byron would just not be that strong going into the later stages of the game, but I was proven wrong. KK, even on the lane, not able to win the 1v1 extended into 90, not even when Wen was able to get into there. Now KK looking for the Death at Sunset onto the backline, trying to burn cooldowns here. Shanks under fire, below 50% HP. KK has the resurrection here. Big Unbridled Outburst and knockout from Muchen, but not able to support it with the rest of the damage as the rest of OG Esports were separated by 90 on the Baron. Now he's got his own resurrection. He's going to go in for one more knockout. He plays down out, and he still survives. The shields keeping him alive. And Twisted Minds might have just found the winner to break open this game. That's it. They found the ace on all of OG Esports. We've got a series on our hands. Twisted Minds will take game 2.
Look at it as they shepherd in the minions to get that game 2 victory from OG Esports. That was a great turnaround there for Twisted Minds. They needed that comeback, and honestly, their scale into the late game really showed there. I mean, it was all down to 90. Honestly, if he does not get MVP for that just like solo leveling at that point, that's just wild. He was able to get a triple kill, take so much damage, and deal so much back, and even still stay alive.
That was an anime moment right there. I'm not gonna lie. Holy moly. We were, already kind of leveraging the expectations that, if you don't get anything done with this Byron early, then you're kind of second fiddle to what this Elaine wants to do, right? Because as a CC frontliner, you don't have that in supply. But then I was wrong. I mean, I don't know how this guy was able to get so many shields in the late game stage. I've never seen a Byron that strong at that point in the game before until today.
I mean, it's the power of 90, right? I mean, he got 2 MVPs in the last series he played in. It's clearly a bit of a buff that 90 needed, a bit of a confidence boost there to be like, hey, I know KK is probably better than me in the Clash lane, or at least perceived better than me in the Clash lane, but I'm really going to go blow for blow here. I mean, you definitely punished me in game 1. Time for me to punish you in game 2, and that's exactly what Twisted Minds did there. But honestly, 1-for-1, we're definitely in for a series right now on the KMW Grand Finals, the best finals.
It is delivering. This is what Honor of Kings is all about. When you are able to get these super close scraps between our top 2 teams in the league, on the gorge, fully finding it out till the very bitter end, life bars blinking red, and still able to prevail at the end of it all. Ooh, that's what we're here for, baby. This is what we waited 3 weeks for, being able to witness 7 teams battle it out until the very end. And Twisted Minds have joined the ranks of OG Esports, rightfully so, as one of the best teams remaining in the tournament. And just like in their knockout series, just like in their Survival Week series, Twisted Minds being able to take a game off of OG Esports, showing that they have leveled up enough to the point where OG Esports can no longer just sweep the game on their own terms.
Yeah, I mean, even look at that though. Like the damage coming through from OG Esports, 231k damage from Wen alone, right? On top of that, Dao with 111, and then An with 148k. But that's nothing over to the damage taken onto 90, 198k damage. This is not your typical support tank. This is a Byron into the late game that just was just like, guys, we're doing this.
And you know what I would love to see as well? Not just a damage taken chart, but a damage heal chart. Because I think that would paint the true, accurate picture of why Twisted Minds were able to prevail in this second game, where it seemed like OG Esports, despite, you know, a lot of the good early moves that Twisted Minds were making and being able to find a few early turret leads, OG Esports, it didn't seem like they were completely out of the game and they were just waiting for that one good fight. And they did. They were able to pretty much ace everyone, but then 90, the hero play, 1v4, last man alive, last man standing on Earth in the world, and he is able to do it all. It's just straight up movie scene. And
there we go. There
well
we
deserved.
go.
90, Byron, MVP, cinema.
Literally, honestly, 7-3-2 KDA. We saw a little bit of a more of a passive playstyle from 90. He had to play, it kind of was like I said in the game, he was tending the garden, he was making sure that these waves were crashing into the high ground turrets, which was ultimately going to give over the enhanced minions. But then that last little fight, that 3-on-1, it was Keke, it was On, it was Muchin as well, all on top of him, and they just could not take him down. He took them all down while Keke was able to run away and tell the tales for future generations that you do not mess with 90 on this Byron. And let's look at these highlights, man. Honestly, this game 2 has been phenomenal.
Yeah, and had 90 not been able to pull off the hero performance here, the MVP would have gone to On, because he finds the one-timer where he can infinite vastness into the backline instead of using it as a retreat method, and then that just wins them the majority of the fight. But then 90, bro, how does he not go down at all? Surrounded by every single member remaining on the side of OG Esports, and then it's this pick where he gets it, gets the knockup. He was literally blinking under 100 HP, gets another clutch shield, gets another bit of healing on his side, and he survives to tell the tale. I mean, 90 put on a MVP-worthy performance for sure. I feel like this was one of the best plays in the entire tournament.
Yes, it was indeed, but we need to have a little bit of a breather, guys, before we get into game 3 between these two titans. So we're going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere. Get your snacks, get your drinks. We're coming back with game 3.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lights become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lights become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 3 of our grand finals between OG Esports and Twisted Minds. And if you are just tuning in, well, I am so sorry. You just missed out on an incredible Game 2 finish from 90's Byron. Probably putting on the best play of the entire tournament. I guarantee you need to go back and watch the series from start to finish, or at the very least Game 2, because that story was straight out of an anime.
Yeah, it was great, honestly. Such a great conclusion, but also kind of like the biggest upset for OG Esports, because that's all they needed to do, right? All they needed to do was take 90 off the board, and they had the minion wave crashing through. But 90 was like, "Oh my beer, lads, we are going in for a 3v1, and I'm going to show you how it's done. This rodeo, I have not been in it. This is my first time being in this rodeo, and I'm going to show you exactly how it all goes down." But unfortunately, because of the global ban pick, it means that Byron for the side of Twisted Minds is not going to come through, but can still come through for the side of OG Esports. So Keke could be turning this around, potentially be like, guys, I need to do that. I need to prove that I am the Clash Lane Menace. I am the 1v1 champion from Season 3 Invitational, and I need to put more respect on my name.
I think that play alone is deserving of a nickname now. I've only given a nickname to one other player in the entire tournament, and I've been hinting at, potentially giving one to Clean, depending on how well they're able to play within this series. But that play alone, I'm dubbing 90 the Immortal right there. Because there's so many times that he was in a 1v4, a 1v3, 1v1, and he just refused to die, giving over the advantage that OG Esports needed to close out a game off of that one play that pretty much brought them back into a potential Game 2 winning angle.
Oh, absolutely. It was kind of like his Braveheart moment, right? He was just there. He was probably just bashing the phone, screaming freedom as he was taking a 3v1 there into the mid lane. It would have been absolutely beautiful to hear the comms at that point. Honestly, I bet it would be so ecstatic to hear just the kind of sheer glee from your teammates that you just pulled off the winning, the saving grace of that game too, right? But that's all behind us. That's now history, and it's going to be immortalized for 90 on the side of Twisted Minds. But we're going to get into BP of Game 3 here, and the bans coming through: Luna respect ban and Pay respect ban over to the side of OG Esports.
The fact that Dowdow can no longer play Pay for the rest of this series is such a huge win for Twisted Minds. And it was not even a win. It was a loss. That might be Dowdow's first ever loss in the KMW on Pay. I'll have to go back and check the stats here, but any of the times that we have seen Dowdow lock in this hero, it just seems like it was always a guaranteed win. But now Twisted Minds starting to level up at the right time. And look at that. The fact that they had to give up the Dharma ban for the Pay instead and still keeping the Arlie means that 90 gets his hands on one of the best Clash laners left on the table.
He does indeed, but it looks like it's going to be reciprocated by OG, picking up that frightful combo of the Dolly and the Dune, right? This already sets up a lot of potential into the side of OG Esports. They've already locked in with one of the sort of most prized combos. They could still lock it into maybe even the Shang-Wan into the mid lane if they really wanted to put Wen back on the Assassin, because he had such a great performance on the Mai Shiranui. Obviously, can't pick that again, but it is going to set up a lot of nice plays here for the side of OG Esports, but it's not going to stop Twisted Minds coming through with the Lady Sun and the Motsu.
All right, Twisted Minds trying to take a page out of Mu Chen's book, playing with that ranged CC for the pick potential here. If you can find a Cannon Blast and 90 is in range to follow up with a Flash Truth mantra, ooh, that's a spicy wombo ready to happen onto a single target, if not multiple people here. OG Esports, though, the response, going to take a page out of Twisted Minds' book with that Game 2 and going for the priority of D Renja, seeing if they can use his early lane phase prowess to really leverage into early turret control.
Yeah, it kind of trying to, it's just there to sort of maybe veil away any kind of tankier picks onto the side of Twisted Minds, right? Again, with the legal immunity, Imperial Order, sorry, just be able to get that physical damage reduction. Twisted Minds can't pick it anyway. They've already had that one. Shanks played it in the last game, but it is one of the greater picks within the farm lane role this far, right? Like, it's been showed time and time again, a lot of proof in the pudding with this pick, but OG Esports putting a bit of respect onto High Lang here with the Shut ban and the KMW. They do not want any more bursts coming through onto the side of Twisted Minds, especially pairing that with the Motu, right? That was the kind of like, for me, where I was going with Twisted Minds draft.
Yeah. Twisted Minds, on the other hand, was paying a lot of respect over to KK, and I was just about to say, if I'm Twisted Minds and I want a long-range mid laner that can pair well with the Motsu Cannon Blast, it's the Nua. And OG Esports, same mindset. They sniped that away, ensure that Wen gets his hands on it this game, but now Twisted Minds, don't play with my heart right now. I'm gonna wait. Oh my god!
What's wrong with that?
We're getting a Hano in Grand Finals.
Hano in Grand Finals. That's going to be a lot of poke into the mid lane, right? So again, you can kind of see that that was the whole point of Twisted Minds in this draft. It was like, there's like, hey, we need some long range. We need some sort of like artillery. I mean, yes, Hino does have the poke. It's not quite the same range as the couple blades. It doesn't quite sear through as many targets, but it does actually like kind of like shred through and kind of carry on through, depending on obviously the markings of the enemy team. But it could be frightful, right? They have the Freight Rewind. It means that they can clutch and bring back those turrets if they really need to. And going into the mid lane, it's not going to be that kind of soaky, sustainable Hino pick that we were seeing into the jungle, like at the end of last year within the Honor of Kings Global Esports as well. So expect to see a lot of magic damage come through here.
Now, Blam, we have technically seen one other instance of the Hano locked in for this tournament, and it was not convincing. It was not great. I even went back in the chat and I saw so many memes of like the most useless hero ever. I was like, damn, that's crazy, you know? But there's going to be a chance for Hailong to, you know, maybe prove some of the Hano doubters wrong. If that we can get some successful usages of that time rewind on the death of a turret, bring it back, make it so that this game plan for OG Esports to try and blitz through a lot of these turrets in the early game can be diffused.
Yeah, I mean, they needed something that's got a good wave clear right into the mid lane, so I feel like the Hino here does kind of fit into that, especially when they took off the KMW and the Shut as well. I mean, they did have Princess Frost, but at the end of the day, I don't like the Princess Frost into the draft of OG Esports, especially with the Dune and the Dolia, right? Because you may lay down your Winter is here, but then you get two Unruly Blades. You can kind of just completely traverse that winter terrain. But with the Hino, we can expect to see some heavy rotations down to the bot side of the map to help Shanks get that early game advantage, especially against the D-Ranger here.
Hailong even taken the Purify on this setup here. Not needing the flash for repositioning escapes or guarantee of kills. It's all about ensuring that he is not stunned up so that he can at least pull off some of his own skills and abilities before potentially facing the Knock of Death's door as we take to the Gorge for Game 3 between Twisted Minds and OG Esports.
Yeah, an intense game 3. Is it going to be another mastermind gameplay from 90 up into the Clash lane again with the Dharma? We were looking for the catch-offs onto the likes of the backline, right, of OG Esports. We're looking for those truth mantras to come through to try and upset the flow of the team fights as well.
Clean able to steal away the first blue buff of the game so that Dowda will not get a chance to take his own. If he wants to have a blue buff for this Dune in the first full clear, he's going to now have to invade. But unfortunately, Dune is not necessarily the best at invading and making those early counter jungling activities really possible. CT Boy might be locked up here on the Motsu, but then again, he's got a dash over the wall and is able to escape just fine.
Yeah, I think he has the potential, obviously, once he gets to level 4, but at that point, you know for a fact that Clean is going to have already kind of cleaned up his side of the jungle as well, so there'd be no real reason for him to invade into it, so it's right for them that they don't actually try overextend and lose out Dao early on, because again, giving up a First Blood means that you're going to give over those extra bits of resources that comes with the First Blood.
Dao at least trying to go for an invade now to see if he can get level 4, and he's got the smite, so now it's just the Unruly Blade that carries him back over to safety of his own side of the map. It's going to rotate mid lane since Wen is about to cover top side with a 3-man goon squad from Muchen also rotating top. But 90 is in a fine spot. This is only a level 2 Dolia, so nothing to really be concerned about. Oh, some action here. Dowdow trying to lock up clean as the Conductor of Souls is used to regain some HP. Dowdow trying to get as much CC as possible, but there's just no damage until finally Keke comes through on the Mayin and kicks clean in the face. But he's gonna have to keep his distance. 90 here on the Dharma, making sure that OG Esports cannot get any more.
Yeah, I mean, a good trade, though, overall. I mean, losing your junglers both at this time in the game is not detrimental. It does upset the flow of both of their acquisition within the gold, though, right? But the fact that they're able to get the first blood over to the side of Twisted Minds means that they were actually able to get a little bit better of a trade, at least the better end of a bad trade within that one. But as you can see here, about a 3k gold difference, 300 gold difference, sorry, is not going to be the be-all or end-all here into the early part of the game, but already showing that Dowdow's, like, I feel like that was a bad engage because they didn't have the Azure Golem, he didn't have the mana, so it was kind of already setting himself up to fail with that one. Maybe it was just trying to cure the first blood, right? But unfortunately, it was the Death Precipice that was able to kind of get the execute and get that for the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, it definitely seemed like Dowdow was really trying to force the contest there, and the rest of his backline did not believe in the fight nearly as much as he did. So, just not able to step up there until finally Keke arriving to the scene. Dowdow and Keke, though, having the first wave push, will go for this quick sprite on the top side of the map, give themselves the power to teleport on the other side. We do have On's D-Renja being matched by Hailong on the bottom side of the map at the moment. And with Clean hovering around for support, On is going to give respect to the space.
Yeah, give respect to the space, right? I mean, looking at this, a 1v1 going up into the clash lane. Keke throwing some brawls here, using the whatevers to try and take down 90. Both of them just taking brawl for brawl here. A bit of tit for tat, a bit of a love going on up into the clash lane, but same into the mid lane, just trying to sort of set up these neutral objectives that are coming up right now and activating as they need to go for the Tyrant. Both teams are definitely going to be sort of prioritizing this pick.
Yeah, 90 is already trying to rotate on over, whereas the teleport comes in from Keke, so he's able to match the roaming pressure. OG Esports currently the first ones in the river. However, the fact that Hailong able to pressure from the right side at least pushes OG Esports out for now. Potential pick onto Clean. Keke forced to flash away as things were getting a little too dicey with the reinforcements of Twisted Minds to his left. Mid-wave being contested at the moment. OG Esports being able to find him for now, but 90 is going to return to the top side and look for some tier 1 pressure.
Yeah, no, it looks like they're going to start the Tyrant onto the side of OG Esports. They're going to be careful, though. Obviously, Scepters of Fate could actually do a lot of damage and poke, but it is going to be Dowdow that claims that one. Smite always beats that poke because it's just a lot of damage in a short amount of time, but a good little play here from 90. He's freezing that lane. Means that the minion wave is going to be able to crash into the turret naturally.
OG Esports rotating on over to the top side. It looks like Clean was at least looking for some counter jungling, did not want to start up the Overlord for an objective trade. Was able to deny some resources here on the Ogren, continuing to accelerate himself, and now with Shanks and CT Boy rotating over to the top side. Tier 1 pressure is almost enough.
Yeah, I mean, the nice annihilation there from Wen really saved that T1 up into the clash lane, so exhausting the ultimate to kind of save a T1 at this point is a really good tool that the side of OG Esports have.
Definitely a close one here. Fate Rewind from Hailong, even though that he was around 300 HP, able to just go back in place and be back at full HP. Definitely not triggered from my own solo queue adventures against the Hano, but you know what? It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. OG Esports gonna be able to do what they can to match it, but now heavy rotation, potentially looking on bot side. Path of Passing from Clean allows him to close the distance. Buchen forced to flash away. Dowdow, it's a big knock up onto Clean, at least trying to keep him away from his farm lane duo. And Twisted Minds returns back to mid.
You gotta be careful of Keke up to the clash lane, though. I mean, you can see here 90 is going for the rotate. They weren't able to get the Azure Golem away from Dowdow, which would have been huge at this point, right? I mean, level 9 Dune without that mana regen is going to be kind of very punishing to his kit because he has those kind of slow cooldowns on his on his skills, which he really relies on kind of using fast and quickly to stay kind of soaky within those team fights. But without that Azure Golem, it would have been a different tale. But it is going to be on taking the first turret there, just using that passive.
Yeah. Relentless in the pressure. On unlocks the first turret. Oh, massive knock up there onto the backline. Keke making it work with the Mayin and finding Shakes. That's a Lady Sun gone. It might be enough for Twisted Minds to at least still defend the turret here. Or I should say OG Esports looking for that turret one. But Twisted Minds able to defend it for now. Red buff is now contestable for Dao. Clean tries to walk up. Who's going to get the smite? It is secured by Dao of all people. And OG Esports able to now lead that pressure into the jungle quadrant. And this is where we got to see the classic OG Esports formula.
Yeah, exactly. They're definitely putting a lot more pressure onto the side of Twisted Minds here, right? Like, even just, like, the goal difference is still, like, not even night and day. It's literally, like, an hour between the clock. But at the same time, in terms of the map priority, it's definitely working onto the side of OG Esports, right? Obviously, opening up that bot side of the map puts a lot of pressure onto the side of Twisted Minds. They try to reciprocate it a bit to the clash lane here, but again, it's not doing any effect onto Keke. Keke was able to go into the mid lane and just get that knockup that was crucial for that last team fight, and they're still trading blows here, and On gets the kill.
Wow. On able to find Shanks on that top side dive with the rest of reinforcements of Keke. Meanwhile, there was a play attempted by 90 looking for that flash truth mantra on to what I believe was either Wen, but he was able to flash away and keep his distance, not falling to the Dharma flank. As the rest of OG Esports cleaning up another tower on the top side. That's now 3 turrets unlocked on the map.
Yeah, it's the unfortunate consequence there of that team fight going into the favor of OG Esports for Twisted Minds. I mean, it's fortunate for the side of OG Esports, but not so much for Twisted Minds. Losing 2 turrets into the clash lane is not what you want, especially 90. He had kind of a safe net as well, right? But now he's kind of like being forced to kind of be a bit more proactive into these team fights.
And you might have saw that tier 1 in the mid lane fall, but then it's back up. Yep, that is Heilong's ultimate right there. On trying to see if he can eliminate again, but Muchen is under fire. The Cannon Blast connects, and it's enough for Shanks to get the last crossbolt into his back. OG Esports now down a member. 5-on-4 advantage for Twisted Minds for the next 20 seconds, and that should be enough to guarantee the Tyrant in the hands of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, trying to come in through with the emergence there just to give a bit of vision over to see if he could time the annihilation at the right time for Wen, but it just wasn't quite enough. Too much pressure, too quick, the takedown for the side of Twisted Minds. But it is only the Tyrant, it's not the Shadow Tyrant, which will be coming up in around about 40 seconds time. But overall, OG's definitely started to take a pace in the gold resources, right? They are 28.6k to 27k, so a still steady 1.6k gold lead is something that Twisted Minds needs to kind of get a hold of before it gets a little bit too out of the realms of comeback.
Right. The very last sequence, though, that Twisted Minds were able to pull off, saving the turret 1 from falling with the resurrection of the Fates Rewind into securing the Tyrant for themselves, has at least kept this mid-game from exploding for OG Esports' favor. It gives them still a little bit of map control in the middle of the map, but OG Esports are still going to look to be relentless with the pressure. And now that Shadow objectives have spawned at the 10-minute mark, you already see On trying to use the passive of his auto attacks to safely knock it down, but a big truth mantra from 90 forces the flash of On as he is able to safely flash away, and it is the rebound effect onto 90, having overextended for the pick on and OG Esports able to guarantee a 5-on-4 now for the next 25 seconds, but at least Twisted Minds are pushing first on this mid wave, and will try to rotate into the river for the Shadow Tyrant.
Yeah, On was just being used there as a dangling carrot, right? Like, and they took the bait. 90-40 had something go for him there, but the fact that he had the flash come through just meant that he was able to kind of escape and readjust and stay safe. And this is the beauty of the D-Ranger as well, right? Not only does he have the flash, he also has the illegal immunity as well, so he can kind of just cleanse himself out of any kind of these sticky situations. And the fact that he wasn't actually landing onto the wall with a truth mantra just kind of denied the impact of the Dharma there.
Yeah. A lot of potential damage and CC duration lost there on OG's farm laner. Now the Shadow Tyrant is the focus. They've got all 5 members back on the board here. Shadow Tyrant below 50% HP, big knock up onto Clean, but he's sustaining through. The Tyrant resets, and OG Esports are gonna at least play for the mid wave first before returning to the river.
I mean, they do have the priority into both the side lanes as well, right? So it kind of already puts pressure onto Twisted Minds. That you can see here that 90's kind of trying to get a bit of a push into the bot side of the map, whilst we see a bit of pressure from the minions into the top side. So nobody going to reset that one. They're just kind of hoping they clash naturally, and they do. And this is kind of already showing that OG Esports have kind of the winning foot right now. Like, they're definitely here to have the momentum going through in this game 3.
Yeah. And OG Esports doing their due diligence of at least resetting the wave momentum on the bot side of the map so that it's another pressure point. Good use of the CC by Wen's Nua here. A lot of damage there, but the Fate Rewind allows Hailong to be topped up on HP. Muchen trying to pressure forward on this Dolia, seeing if they can gain space on finally finding the last auto attack needed for that tier 1 collapse in the mid lane. Now Shadow Thailand fully focused here by OG Esports. Keke on the bot lane pushing out the wave, ready to flank if needed. Clean hovering over the wall with the path of passing, and he gets his own steal of the series, securing the Shadow Tyrant for Twisted Minds.
I mean, that was all very nicely set up by Clean, but also the secondary motive there was 90 being able to catch Keke for just long enough for Clean to come in there and get the crucial kill theft. So again, I feel like it's just like a double play there between 90 and Clean. Just some great clear communication from the Clash lane and the jungle.
Potential fight in the river here. 90 looking forward, flash into the Truth Mantra, but Dowdo is able to survive it all. Big pick already used by Twisted Minds on dueling Shanks. Losing a lot of HP there. The Annihilation flashed by Shanks. That was such a crucial ability to dodge on the side of Twisted Minds, but they're going to continue the fight, diving into the backline. Wen is down. GG Boy able to pull them off, and now Twisted Minds with a surge of a second win, looking for the extended fight against the 3-man squad of OG Esports. They find out that's the front line gone, and On and Muchen are going to somehow have to find a way to survive for the next 25 seconds as Twisted Minds can look for the topside jungle, they can look for turrets, and they can look for a Shadow Overlord on the back of it as well.
Yeah, very overzealous extend there for Keke that really ultimately meant that that team fight completely went into the favor of a Twisted Minds, and now they are coming back with ground. They get the T2s into the Clash, into the mid lane as well, looking to potentially get some of these high ground turrets whilst Wen, Dowdo, and Keke are still on Death Timer, and they're able to get the mid and the high ground turret as well in the Clash lane.
Oh, what a massive sequence for Twisted Minds. And it seemed like the initial way that fight was breaking out, Twisted Minds had gone a little too deep and they weren't able to get any major cooldowns other than On's flash. But then OG Esports re-engaging for a fight when you do not have your D Renja anymore, or the Annihilation from Wen's Nua, maybe seemed just a little too hasty from the side of OG Esports, and they get punished rightfully so by Twisted Minds.
Yeah, no, they were just trying to do something, but it just wasn't enough for the side of OG Esports. They had the lead, and they've now steadily lost it to Twisted Minds, not in terms of only the higher ground turret lead, but also the gold lead here. The saving prayer would be for OG Esports to get this Overlord here, the Shadow Overlord coming through, but it looks like it's not going to be hotly contested. It looks like it could be Clean trying to get the steal again.
Clean! It's not even Clean! It's Hailong that gets the steal! This is the absolute worst scenario for OG Esports. They could not handle the pressure on the bot side. 90's now going to flank with the Truth Mantra, finding Muchen, forcing him to flash away. On still alive, has a flash of his own with the Conductor of Souls, and the Seer State execute will find on the D Renja. Double kill for Clean's Ogren, and Twisted Minds just might be on the doorsteps of finding a lead in this series and putting themselves at match point.
Damn, like honestly, that's set up for a great crucial kill theft, but then 90 coming in from the back line and just setting up a huge deterrent there as well. Able to take down Dowdo and On there was just a huge comeback for Twisted Minds. Honestly, a 2-1 here for Twisted Minds is a potential on the cards, Rafa.
When executed by Shanks, the next one to fall is Keke, and the crystal is exposed. Ladies and gentlemen, Twisted Minds are at match point against OG Esports.
Oh, baby. Honestly, second seed of KMW did way better than second seed of KME. Put away your Schwanzer. Those are little baby toys. Bring out the high note. Here are the boys. Twisted Minds with a 2-1 score so far. It's definitely not what we had coming into this finals, right? Honestly, OG Esports looking super duper strong, but got outdrafted and outmaneuvered in that last game there.
And even though you can't see our cameras, that is the exact pose that I have right now, but a little bit more surprised in the facial department. My God! Blam! What timeline are we living in right now?
I don't know, it seems like a bit of a multiverse, right? The fact that OG Esports had such a solid run to this point, and now Twisted Minds is like, guys, we've been holding back this whole time. This is our unlocked potential. And honestly, with picks like the Hino coming through here into the mid lane with that crucial steal for Highlang as well, really put the pressure on. Like, they didn't know what hit them.
I'm just stunlocked. Twisted Minds being able to persevere. This once again, we said it in the mid game of this game 3 for OG Esports. They were being able to successfully take turrets one after another. They were breaking open the game. Technically, they never got to the tier 2 turret or the high ground turret in the mid lane or the high ground turrets on the side lane, but we were just so stout believers in the pressure that OG Esports were leveraging. But then it's the back of a Shadow Tyrant theft. It's the back of a massive fight win, punishing the overextension of OG Esports topside. The Mayin just going a little too deep when there's no other tools that could back him up on the play. And then Twisted Minds not wasting a second to capitalize and punish and take everything away from OG Esports in that one sequence.
Again, it's like I want to sort of like take a little bit of a trip back down to memory lane, which seems like it was so long ago, but it was literally the last series we just watched. But look how Twisted Minds are kind of going around OG Esports, right? They are getting the damage from every output in every lane. They are not relying on just one hero. They're like, guys, we need to put in the bench reps. We need to get that damage through. So the side of OG Esports don't know who to focus into these team fights, and definitely seems to be a little bit of a counterplay that they're struggling to go against onto the side of OG Esports. And it's even more telling by this graph, right? Like, honestly, 10-minute mark, we thought that it was going to be the side of OG Esports getting another dub onto the board, but then that turnaround at the Shadow Overlord was huge.
Yeah. And Blam, I have to wonder now, was the first series really fatigued for Twisted Minds? Or was it just a pre-show? Was it a warm-up? Because now they are firing on all cylinders, and OG Esports are finding themselves to be the ones on the back foot, struggling to keep up with this very newly... I don't even know if it's newly rejuvenated, but it definitely is unexpected from the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, but not what the thing that's not expected is going to be the MVP going up to clean here, right? Like the fact that he was able to get one of the crucial kill thefts, but then also just being able to sort of like dictate these team fights the way that he needed to was definitely the reason why he got this MVP. He was so clean with it. He only died once. He got 4 kills and obviously soaked a lot of the damage as well. So 32% of the side of OG Esports, his damage was soaked up here just by clean alone.
Yeah. This Ogren proved to be so pivotal in being able to steal the Shadow Tyrant, as well as preventing this dive from Keke from even working, since he was caught up in the blast. But the quick knockback with the Conductor of Souls into the think outside the box for CT Boy.
Yep.
It was enough CC off of the initial engage that Keke could not follow up his own damage, nor could anyone else from OG Esports really assist. And afterwards, I mean, we've talked about it before. When an Ogren is able to scale on up, unlike a Dune, where, you know, a Dune is a solid frontliner and provides CC, an Ogren is just kind of a drain tank, and you cannot deal with this guy if he gets going.
Exactly. I mean, is OG Esports going to be bringing out some of that unorthodox drafts that we saw from them yesterday? Because obviously their last match of the day, they drafted the Milady, they drafted the Fade and the Dial Chant up into the Clash lane, but we've got to wait for a small, brief break before we get into those tasty potential match point here for Twisted Minds. I can't believe I'm saying that, but don't go anywhere, guys. See you soon.
Strangers to the fallout is what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes sweat and tears. Blood, sweat and tears. Blood, sweat and tears. Blood, sweat and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, putting nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, stars alive.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Game 4 between OG Esports and Twisted Minds. We are living in a reality, in a alternate timeline, where Twisted Minds is the first team at match point. And in fact, with the momentum they have on their side, Blam, if OG Esports do not have a strong, confident answer going into Game 4, this is it. Twisted Minds will have done the unthinkable. They will have dethroned the undefeated OG Esports, giving them their first series loss in grand finals of all places.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if there's going to be a series you do lose, it's not the grand finals, right? But let's look at the global ban pick here and see what actually came through here for Twisted Minds. Honestly, the pocket pick of the high note, again, great pick, offered a lot of range, a lot of poke, a lot of damage into the latter part of the game, even potential steals into those neutral objectives as well, right? But they do exhaust the Orgren, they do exhaust the Lady Sun, the Motsu, and the Dharma as well, right? So both teams can't use the Motsu, both teams can't use the Orgren, so we're now going to start to see those hero pools start to expand further and further. But like I was saying before the break, right, we saw that OG Esports, they locked in picks like Dio-chan, Fade, and Milady, and honestly, they crushed with it. So even if we get a Mai Shiranui go over to Twisted Minds here, so maybe that's what OG Esports might do. They may try and feed the Mai Shiranui into Twisted Minds, but then get the ultimate counter, and then that completely takes Highlight off the cards, right? Like Highlight in those 3 games has been such a crucial part of Twisted Minds.
You can see the expressions on OG Esports' face. For the first time, they're stressed, they're worried, they're concerned. They have never been in this position before in the entirety of the Honor of Kings Major West League. Anytime that they had dropped a game, which was to Twisted Minds for their respect, it was always faces of, slight surprise and amusement going, okay, you know what? They took a game off us. All right, that's cool. Whatever. And then they usually rebound and dish it back to them tenfold. But the fact that they are the ones on the back foot, this is even a greater different scenario in yesterday's series, because OG Esports found themselves to match point first, and even though Twisted Minds was able to defend them long enough in Game 4 and bring it to Game 5, OG Esports still had the confidence of momentum on their side. This is the time where OG Esports now cannot afford to trade Game 1 or a game win, game loss back-to-back. It now has to be 2 back-to-back wins to claim champion title.
Yeah, 2 back-to-back wins means 2 back-to-back winning drafts, right? But as we get into this BP game number 4, I don't think I've ever seen Dowdow sit forward. So honestly, he's locked in. He's like, guys, we've got to get these bans. We've got to get this draft to a T. We need to make sure that we not only get the best draft, but execute it flawlessly. Because like you said there, Arthur, they've got 2 games to win back-to-back now if they want to secure this grand final.
Mai Shiranui also banned by the side of OG Esports. Can't afford to give that to Hai Long now, not at this point in the draft. And I don't think, even if OG Esports win this game, they're still not going to let that go over to Twisted Minds. Luna being banned, that was another one of Dowdow's go-to junglers when the chips were down. Now, if you're thinking about what else Dowdow has left, things like the Fade come to mind, things like the Jing come to mind. But one thing that OG Esports are going to lock in right away and put pressure on with Twisted Minds is the Liang first pick, trying to see if they can pair it with the Princess Frost on the next rotation.
Yeah, again, this is something that's been banned previously, I think, for the rest of the series this far, right, is the Liang. So they're now bringing it out, means that OG Esports Muchan is going to be getting his Liang. And like you said there, Arthur, potentially trying to pair it with the Princess Frost, which has been quite a frightful combo because it gives over so much CC potential, so much lockdown. And right now, we could potentially be seeing this now because OG gets 2 picks.
Sunse and Nua. Global pressure galore. Sunse with the set sail can roam at a moment's notice, find that massive knockup, and Nua for Hylong can at least assist across the map with the annihilation or the emergence. And OG Esports, we called it. Fade.
I'm no hero.
The next go-to answer for Dao Dao in the jungle, and Princess Frost for Wen.
Yeah, I mean, it really bears fruit here for OG Esports, right? Because there's the lockdown potential of the Princess Frost and the Liang, and then you also get the execute mechanic from Fade's ultimate there. So if you can try and lock down those crucial points, like, say, for example, either the Chano or the Nua here onto the side of Twisted Minds, that's going to be a lot of damage already being taken off the board, as that's assuming the Twisted Minds have such a good early game that allows Shanks to really rise up on the Chano that we saw Arm play in Game 1.
All right, second round of bans. Trying to eliminate potential jungle options for Clean. Monkey is the first one off the table, whereas Twisted Minds continuing to put respect on KK's Guan Yu. Will this be the game where KK has to dig deep into his pockets for the Mulan pick? Because the Dharma is not going to be an answer either.
It's not going to be an answer either. I believe they don't actually... They haven't used the Byron yet, I think, on the side of OG Esports. So
that could be another answer.
Potentially.
Oh, the Prince of Land League. That is a massive respect ban from OG Esports. When Twisted Minds are feeling that good about their momentum, I definitely do not want to play against a Shadow Assassin that is perma-stealth on the map. But Twisted Minds, their answer is the Kaiser for Clean.
The opponents left.
Very interesting pick here. I mean, Kaiser's been kind of like not as greatly picked within both KME and KMW here, but it is going to be a good front line, especially with his ultimate Invincible Warrior trying to soak a lot of the damage. And there it is, the Byron coming through, as well as the Consort U, because again, her second skill is going to be enough to kind of try and cleanse any physical damage that comes from those Spirit Walls from Chano. So I feel like it's a good pick here. They have a lot of range, and they have a lot of room to kind of breathe, thanks to Princess Frost and Little Young.
What is your final answer for Twisted Minds here? Currently hovering the Sun Bin, which would give them a little bit more movement speed and ability to navigate swiftly in those skirmishes and teamfight scenarios. That's the answer. All right, Blam. Look at the final compositions on both sides for OG Esports and Twisted Minds. Obviously, this is the Princess Frost Leon combo, what could be the saving grace for OG Esports to guarantee those fast picks. But if it's not enough, do you have faith in the rest of the composition that OG have to overthrow what Twisted Minds have?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's going to be really hard for them to try and pull this off, right? But, like, here is a scenario. Kaiser clean goes in, gets locked in with the suppression, right? But at the same time, if they aren't able to actually get the ultimates off at the right time, and City Boy on the Sun Bin catches both of them in the time lapse, then they become silenced, so they can't use their ultimates. So that's when we see Chano, that's when we see the Nua and Sunset both crashing, because then you've got the silence, you've then got the big crashing in from the set sail as well, which means that you're giving a little bit more time for Chano and the Nua to do a lot more damage. So if they can perfect this, Twisted Minds could be potentially getting a good counter here for the Princess Frost and the Liang, but there's a lot of room for error. So again, it just depends how confident they feel with actually pressing the execute button.
Oh, Blam, I've got goosebumps all over my body right now. Twisted Minds are 2-1 up against OG Esports, a team that has not lost a single series this entire tournament, this entire run. And Twisted Minds are now in a position to be the first ones to defeat OG Esports in a series in grand finals and pretty much snipe away the title of the championship away from what seemingly was going to be OG Esports right from the get-go.
Yeah, honestly, like, as well, I do want to add here is Highlang has to be very sort of like tactical with the emergence, right? Because if he drops emergence and then say, for example, he has no vision on the Liang or the Princess Frost, you kind of just like sealing your own death here. But at the same time, 90 in this early part of the game is just kind of like taking a bit of damage here onto from Keke and Wen, and has taken a lot of damage unnecessarily as well.
A lot of pressure already, as you called out, to 90 Sunsei under fire in that tier 1 turret, where Keke and Wen are just doing the best they can to bully the Sunsei early on. Obviously, a lot of utility and power is going to come from this hero later on into the game with the set sail, so trying to give Keke that early push, that early lead on something like the Byron is going to help OG Esports at least look for those early towers.
Yeah, look for the early towers. But at the same time, into this bot side of the map like this, 1v1 is very interesting because, yes, you have the sword signal here from Shanks that's going to be used to kind of try and push away the likes of Arn onto the console U. But thanks to her sort of cleansing winds, a second ability, she's able to kind of just reduce the damage, the whole damage from that as long as it's physical. But she'll still get knocked back. So it's kind of, they're trying to sort of like activate these skills at the same time, or at least time them perfectly and exhaust them at the right time within these 1v1s.
2v2 in the top side. Keke using the power of that first skill to heal his way through, but Clean is now doing a number on this Kaiser. The battle armor and the ultimate giving him so much tankiness while still being able to persevere through the fight. That's first blood going over to Clean.
First blood very much early on for the side of Twisted Minds, right? I mean, this is pre-2 minutes and they've got first blood, but we can see here that Dowdow's trying to put a pressure with those range attacks. Once you are on the wall with Fade, you can spam them with your range attacks and they can't knock you off the wall anymore now. Like, he's going to stay on the wall, but he'll get CC'd. So I feel like with this change, it's going to make him very hard to try and catch out the Fade in this comp.
Yeah. Dowdow's going to try to be as slippery as possible and still put pressure into Twisted Minds while creating that disruption from safety on these walls. Now Muchen rotating on over with Wen into the bot side, but Shanks and CT Boy, well aware of what was coming their way, are able to give space and ground and guarantees the Phoenix camp going over to On. We're still about a minute and 20 seconds away from the first objective spawning on the Gorge here in Twisted Minds right now. With a bit of an early lead, you're going to see how long they can maintain it.
Yeah, in terms of early lead, in terms of the kills, but then in terms of the goal lead, it's still just about to OG Esports.
Ooh. Wen was waiting, had snuck his way into that far bush there, and there was a chance to at least find a quick pick onto Shanks. The arrows from On being able to at least chunk out Shanks for now, but then again, he's got the power of healing and being able to use that health relic behind the turret to at least keep himself sustained. So Twisted Mind's not succumbing to the pressure.
Yeah, I mean, this is it as well, right? Like, as soon as Liang and Princess Frost catch off, like, Jano, then he's not going to be able to sustain the damage. He's going to get soaked down pretty early. I mean, the Invincible Warrior being committed pretty early here. The catch off.
Oh, Muchen was trying to wait for a trap, but he gets collapsed on by CT Boy and Shanks, who roam faster than the rest of OG Esports can. Now, 90 might have overextended himself. There is the stun and the CC combo, and Dowda's able to finish him off.
This is what I mean, right, with Sunbin's ultimate. Like, we saw the proc of the ultimate to the point where that Muchen couldn't use the suppression, so it really rendered him useless there. So I feel like this is a really good draft towards the side of Twisted Minds, as long as they can keep executing it that exact way.
Twisted Minds trying to leash this Tyrant, but now 3,000, it is secured by Dowdow. Now they just got to get out and make sure that they don't lose too many on the flip side, but Muchen under fire once again, isolated. They even find the Princess Frost as well in the back. That's 2 kills going over to Twisted Minds, and they're going to continue the chase into the red buff quadrant. Set sail, looking for that massive knockup, finds it on Dowdow, knocking him off the wall. He tries to jump back to safety, but that time bomb from Sunbin, and Dowdow can't do anything about it. 90 at least is a trade, but Twisted Minds will gladly accept that trade deal.
Oh my gosh, I've found myself in that situation so many times. The fact that the time bomb's on you and you're like, there's nothing I can do. It's just death's waiting for me to just die, and it just pops off and you're like, yeah, okay. Good go, GG's guys. But honestly, that was a great engage there for Twisted Minds, able to sort of like get both Wen and Muchen, which is obviously the crucial parts of making this team comp work for the side of OG Esports. Is they just need to keep repeating this method, just keep going on, putting the pressure on here. But On doing a lot of damage onto the T1s could be crucial.
Oh, that was a big annihilation, though, from Hai Long across the map. They were all stacked up on top of each other. So much value being able to at least force them off the turret one for now. But as I say that, they're able to return and get that last auto attack in. First turret is destroyed in favor of OG Esports.
Yeah, this means that, though, Shanks is going to find it a little bit harder to kind of just stay in lane and farm up. So he's going to have to try and find resources elsewhere and stay with kind of like... he needs intel, and he needs to make sure that there's going to be no gank. But honestly, when you're playing against the Fade, that could be a very hard task for the side of Twisted Minds to keep a hold on to now that they don't have that T1 into the farm lane.
Oldly still even relatively between these two teams. Slight edge over to OG Esports thanks to that first turret falling, but now no one is answering the turret pressure from Shanks and CT Boy on the bottom side of the map, so they could easily look for a tier 1 destruction in this farm lane. But it's OG Esports making a trade on the top side, overloading with the Byron as well as the Fade from OG Esports side. So still, turret lead 2-1. OG Esports trying to continue opening up the map against Twisted Minds.
Yeah, that's what they need to do, right? Just make sure that it's sort of reciprocating that pressure that OG Esports is doing right here, because I feel like that's kind of like their win condition, right? Is they need to play the map rather than play these team fights, because we're already seeing that Twisted Minds are displaying that they can play the counter engage from the side of OG Esports. They have their number, whereas they need to make sure they have their turrets as well. But the suppression's coming through here.
Princess Frost and Leon combo is a deadly curse for Nighty in this case, as he just was not able to do anything about it. CC for days, almost 100,000 years, and OG Esports able to get another kill.
Yeah, again, they need to make sure that they're not getting caught out there. But if anybody's going to get caught out, maybe 90 is probably the best course here, because he's not really... The only thing he's really serving in terms of the team here is trying to get the macro, trying to give a pressure over to the side of Twisted Minds. But right now, a little bit of tip attack going on here. We see the Invincible Warrior already being used by Clean.
That is such a deceptively powerful ultimate, because something like the Kaiser feels like, oh, it's just a fighter. We should be able to CC this guy and then take him out and, you know, burst him. Then he pops the ultimate and suddenly, guys, this guy's too tanky. What the frick is going on here? Why can't we kill him? What's going on?
Yeah, the HP regen from his abilities as well is pretty scary. We can probably be seeing that he will build the Eye of Phoenix as well at some point within that build. But looking a bit of put a pressure on into the bot side of the map, we do see a bit of a call here from Keke teleporting down as they do feed the minion wave through to the T2 up into the Clash lane. It does mean that 90 has to retreat with a set sail.
Oh, Dowdo was trying to get some chip blows into Twisted Minds and takes an awful lot of damage on the back end of it. Probably not for the most comfortable position there, but thankfully the fact that he's able to parkour all over these walls gives him the safety to be able to play with despite taking so much damage on the back end of it. We've definitely seen a lot of fades in the tournament kind of vary between tank builds, bruiser builds, and full damage builds. This seems like a full damage build from Dowdo's fade this game.
Yeah, again, they need to do something in terms of these team fights, because if they don't able to sort of like get the right crucial pickups before these team fights do happen onto the side of Twisted Minds, it's just kind of like this comp is very team fight orientated on side of Twisted Minds, right? I mean, Winters has already been committed. When? Yep.
Is he in trouble? But it's the Liang suppression.
Oh!
But then again, Hailong from the top row downtown with the snipe of the annihilation when falls. And now Keke is in danger of falling next because he's isolated. The rest of OG Esports had to scram. Clean leading the charge. Now finding themselves with 7 kills to 5. The tier 1 pressure is enough, though, on the side of OG Esports, able to at least get more map control for themselves. Dowdow finding Clean. Big pickup, big shutdown for the jungler of OG Esports. And now Twisted Minds contemplating if they want to continue for more. 90 looking for it, but it's a good flash by on, able to get to safety.
Yeah, the saving grace here was the fact that they didn't have any minion waves crashed into the side of Twisted Minds, right? Like, if that was the point, they would not need to take the fight to Dowdo and on into the jungle, but unfortunately, they didn't have any minion waves crashing through and couldn't actually quite translate those great pickups for the side of Twisted Minds into anything fruitful.
Could have been. We'll never know. Now, still 1,000 gold advantage for the side of OG Esports, starting to slowly find the edge over Twisted Minds, but still, it does not feel like Twisted Minds is the team that you can just easily underestimate here. They have done some unthinkable things already within this tournament, within this series alone, but OG Esports are going to try and persist and endure and push through. Tyrant a Shadow Tyrant, in fact, secured for OG Esports, and now going to rotate over to the top side.
Yeah, I mean, the Shadow Tyrant here is going to be great for On, and especially Dowdow as well. A lot of damage being translated through that, but again, that combo missed out. This is the team fight combo they're really relying on, and now that OG Esports has the intel that they don't have the ultimate from Kaiser and Sunbin, could be trouble.
Yep. Back to Clean, down without that tankiness. Oh, big suppression right on top of CT Boy, trying to survive, but one more auto attack flies in through Muchen's Liang. Is able to guarantee the numbers advantage now on the map. Tier 2 under fire should fall in favor of OG Esports in that clash lane. And now they have full jungle pressure. It's Clean trying to gain some space for the rest of Twisted Minds to brute force their way through, but not able to find too much. Now has to run away from KK's Byron.
Yeah, no, that was not the team fight they needed, right? They knew, and this is just showing the skill of OG Esports, right? As soon as they've got the intel, as soon as they've got the knowledge to strike, they will with vengeance, and that's exactly what they did. Like, they punished City Boy, so they knew that the time bombs weren't going to come through and get the clutch kills, and it just meant that OG Esports, having those minion waves, was able to get these T2s up at the top side and the bot side of the map. So Twisted Minds got to play these next few team fights much more carefully and definitely more sparringly with the Sunbin ultimate.
And Dowdow has become a big threat this game on the Fade, continuously split pushing, continuously forcing Twisted Minds to answer these side waves. And the fact that he's so mobile and so quick to be able to rotate back, it's already the secure for OG Esports on the Overlord. They started it without Dowdow there, and when confident enough that Dowdow could be able to roam on over in time, help finish off the objective, and now Shadow Overlord secured for themselves. They'll have that extra global pressure of Vanguards pushing in all the side lanes. They can use that enhanced Vanguard to force Twisted Mind to focus their priority on one side of the map where OG Esports can overload on the next.
Yeah, no, OG Esports are definitely playing to their tune now, right? Like, they are no longer playing to the medley of Twisted Minds. They have the motion and the composure that they needed in this one, all thanks to that one team fight. But we already see that they was trying to go for a bit of an engage there for the side of Twisted Minds. We saw the kind of increased movement speed, maybe just trying to bait them into getting some of those skills out, but it's not going to be enough. OG Esports are definitely looking a little bit more calm and collected now that they approach these high ground turrets.
They definitely had their work cut out for them, and props to Twisted Minds to pushing them to the brink. But now, OG Esports, having control of this game, will find their first high ground turret of this game 4. One step closer to bringing themselves in parity with Twisted Minds to also be on match point.
Yeah, no, this is not what they want to do onto the side of Twisted Minds, right? They don't allow that Shadow Vanguard to be just fed through into their base, because it then puts a lot more pressure onto these other 2 remaining high ground turrets, which they got to watch out for, because if they start to just open it up, we're going to be seeing a Game 1 victory once again for OG Esports, and then they just have to go for another blow for blow, right? They need to just get another game in the bag, but are they going to do it?
Twisted Minds now starting the defense, trying to look for KK first. 90 flashes in, gets the set sail knockup, but just goes down immediately thanks to Dowdow's Fade. It's a good trade, though, onto On's Consort U, and Twisted Minds at least being able to even the odds 4v4 on the map.
Yeah, uneven the odds is probably a good thing there. Trading on for 90. Again, still solid trade. They still have the front line for Clean here. Maybe they can try and go and contest the Shadow Tyrant, but it looks like they need to nurse these lanes, if anything, because if they allow the minions to keep crashing through, now that OG Esports have the Shadow Tyrant as well, that's a lot of damage, a lot more movement speed over to their side as well, and they're already struggling to keep up onto the side of Twisted Minds.
Yep. And with enhanced minions pouring in through the farm lane, someone from Twisted Minds will always have to nurture and tend to that wave whenever it pushes up to the outside of their base. Thankfully for them, there's not a Shadow Overlord to potentially lose with this minion wave coming in at the moment. But right now, OG Esports going to overload on the top side of the map where they can try and challenge for that second high ground tower.
Yeah, they need to make sure that these side lanes are kind of in their favor, right? Because if they even do approach that 20-minute mark, it means that it doesn't matter the side, it means that they have the favorability of trying to get a more favorable Tempest Dragon when it does spawn. But we're still around about 5 minutes away from that point, and the way that OG Esports are approaching these fights, they're looking to finish that off before we even get there.
Very true. Oh, KK trying to get dirty with Clean here, just scrapping. Clean totally undeterred at the moment, but KK at least just fighting for space. High ground turrets being pushed up here by the minion wave, and now there is an enhanced minion wave starting to pour in through that farm lane. And as long as OG Esports can occupy their attention, that minion wave will kill the normal minion wave of Twisted Mind's farm lane, and then someone will have to answer. Right now, it is 90 doing so.
Yeah, he's going to be the gardener of this team, right? We saw him in the previous games where he's just kind of tending the garden. He's just kind of nipping the buds, trimming the bushes, and he's going to maintain that goal, right? I mean, 90 out of a team fight is not going to be the be-all or end-all, but we did see a little bit of a Hail Mary annihilation come through there for Highlang, just trying to get the crucial kill theft like he did on the Hino.
Yeah, there's definitely been moments in the history of Honor Kings Esports where a Nuwa Annihilation has been able to steal a crucial Overlord in the late game, but not going to be the story this time around for Hailong's Nuwa. Now, Overlord Vanguards, instead of pouring through the bottom side of the map, it's now going to be pressuring the top side, where another high ground turret could fall in favor of OG Esports.
Yeah, it's just about collapsing here for the side of OG Esports right now. They've got the Vanguard in the mid and into the top side of the map, but is it going to be enough for Clean to clean up before he actually does enough damage? But they seem to be putting pressure on both sides, so they've got Twisted Minds kind of tuning between their favorite parent at this point.
Thankfully for Twisted Minds, the Enhanced Vanguard is not hitting the tower, it's hitting everyone else on Twisted Minds. They're taking a lot of damage for it, but they've got a little bit of sustain and healing necessary to overcome it all. And they're playing the defense game as well as possible, but now Dowdow on the outer skirt of the wall, able to safely chip at that turret, finally finds the second high ground turret. This third one could be next, and look, there's an Enhanced Vanguard that's pushing through the farm lane. It's hitting the crystal. Twisted Minds can't be here forever. They're gonna have to tend to it unless the crystal can kill it by itself, but a lot of pressure was already put down on both the crystal as well as the high ground turret in the mid lane. No one dies from the exchange, but it's enough for Twisted Minds to hold their ground for now.
It's enough for now, but I mean, with the minion waves crashing through here into the mid lane and into the side lanes, they need to put a lot of pressure here, because like, look at OG Esports, they're still holding on to that T1 turret into the mid lane. So even if Twisted Minds gets a solid team fight, we're going to see that same situation from Game 1, Rafa, where they just can't quite overextend enough to get anything from it. I feel like we are waiting for that Tempest Dragon to spawn right now.
A moment of silence before Twisted Minds find their way into the river, with minion waves stacking up on both Flash Lane and Farm Lane. Twisted Minds cannot be here forever. There's a minion wave that is about to unlock the high ground turret in the mid lane, and Twisted Minds realize it. They cannot stay here forever, and this is where OG Esports try to pounce, try to keep their attentions occupied. They could lose to a minion-based defense race, but they find Keke, but they lose Hailong and 90 in the trade, and now OG Esports going to stop as many recalls as possible. Look at Dowdow, he just skirted all past through them. He's guiding the minion waves, he's finding Clean, he's making sure that he cannot defend his base. Moochen is also going to stop him with the barrier, and the minions will do the heavy lifting. OG Esports bring us to Game 5.
Yeah, exactly what they needed going into this best of 5, right? Especially in terms of trying to see that they can come back and take this victory for themselves. But honestly, like I said in the early game, we were very impressed with the Sunbin and Kaiser combo. But as soon as you did it once, you did it twice, third time, OG Esports already adapted to it and found their way around it. Like you saw that Moochen and Wen were very much kind of towards the backside of the team fights, right? Just putting down their other skills, making sure they were able to catch off with their first and second skill in terms of the CC to lock down anybody on the side of OG Esports and try and bait out that Sunbin ultimate. So honestly, they definitely adapted as quick as I knew they would in this best of 5, and now we get a 2-2. So we are going to get a full best of 5 between these two teams, and honestly, I'm here for it.
Yep. I mean, we may have predicted a full 5-game series from Twisted Minds and OG Esports. We definitely didn't expect it to arrive in this manner, where Twisted Minds were the first ones to get to that match point, but now we're here. Game 5, as we were hoping for, because this series is truly delivering on finding the true best team in the Major West League, and OG Esports being able to rise to the occasion where the first time ever in a series that they were challenged, where they're on the back foot of losing one more game before even being able to equalize in terms of match point pressure themselves.
Yep.
They're able to do it. And now, I think in terms of pressure, obviously there's still pressure that Twisted Minds can still win the entire thing in one more game, but OG Esports have done the hard part. They have been able to at least overcome the first game of a 2 back-to-back win sprint. Right now it is all even. We are back to being in a glorified best of 1 winner takes all scenario.
Exactly. I mean, honestly, though, if you look at the drafts and in terms of what's been expanded, like just exhausted here for the side of OG Esports, they've lost their Prince and Frost and Liang combo. Pei's already been exhausted. Fade's now gone. Console U's gone. Byron's gone. We are getting to the point where it's kind of like, where are we going to see these kind of like Trump picks come through for both of these teams? And honestly, this best of 5 round draft, I feel like it's not going to disappoint us. But once again, we're seeing a lot of flicker in between the red and the blue at the beginning part of the game, but then it just comes like critical mass at that 12-minute mark where they took a great team fight, able to take a lot of the turrets as well at the same time, which was definitely the kind of point of no return for Twisted Minds in that game 4.
Yeah. If I'm looking at MVP contenders, I mean, Dowdow had a massive lead on the Fade. Maybe, I'm just thinking if there's any other honorable mentions you would give here, Blam.
Honorable mentions, Fade, I mean, Dowdow. I feel like Keke played a good game in terms of macro. He was definitely putting the pressure into the side lanes and stuff like that. But in terms of like overall team fights, I probably would even give it over to yeah, exactly. There we go, Keke with the macro play here.
Yeah, because I was thinking about like whether Muchen or Wen deserve the shout out over the other 2 contenders, right? And because we know that it's a Princess Frost and Liang combo, which is super powerful in itself. But there's a couple times that, you know, Muchen was getting caught out in the Liang and they weren't able to always consistently get that combo together. It still guaranteed a lot of early game priority and setup, but what was not a guarantee was Keke being able to get so much split push pressure done on this Byron. And I think you have to give credit that Keke not only able to get the split push pressure, but also being as threatening of a diver as he possibly could be. We already were proven that Byron can scale into the late game thanks to Nighty's efforts, right? But now Keke being able to match that in his own right as well.
Yeah, it's like I was saying in the early game though, right? Like the fact that Dowdow on this Fade can kind of stay like sat on the walls, as you see here, just like launching those long range attacks and then going in with his first skill and then getting the execute come off. It's just really impressive into this late game and really good at picking off the squishier heroes onto the side of Twisted Mind. So the Fade pick here definitely was the thing that really secured them, but also the macro play from Keke.
That's right. Well, Blam, we're here. We're at Game 5. Match point for both teams in OG Esports and Twisted Minds. Forget what you have seen in every game, every series up until this point. Anything is possible with one last game on the line. It is for the title of the Major West League and a spot at KWC. We're going to return to Game 5 right after this break.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. In time.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here. The moment has finally arrived. We predicted it, we hoped for it, and we have been blessed with it. Game 5, the final game of the Honor of Kings Major West League Grand Finals between OG Esports and Twisted Minds is here. And Blam, the whole world is open. 40 champions gone from the global pick and ban for both teams here, or 20 each, I should say. And this really just opens Pandora's box of possibilities and hero combinations.
Yeah, definitely a bit of quick maths there from Rafa. Putting down the 20 bans and pick. Well, even though it'd be what, 12? No, 16 bans this far already. But the picks are the most important part because, again, either these teams that have picked these heroes once cannot pick them once more. And honestly, we're getting into game 5. Last time, I mean, we didn't even see OG Esports get into game 5 last time, and they pulled out the likes of the Milady and the Dio-chan as well, right? So we've already seen the fade. Are we gonna get the Dio-chan and the Milady this time around in this last draft? There's got to be some fan service. You can see the stress on Hireling's face this time around. He's like, guys, we need to win this game. I mean, honestly, it would be amazing for Twisted Minds, right? In terms of a narrative, they dethroned the king at the last hurdle. That is some weight to be holding. And to be honest, I am not envious of the players because that is a weight I don't want to bear. I just want to be the guy to be like, hey, we told the story. But we get into the last BP of the day.
Here we go. Hey, banned one last time. Clean will not get a chance to use the Tiger Mancer. Arlie taken off the table. No usages of Parasols in this last game. OG Esports, the other ban, was the My Shurenoi. Will we see it again? Oh, it's the Lamb! My Shurenoi is open, Blam!
My Shurenoi is open. I mean, they could ban it. I mean, they don't need to ban it for themselves, right? Because obviously OG's already picked it. So maybe they're forcing them into this position, which to me, as a player, I feel like dubious to go for it, right? I mean, the fact that Twisted Minds is on the red side, which is huge, but they do mean that OG Esports gets the idea. I feel like this is the first idea we've seen today, Rafa. This is completely out of the unnatural for me, so this is what makes me feel like we're on a different timeline. The idea being the first to come out after, what, almost 8 games.
Wow. I mean, Diadea has been such a power pick in the support role for the entire tournament. We only saw that shift in the priority towards the end of Survival Week and actually knockout stage, where the Zhongfei kind of shot up in the priority picks. But now we got a chance to see OG Esports use it, and Twisted Minds going for a lot of backline threat here. The death at Sunset from a lane, being able to dive, and Gon and Mo being able to follow up with long range.
Yeah, I feel like if they did pick the Moi Shurenoi in the Diadea, I'd be like, Twisted Minds, you've got a lot of work to do around here. Kind of the same kind of execution level as the Sunbin and Kaiser combo. But going for the Gun and Mo means that they're going to have a lot of burst, a lot of artillery. They just need to basically get a strong front line going for Twisted Minds this time around. I mean, I believe Twisted Minds still has the Dune, right? So they could lock in the Dune if they really want to. Again, we're getting that long-range combo from the Shoyue, which we saw the last series of the day against Virtus.pro when they locked in Shoyue and the Gun and Mo.
All I need is a target.
I mean, talk about long range, man. If the Shoyue does get locked in here, Twisted Minds, all they have to do, it's almost a bummer that they don't have a Motsu for themselves to set up that range CC, but I think that is going to be the final pieces of the puzzle here for those last 2 picks.
Oh, absolutely. We're looking at they don't need obviously they can't have the Motsu unless they put it into the mid lane, but it's been expanded by both of the teams anyway. So Diadea coming in here is going to be trying to catch out the positioning of the Ganemo and the Shoyue, right? Like we're going to be seeing Muchin being very proactive with the roams to try and get the intel for the rest of the side of OG Esports. But Dowdo on the Agudo paying a bit of fan service for me here. Maybe my tears will dry away and dry up when we see a Dowdo on the Agudo. I feel like this is the first time we've seen him as well, right?
I think there was only one other time where it was secured. Oh my goodness, I completely forgot about Liempo. Holy moly, how did this hero not get locked in anytime sooner for Twisted Minds? Patience is rewarded, and now Come on, CT boy. You don't need to play around with us. There's no other hero that would fit the bill. Yeah, look at that. Probably one of the best remaining frontline support heroes available. This guy can solo tank an entire onslaught and then a kitchen sink being thrown at him on top of it as well. And with that Tremor Smash, that's enough CC so that Shoyue and the Gon and Mo can line up their skill shots and pick off the stragglers.
Ooh, a lot of sustainability coming here through OG Esports, right? Into the mid lane, potentially went onto the Hue-1 here. And honestly, the Unending Sorrow is going to be enough to kind of like dodge the Tremor Smash. And you're going to need it, right? Because I mean, if we start to catch 1, 2, 3 members of OG Esports, that's when the core blades start to come through, baby. That's when they start to shed through butter, right? But giving it some more burst is going to be the Jing, maybe, here.
Shatter the obstacles in my path.
Oh my goodness. Okay, Clean. Is this the answer? Just having another assassin that can be super mobile and try to disrupt the backline from OG Esports. Yep. Oh boy, Blam. I'm trying to hold on to my seat right now, and I feel just the stakes of the game starting to suck me in through the monitor. I cannot look away even if I wanted to. This is it. This is it, baby. Grand Finals, Game 5 between OG Esports and Twisted Minds. Your final 2 compositions, Blam. Break it down for me.
Break it down for you. I mean, we got a huge engage right for the Liam Poe, so obviously Tremor Smash is going to be where it's going to be coming at for the side of Twisted Minds. But honestly, when we've seen City Boy on the Liam Poe, I have not been that sold on it because he's always been caught out in the early parts of the team fights, which means if that happens, the only other catch out they really have is the Elaine, which is not going to be replicated or even simulated in the same kind of front line as the Liam Poe gives, right? But I do like the fact that it's got the CC immunity. Obviously, the Magma Slam is going to be huge to try and draw out some of those skills that would necessarily kind of render the rest of Twisted Minds useless. But it depends on how OG Esports navigates around this burst damage potential from Ganamo, from the Jing as well, right?
Yeah. God, I think CT Boy really has his work cut out for him in this game, and a much more, such an imperative game. This is it. This is for everything on the line. Qualifying to KWC, getting that 10,000 USD prize pool share of the total prize pool, and Twisted Minds now have to band together to see if they can come back after a very, very dominant OG Esports Classic win. And for OG Esports, the story of this team, they have not dropped a single series from day one. They have been able to do away with every challenger, no matter the challenge. And Twisted Minds, even though they were the first team and the only team to at least take games off of them, they have yet to break a full series. And if OG Esports can accomplish what they set out to do since day one, they will be your undisputed best team in the Major West.
Exactly that, Rafa, exactly that. But I mean, if we look at the draft onto the side of OG Esports, right, there's a lot of sustainability, a lot of healing coming through, right? Because you've not only got the healing from the Diadea, you've got healing from the Hue-1 as well as the Agudo. So there is 3 outputs of healing. So really, in terms of the damage, you're going to be looking for the catch-up onto the likes of the Lady Sun.
Wow, a lot of aggression onto Wen already from Nighty, trying to see if he can just push him off these camps and give Twisted Minds a little bit of extra income. Not sure who got the end of that. Oh, it's a 2v1 dive onto Shanks. Mu-Chen is able to take the turret shot. Shanks trying to find one more damage blow, and it is on. That dives away from any incoming turret shots, and it is given first blood.
Yeah, the only problem is if you leave Shoyue down to the bot side of the map on his own with a 2v1 against a Diadea, which obviously with the bit of farewells and the enhanced basic attacks can kind of keep you in place. And when you're not level 4, you don't have the getaway either, so you don't have the kind of get-back shot that you need. So going in for this early invade is definitely OG Esports kind of showing their knowledge onto the Gorge and the expense of these heroes. Oh, clean.
Clean in the mirror domain, able to equalize the kill score now and putting some pressure onto Keke Soon Save thanks to his prowess on the Jing. Now Twisted Minds able to at least even up the pressure on the map so far, but slight gold advantage over to OG Esports since they were able to get some decent chip turret damage as well as the first blood gold for On's Lady Sun.
Yeah, again, we're just looking very sort of like neutralized here in terms of the kills, but overall, OG are definitely having the faster rate in terms of procuring those gold resources. Obviously, First Blood helps as well, right? But the fast rotations from the Gudo into the jungle, very clear, fast clears in there, but that's going to help them claim those gold leads a little bit easier and earlier for the side of OG Esports.
Thankfully for Shanks, he has long range to safely pick up some minion farm out of danger's way on. Might have stepped a little too close here. Tremor Smash already used by CT Boy, locking up the farm lane duo. Long with the collapse here. Will look for the snipe on. Doesn't find it, but at least Mu Chen is secured for Twisted Minds.
I know, but just imagine if they got on as well. That would have been a beautiful double kill for the side of Twisted Minds, and definitely what they need to kind of really upset the ocean, the motion of the ocean for OG Esports at that point. They were literally just by the skin of their teeth on just rolling Raid out of there. It was the only thing that saved it.
The fact that On survives definitely guarantees that he is still ahead of Shanks in the matchup right now in terms of gold. Forced to recall, but able to redeploy in a matter of seconds, returns back to the bottom side of the map, whereas now there's a 3-man core pushing up for the mid-wave push. We'll at least try to use that priority to ship on over to the bot side of the map. CT Boy waiting in the shadows. No one is going to come for a pick.
Yeah, no, they're just trying to kind of get their waves in the best form as possible, right? Especially with these neutral objectives would have been about 15 seconds. But honestly, we've had such a scrappy last match. This is the last match, guys. Those joining in at home, this is the last match of the grand finals, and we're having quite a bit of a scrap in the early game. Already 3 kills on the board overall at 4 minutes. It's not respectful between both these teams. They are playing to win.
That's what I love to see, Blam. No one is being scared enough to just not make plays. Everyone is trying to find advantages where they can get it. Tyrant could be secured here for Dowdow. Definitely is. Throws out the furball to guarantee his safe escape. Be able to recall it. Dowdow able to dodge that last snipe from Shanks as he was looking for Wild Bolts. Meanwhile, when under fire, forced to flash. Actually, he didn't even use flash. It's just the Unending Sorrow, and still got to be careful of the range of Clean, using the Mirror Domain just to be able to dip, dive, and weave through the battlefield like that. But throughout the pressure, OG Esports are able to endure.
Yeah, no, they exhaust the flash of City Boy, though, right? So that's definitely a good outcome for OG Esports. They know that the flash Tremor Smash isn't going to come through anytime soon. They're going to be committing, get very close to heart if they do try and start a team fight here. But Dowdow looking pretty low here, does get the healing from the Wild Growth and Huan as well, so nothing too much to worry about with this rotation.
5 minutes into our last game of the series, and so far neither team has really made a strong push to knock out the tier 1 turret successfully. Definitely a couple successful dives as Dowdow is the target focus here for the rest of Twisted Minds, but they can't finish the kill. Clean under fire. Look at that roam! Kick coming from downtown on the top side of the map, sets sail, finds Clean, and they continue the pressure on, finding the mobility to be able to lock down another kill on a CT Boy. OG Esports open up the map, now pushing the pressure into the tier 1 turret in the mid lane, but the quick teleport from 90 saves the turret for now.
Yeah, potentially getting the first turret of the game is going to be up into the Clash lane, though, so 90 actually doing his due diligence as the Clash lane player onto the side of Twisted Minds, but they do lose the Azure Golem. Actually, sorry, no, Highlang. It was when they got the Azure Golem there, because Highlang's just completely disappeared. He must have got it a little bit earlier for the side of Twisted Minds, but right now, they have full of Crimson Golem buffs and Azure Golem buffs on the side of OG Esports.
So many resources slowly being depleted from Twisted Minds' own jungle, and OG Esports being successful in the counter jungling, in the war of attrition. Another knockup with a set sail and the furball, but Lian Po powerful enough, being able to immune that CC, and CT Boy is out of there.
Out of there for now, right? I mean, they've just got to make sure they're taking the fights on the right fronts and getting any kind of objective that possible, right? Because, I mean, yes, we saw that Twisted Minds lost that last team fight, especially in terms of taking 2, but they did get the T1 up into the Clash lane, which is going to be a lot of pressure onto Keke. He's not going to be able to sort of, with a free conscience, roam about too much.
Twisted Minds trying to set up control on the bottom side of the map. Tyrant isn't spawning for a little bit of time, so Twisted Minds just trying to see if they can fish for a quick pick here. Not going to find it. 90 is pushing down on the bottom side of the map, trying to sneak his way for a quick flank. This is now the time of the game where 90 can be very potent with those backline dives in the Death at Sunset combos. But now Keke finding enough time to himself on the top side. No one is matching for Twisted Minds because they cannot walk through all of this fog of war that OG Esports have occupied through the jungle, and that's another tier 1 turret gone.
Yeah, tier 1 straight down to the bottom side of the map. Okay, Tremor Smash committed.
No! He couldn't use the furball in the right direction. He just punched himself into the matches of Twisted Minds, and they're able to at least get one kill for themselves. Muchen under fire, forced to flash away. Wen now the next target here, but Popsy on Ending Sorrow able to distance himself away from 90, and Wen gets a kill back as 90 falls.
Yeah, trade for trade there, but obviously Dow being a bit more crucial in terms of obviously pressure into the lanes thanks to the wild growth as well as the critters, but it means that they don't have the minion wave into the middle part of the map, so they aren't able to kind of push the tier 1 for the side of OG any further.
And during all of that, Twisted Minds are able to get another tier 1 turret for themselves thanks to Clean pushing on the bottom side of the map. As you called out, that tier 1 in the mid lane is so low, but yet to have fallen. OG Esports now rotating over to the second spawn of the Tyrant. No contest visible from Twisted Minds. They're going to just take their time to farm up what they can, being very respectful of the modest but apparent gold advantage from the side of OG Esports.
Yeah, this is the only problem though, right? Like, the fact that they're actually really focusing the Tyrants and getting them like scot-free is going to be troublesome for the side of Twisted Minds, because Lady Sun doesn't need the itemization at that point. She gets the increased damage from the Tyrant as well as the lightning effect as well from her basic attacks. So you kind of already like getting a brief glimpse at what Arn can do into the late game right now at around about 9 minutes.
Yeah. We're a minute away from the shadow objective spawning on the map here. Keke roaming around the river, seeing if he needs to wind up a set sail, but it's just the pressure alone from the 4-man core of OG Esports are able to find the tier 1 turret in the mid lane. Now all tier 1s have been eliminated, and Twisted Minds are going to have to take extra caution when trying to fight for pressure. Meanwhile, it's a flank from 90 on the lane. There goes CT Boy following up with the Tremor Smash, and they find the first kill onto On. CT Boy's in trouble. The furball knocks him up, and it's enough to get a kill back. But when flashing forward, using the damage of the unending sorrow, 90's trying to do it all and battle against KK. Sunsei finds another kill, but Shanks is forced to retreat. He's too low on the Shuye, and Twisted Minds at least able to match blow for blow.
Yeah, I mean, a 2-for-2 trade, they are definitely fighting at their like most optimal, right? Like, they are not making sure, they're making sure they equalize in terms of whatever trade they get something in return, which is showing that both OG and Twisted Minds wants this last win, because there is so much on the line. And right now, OG Esports are definitely trying to set up this Shadow Tyrant once more for themselves. They are all in, chips it in on the Tyrants, right?
Clean is waiting in the shadows. Good use of the toggle of Fog of War from our reservers. They have no idea that Clean is there until Muchen finds him on the Diadea, trying to install as long as possible. But Dao is in trouble. They're able to secure the Shadow Tyrant, but now they have to escape. Set sail, buy some time with a massive knockup. When finishes off 90. Now the rest of Twisted Minds trying to see if they can pick up any more stragglers, but it's just not enough time. And OG Esports survived their way out.
Yeah, in any other situation, like, the fact that they're able to focus the Diadea there, I would be like, this is trouble. But the fact that they have went on the Hue-1 is they drafted into this kind of situation. They're like, guys, we know they're going to be focusing Muchen on the Diadea. We need some extra healing. And this is where this Hue-1 pick into the side of OG Esports is paying dividends.
OG Esports being careful to not lean towards the bottom side where they had no vision, no members available to rotate in case Twisted Minds were waiting to set a trap, which they were. And OG Esports playing now to the top side. Shadow Overlord, their next focus for an objective. Gold lead, still barely below 2,000 on the side of OG Esports. Twisted Minds still able to keep somewhat in striking range, but feeling control of the game starting to slip away.
Yeah, not only control, right? The fact that the gold lead is about 3k as well definitely is not going to help these team fights, especially when they keep securing the Tyrants. I'm not going to keep sort of like not batting this point back, because the extra damage they are getting from those Tyrants is really changing these team fights. Even though they're like, the team fights are looking like they're going into favor of Twisted Minds, but it's just the extra little bit of damage. We have the Daybreaker on the Lady Sun as well now, so already getting to optimal damage is on.
A late game threat that is coming online. and has the mobility to dodge. Crucial CC 90 was almost in trouble there, but didn't burn any abilities other than just a quick dash away. Tier 2 under fire from On. A lot of damage already. Just what, 2-3 seconds, and he's almost able to bring it to full.
Thanks to the Rolling Raid. Rolling Raid is going to be putting the punishment onto these turrets so easily right now. But thanks to Clean, they've actually managed to put a bit of pressure into the top side of the map. They've took their T2, sorry, replicating their T2 into the farm lane and even taken it. So this is the pressure that the side of Twisted Minds needs. They need to keep procuring the pressure, but also maintaining it.
I feel like in Twisted Minds' case, the longer they're able to stall this out and trying to find windows to make that split push possible. OG Esports looking for a pick, though. CT Boy super tanky on the Lian Po and will not go down. It was so close, too. He didn't even burn Flash.
Didn't burn Flash, but Muchin was pretty much at death's door, right? Like, he lost a lot of health. He's got to be careful.
CT Boy will get a chance to redeploy on the map here. Set sail in motion for Keke, trying to see if there is someone that he can pick off. Doesn't look like it's going to be the case. We'll just allow him to rejoin the rest of OG Esports in this Overlord pit. A tier 2 turret falls on the bot side of the map. Oh, wait, they backed off the Overlord. They're going to be able to take it. Twisted Minds able to brute force their way, and now CT Boy doing everything he can to solo frontline the rest of the damage here. OG Esports have to kite back. They take out CT Boy, but they lost Muchen in the trade. Still a 4v4, but the fact that Twisted Minds forced OG off of the Overlord, kept the leash on it, and secured it for themselves, this is a massive comeback for Twisted Minds.
A very huge comeback, right? The fact that they're able to procure the Overlord, I feel like it's their first neutral objective of the game as well, right? So definitely the second win they needed into this one. Still not neutralizing that gold lead. They're still behind by about 2k gold. But itemization-wise and leads in terms of the gold, we're seeing here Clean is ahead by a steady 2.6k overall in the jungle. But it's down into the farm lane where they've got to truly focus this. And Clean may get caught out.
They don't see Clean! They don't see Clean!
Sneaky. Sneaky boy.
That Grove only checked the top bush. It didn't see the bottom bush. If On is left alone for too long, he could be picked off here.
I feel like Clean should rename his name to Sneaky Boy, not City Boy.
Maybe. Twisted Minds. Oh, this is so tense. Another turret is taken, though.
They got to be careful onto the side of OG that they don't lose too much real estate here. But it's just, however this team fight goes down, I think Clean's kind of left too much time into the back line here.
90 looking for the Death at Sunset. He was sought out by Keke, forced to use it as an escape tool. Now he's on the retreat. Not going to be able to join Twisted Minds for an incoming fight anytime soon. Already, you can see that they have vision on this recall happening. And OG Esports will have the opportunity to now force their way into the Tyrant. They have a 5-on-4 for the next few seconds while 90 is walking back. Furball already used to knock up Hai Long and chunk him down to 50% HP. Clean looking for the assassination on. He finds it! Looking for another one down. Now they're forced off the Shadow Tyrant, but Clean falls. Hai Long's next. Shanks is gone, and 90 is going to try to do it all. But I don't think he can get anywhere near the fight. CT Boy is already forced out. Massive sacrifices on the side of Twisted Minds, but OG Esports remain strong, being able to maintain the jungle advantage as 90 is going to ensure that CT Boy gets out alive safely, but the Shadow Tyrant is secured for OG Esports.
Yeah, I mean, that Shadow Vanguard down to the top side of the map was definitely the saving grace there for OG Esports. If they didn't have that push, that means that Keke was available to continue with the push that Muchin and Owen was actually going to go with there. But honestly, great team fight there from OG Esports, putting them up by about 4k gold now. We see that the Siege Breakers come through for Keke as well. Is going to do a lot more damage onto the backline if they are able to catch them out. But I feel like for Twisted Minds, what they need to do is just procure that higher ground turret. They need to claim it so they have the enhanced minions and a little bit more pressure for their side.
The timer to do so is running out. There's 40 seconds before the Shadow Overlord spawns, and they don't really have a minion wave prep to do so or threaten. The only high ground turret that is in striking range is that one on the Clash lane, where it is already below around 30% HP, but you would have to send a solo mission to do it. Death at Sunset by 90, trying to look for the backline and on, but the Rolling Raid gives him the mobility to dance around it all, and the rest of OG Esports able to collapse onto the lane, trying to look for one last ball. The Furball doesn't find the knockup. Meanwhile, on the left side, Clean, not able to find the assassination they was looking for, at least found Wen, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. No jungler, just in time for the Shadow Overlord to spawn.
Yeah, I mean, they could either take this very cleanly, but the fact they actually traded for Wen, though, I mean, that's a lot of healing potential for the side of OG being taken off, right? They're used to 2, 3 factors of healing coming through, so we could see a bit of a difference into the team fight if they decide to take it here next time.
OG Esports at least go for the push into the farm lane high ground turret first before rotating their forces over through the mid lane and into the side of the Shadow Overlord for now. The rest of Twisted Minds at least able to contest and make sure that it's not an easy rip, and it should be enough time bought for Clean to respawn.
Yeah, Stealing the way the Azure Golem here is not going to be good for Clean. Obviously, he needs a CDR coming through with the Jink into this latter part of the game. But honestly, OG Esports, they are looking to try and take this without contention here, but 90 is looking on his way in.
CT Boy can also make a difference here to stall some time. Finally, Clean on the Jing is trying to run over to this side of the map. CT Boy has given his life to at least reset the Overlord, but 90 now on the retreat, the flash forward. They find Wen on the left side. Clean able to get the assassinations. Only 4 members left, 3 members left for the side of OG Esports, and down to us too low on the Agudo to continue the fight on a Keke. We're healthy, but if your jungler is at critical low HP, you do not want to risk giving an Overlord over to Twisted Minds.
Yeah, no, this was the kind of like maybe potentially the only comeback here that Twisted Minds really have, right? They need to make sure they get something from this, but the fact that they got Wen, then got Mooch, and that is a lot of healing already been taken off the board. Like, these were some clean kills from the side of Twisted Minds, but the holy grail, the holy grace there for the side of OG Esports is the fact that they're able to reset the Overlord, because, man, Twisted Minds came in thick, they got it. It's now another chance to come back in this Game 5, Rafa. It is pretty much so nail-biting.
I mean, be damned the 4,000 gold advantage that OG Esports have, because Twisted Minds are slowly finding small enough wins in these team fights to get them back-to-back crucial objectives now on the Shadow Overlord. And now we're at the point where a Tempest Dragon is going to spawn in the next 45 seconds here. There'll be a Shadow Tyrant briefly in the next 15, but I imagine that the big wait is going to be for the best objective in the game.
Yeah, so the last time we saw this Tempest Dragon actually come online was the game 1, but both teams were in worse. Well, one team was in a way better situation, and one team was in a way worse situation. Twisted Minds was already at pretty much the crystal territory, whereas now they're holding on to way more turrets than they had before, and the same for OG Esports, not looking at the best shape they have in this best of 5, and already showing that they are definitely coming to faltering to some kind of fatigue here, but it all definitely based around this next team fight. We do see the Shadow Vanguard up at the top side of the map, put a bit of pressure onto Keke. 90 looking to try and go for the 1v1 up there.
Tempest has spawned here, y'all. Keke trying to handle the Shadow Vanguard that is enhanced on the top side. Seems to be a bit of a 1v1. Keke is actually losing the 1v1 right now. 90's going to be close. We can't see it, but you can see the health bars. Sun-Se for Keke trying to sustain as much as possible. Sprint already used by 90, trying to duel to the very bitter end, even though we can't see it. And 90 wins the 1v1, and now this is a 5-on-4. OG Esports have to be cautious. They have to send Wen over to answer the enhanced Shadow Vanguard, but now this guarantees a potential 4v3, maybe a 5-on-3 if 90 can join the fray here. Wen is now walking back on over, but that Shadow Vanguard has been uncontested. The Tempest Dragon is getting super low,
look at it.
and Hylong secures it for the side of Twisted Minds. CT Boy trying to run down any remaining members of OG Esports, and OG Esports are about to face the greatest challenge they have ever met in this entire tournament. Tempest Vanguards spawning in every single lane for the chance to win the KMW title.
Yeah, the waves come crushing in here into the bot side of the map as well. They're looking to get the high ground turret down here also, so he goes down as well. Looking a bit worth aware is OG Esports.
Inhibitor 1, or High Ground Turret 1 falls. Twisted Minds trying to push through the very bitter end. Look at this frontline work. CT Boy popping the resurrection. Another resurrection spawns for Keke, trying to do it all. But maybe Wen is the one that falls next. It's still a 4-on-4. They're going to do everything they can to defend the base from falling. CT Boy going to try to do everything again, regenning with the Tremor Smash and making the awesome happen. The Tempest Vanguards hitting the crystal. It's down to down out. It's on the on. They can just hit it. They have overcome the undefeated, overthrown the untouchable, and shattered the unthinkable. Twisted Minds are your Major West champions!
Oh my goodness, the biggest upset of all the leagues this far. Twisted Minds coming out on top of the Major West League Spring 2025. Gen G have their work cut out for them. We are sending the big boys to the Major West, to the Major Last Call. Sorry, KME Embarrassment. We have got a frightful message for you in the shape of OG Esports, but let's not overshadow that. Twisted Minds completely overthrew the undefeated in the Major West League. This is crazy.
Up until today, Blam, OG Esports were undefeated in series. Twisted Minds were the first to knock a game off of them in the survival week. Then they pushed them to the brink in Game 5 in yesterday's series in the knockout stage. And today, they reach across the finish line. They are able to finally do the unthinkable, an accomplishment that no one had been able to do before until today. For the past 3 weeks, they have defeated OG Esports in a best of series. They are your Honor of Kings Major West League champions. They're taking home the grand share of the prize pool. They are going straight to the KWC, and Twisted Minds have truly proven that they are the title that they are, the masterminds of this league.
Honestly, that is... I'm speechless at this point, right? The fact that Twisted Minds, like you said there, they've been through the ranking week, got smashed. They went through the survival week, got smashed. They went through to the playoffs, got to Game 5, didn't quite get the Game 5 victory, lost to the 3-1. Now they perfect the art and get the 3-2 switcheroo here. Honestly, they were 2 points up. They almost lost a 2-2 back-to-back game there, but Twisted Minds towards the end, through it all, definitely came out guns blazing, and now are going to be seeing themselves at KWC, where they don't have to play anymore. The Major West League is Major Last Call for this is now in the hands of OG Esports. Twisted Minds have just gone, we've had 8 games, lads. We're done. We're done.
What a marathon from Twisted Minds. What a hell of a run from this squad, being able to finally overcome their demons and dethrone the Titans, the presumptuous Titans of OG Esports. Since day one, we have pretty much kind of called OG Esports the undisputed best team in the league. Well, Twisted Minds have just taken that title, rightfully so, from their throne. They now sit on top of it. They sit on top of the standings and the entire league as your champions.
Yeah, that's wild. I mean, even wilder than that gold graph, right? Like, the fact that it was all red. It was all red until that last little point. Like, that glimmer of hope really shows that future teams within the Major West Leagues and all the other leagues is all it takes is one good team fight. All it takes is some communication and some dedication, and you can dethrone the undefeatable. But honestly, FMVP has to go to 90. This guy was across the gorge within seconds. He was tending the garden. He was keeping those minion waves pushed. He honestly was the guy that was threading the needle and was able to actually get it threaded and knit a beautiful sweater. And that sweater says, sorry, OG Esports, OG Esports number 2.
90 was able to find not only the crucial pick on the Keke that guaranteed them the numbers advantage for the Tempest take, but also remember, in that second Overlord attempt from OG Esports, they were pushed off because CT Boy and 90 just sent a Hail Mary pushing them off the pit, and that guaranteed Twisted Minds were able to finish off the half-leashed Overlord objective for free. And that sequence alone starts the eventual comeback for Twisted Minds. 90 being able to overcome what everyone was heralding as the best Clash laner in the tournament in Keke. Someone who had been able to impress us with flashy moments on the Guan Yu, the Mulan, his signature pick, and being able to dazzle us with the remainder of his hero pool. But for the first time, he is challenged, he is upset, and 90 helps bring Twisted Minds to the finish line. This whole roster from top to bottom being able to perform and clutch up when it mattered for the greatest upset we have seen in the Major West League.
Oh, greatest upset. But honestly, would you have an upset any other way, right? Like, this is a team, they've just dethroned an undefeated team for 3 weeks. They come back last game of the day where everything is on the line, the entry to the next tournament, 10K prize pool, and they go the full distance and they prove themselves on one of the going on to the biggest stage where they're going to go and face against some of the KPL teams. Honestly, Twisted Minds, they've got work to put in, but they have so much potential.
They have booked their tickets to the KWC Blam, as you call it, and as you can see, your champions for the Major West League are Twisted Minds. Seeing a glimmer of those results where Twisted Minds swiftly dealt with Virtus.pro 3-0 fashion and then rose to the challenge in being able to outlast and outdoor OG Esports in a full 5-game series to deservedly take this title for themselves. And tomorrow, the action does not stop here, folks. We still got one more team to send to the KWC, but now it's going to come up to the runner-ups between the KME as well as the KMW. That is Gen G representing the Major East League and OG Esports representing the Major West League. And I already know that we are definitely favoring OG Esports because West is best, y'all. But I know the Major East League are going to have something to say for themselves, and Gen G are going to be at least try to be as best of a challenge they can be to OG Esports, but I would hate to be Gen G right now because OG Esports just lost the title that for the entire 3-week span definitely seemed like it was theirs to grab. And now going in tomorrow, you're going to get the most furious OG Esports ever faced.
Oh, super duper furious, right? Honestly, we are sending our best soldiers into the major last call, guys. OG fans rejoice because we're getting the free win, baby. KM embarrassment will not beat the KMW West League. We are the best league. We will take that last spot for KWC. So see you guys. It's been a fantastic cast. Blam, Rafa signing off. We see Phil into the major West call at the end. So take it easy, guys. Thank you and enjoy.
Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are.
Game on.